नीचे देख
ते
बस
सांगतो
पड़
तुला.
रहा है
ऊपर देख ले ऐसे तीर की नजर से. अरे ऊपर इस साइड पर
अरे इकडे
कोने
कुठं
में देख. अरे
हंस
भाई
ना.
हंस मत.
हाँ, हंस.
हाँ.
Yes, I'm
क्या करना है कि
दूर रख.
हाँ जो
to God. Atiti Devo Bhava. In our tradition, the guest is truly equivalent to God. With this spirit, a very warm and cheerful good morning to one and all.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, senior student Shayan Qureshi,
And I, Junior Student Manager Nidhi Vinod Kadam,
we, on behalf of Balaji Institute of International Business, Sri Balaji University, Pune, extend a hearty welcome to each one of you to the International Business Conclave 2025 on the theme Strategic Realignment in a Fragmented World Arena.
as the world undergoes rapid geopolitical and economic transformations, the time has come to realign, rethink, and reimagine strategies. Today's conclave is our humble attempt to reflect on these critical issues and to learn from leaders who are at the forefront of change.
And as the proverb goes, a wise man adapts himself to circumstances, as water shapes itself to the vessel that contains it. Today, through this conclave, we adapt, we align, and we aspire.
May I now request everyone present here to kindly rise for the national anthem.
Good day. Good day. Very good. Warm gratitude.
Light is a symbol of knowledge, prosperity, and hope. To mark the beginning of today's conclave, let us invoke blessings by lighting the ceremonial lamp.
We also pay floral tribute to our revered founder, Chancellor Dr. Colonel A. Balasubramanian sir, whose vision and values guide us every single day.
गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रतिष्ठाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय तनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
Hello.
We are deeply grateful for the presence of our esteemed guests today. To express gratitude, I would like to invite Dr. Bijuji Pillai Sir, Dean Faculty of Commerce and Management and Director BIIB, Shri Balaji University Pune, to present a bouquet to the guest of honor, Mr. Nand Kishore Sir, HR Head, Agri Sector, Mahindra Agri Solutions Limited, as a token of our appreciation. To formally commence the proceedings, may I now invite Anjali Yadav, Student Council President, BIIB, to deliver the welcome address.
In a rapidly changing world, survival is not for the strongest or for the most intelligent, but for those most adaptable to change. Respected Chancellor Sir, Vice Chancellor Sir, Registrar Sir, esteemed deans, directors, deputy directors, faculty members, my fellow student managers, and our distinguished guests. A very good morning to one and all present here. I, Anjali Yadav, President of Student Council at Balaji Institute of International Business, Sri Balaji University Pune, feel deeply honored to welcome you all to this prestigious International Business Conclave. Center around the theme Strategic Realignment in a Fragmented World Arena. It is a privilege to extend a heartfelt welcome to our distinguished speakers and esteemed guests who bring invaluable experience and global perspective. Mr. Nankishore Vijay, HR Head, Agri Sector, Mahindra Agri Solutions Limited, Mr. Neeraj Khivsar, Executive Director, World Trade Center Pune, Mr. Sushil Pradhan, Executive Director and COO, Midcat Advisory Services Private Limited, Mr. Ketan Kulkarni, Vice President Supply Chain Management, Garware Technical Fibers Limited, Mr. Azim Parvez, Founder, The Hustlers Middle East, Dr. Soumya Datta, Vice President HR Business Strategy, Gold Star Jewelry, Mr. Parth Irani, Director, Jagdish Irani and Associates, Mr. K. Kundan Krishna, Manager at Gift City, Ms. Arpita Singh, Operation Head and Project Manager, The Hustlers Middle East, Mr. Ajay Jain, Vice President Global Supply Chain, Garware Fullflex India Private Limited, Mr. Akul Sharma, Senior Manager, Yokohama ATG, Mr. Rishikesh Vasudevan, CEO, Volkswagen Shipping Line Private Limited. We are privileged to have such an illustrious panel representing sector from agriculture and jewelry to logistics, finance, consulting and global trade, truly capturing the spirit of international business. On behalf of the student body, I extend my deep gratitude to our Honorable Chancellor Professor Paramanandan Balasubramaniam Sir, Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. G.K. Shirude Sir, Registrar Dr. S.B. Akse Sir, Senior Director SBUP, Director Corporate Relations, HOD Supply Chain Management Dr. Dimple Saini Ma'am, Director BIIB, Senior Director IT and Admissions, Dean Faculty of Commerce and Management Dr. Bijay Pillai Sir, Deputy Director BIIB Dr. Rashmi Mahajan Ma'am for their constant encouragement and guidance. I also seek blessing from our visionary founder chancellor, late Professor Dr. Colonel A. Balasubramaniam Sir, our beloved Bala Sir, whose dream was to prepare global leaders capable of navigating uncertainty with courage and wisdom. The theme of this conclave resonates deeply with the challenges of our times. We live in an era of shifting power balance, fragmented supply chain, trade realignment, and emerging economic blocks. In such a fragmented world, strategic realignment is no longer a choice, but necessity. This conclave offers us a unique opportunity to learn how industries, policymakers, and business leaders are redefining their strategies to build resilience, adaptability, and sustainable growth. With the spirit of resilience, collaboration, and vision, let us embrace today not just a gathering of mind, but a platform where new ideas, partnership, and strategies take flight. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests and wish for an aspiring and insightful conclave ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anjali. Now may I invite Dr. Biju Pillai sir to welcome for his speech.
Good morning. Today is a very fantastic day, but the things have some minor mistakes. First of all, national anthem, my IT people could not play. मैं तुमको छोड़ेगा नहीं. Now, the lamp, it is decorated very nicely. It's an internal affair. So, if there is some mistakes, it is my duty to point out. उसके ऊपर एक कैम्फर रखना चाहिए था. We do every time, but we forgot that thing. So it has created some kind of inconvenience to all of us. So I start my welcome speech with an apology to the chief guest for all these inconveniences. Now, friends, today many people are not keeping well. First, Rashmi Mahajan, Deputy Director, Balaji Institute of International Business, who was organizing this activity from the very beginning for last 2 months, is not in a viral attack, is not keeping well. Our Chancellor is also not keeping well. Vice Chancellor has to go to Delhi for an emergency meeting. And moreover, there are 3 functions happening at this moment in this campus. One is our conclave, another is BITM conclave, which is happening parallel in BITM building, and our Ganesh Lakshmi Narayan Puja, that is also happening in our temple. Now friends, before I start this topic, enter into this topic, I just wanted to say that the generation which I belongs to, I born in 1970s. We have witnessed so many things. We had a lot of exposure and experience, which fortunately or unfortunately you could not have. I came to Pune in the year, I just want to tell you a small story. This has a relevance also. In 1993 for doing my post-graduation, that was the first time I was coming out of my home. So my mother, she had given around 100 inland. I don't know whether you are aware about, heard about this thing. Dekha bhi nahi hoga. There is something called inland. Inland means chitti dene ka. Chitti ka patra, blank inland. That time it was, one was costing 35 paise. So my mother has given 100 inland to me, and she's told me that you should write a letter every day to me. So I was staying in Viman Nagar, quite far away from here. Every day evening, I used to write a letter to my mother, inland. I utilized the whole inland. And now today I wonder, how can I write the whole inland together, almost 1, 2, 3 pages. I used to have some or other things. From morning to evening, what had happened, I used to write. And next day, from Viman to Pune station, from Pune station to Kothurud. From there I walk almost 1 kilometer. There is Pune Film Institute, there is a post office. I used to go there and post the letter. That was my practice. Every day 7:30 I leave, around 11 o'clock I reach the college. 11 o'clock my college starts. So my mother every day gets a letter, and same thing is with me. I also get a letter every day from my mother. But the thing is that letter is of almost 6 to 7 days old. It takes that much time from his own post office to reach the destination to the source. Now, one day I was coming with the bus and I reached the post office. I realized that I lost the letter somewhere. So I thought, if I am not sending a letter today, my mother feel bad. So I skipped the class. I started sitting there in the post office. I bought an inland there and I have written a letter and I posted it. Now, what happened? There are good people also. Somebody got that letter which I lost. He also posted that letter. So that day, my mother, she got 2 letters. She was so happy to see 2 letters. So she read the first letter. She was a school teacher. She was sitting in the school only, and she read the first letter. Fine. Then she opened the second letter. It was a ditto carbon copy of the same one. So she was disturbed, because those days people used to tell that people are going out of the state for studying, they'll become drug addict, they'll become this, that kind of a thing. उन्होंने फैसला ले लिया, मेरा बेटा गया, drug addict हो गया. Because otherwise who will write a same letter? So then she was reading this letter, her colleagues were also around, she was sitting. Then towards the end, fortunately I have written, in the morning I lost the letter, so I have purchased a new inland and I am writing this letter. I add that statement to that thing. So she was relaxed. Now why I am saying this is, look at, then from inland we have telephones. Telephone was a luxury. It was hardly 1 or 2 places. Those days the numbers were 2-digit number, 81, 88, 85, likewise it was. You should explore what is the logic behind that thing. You will identify how come the numbers have increased, STD codes, all those things you can explore. There is no instant calls you can make. You should know what is trunk call. You have to go and book a call. Then only you can make a interaction. It was so inconvenient, but it was highly convenient for us. We felt, because that's luxurious for them. Then next is coming as radio. Radio was also a luxury thing. There are places in the market and where the radios have been installed, where you can listen. People gathered around there and they listen to news. Newspaper, almost all tea shops, newspapers are there. There will be hardly very few people know how to read and write. They will come and read the newspaper loudly, and the other people surround and listen. One newspaper is being at least read by 20 by 30 people. By the evening, the newspaper will be thrown into different pieces. I, as a small boy, whenever I pass through that place, sometime they call, "Biju, idhar aao, baito, ye newspaper zara jor se padho." So I used to have that kind of experience also. In the school, we used to read news. We write the news and come and read the news. What I want to say is, the information is, that kind of availability of information was very difficult. Then the television. First time the television, black and white television, I don't know whether you have seen or not. Morning only 2 hours, 2 hours it will be there, and evening also 2 hours. telecast. Daytime, there is nothing. Today, how many channels are there? So things have changed, and mobile phones, smartphones, now finally artificial intelligence. So we are a generation which we could witness all these transitions, which fortunately or unfortunately, as I said earlier, you are called netizens, you are born into this era, you cannot just think of it. If I snatch your mobile phone a while, you will become absolutely restless. Nobody knows, even if your father's number, nobody knows. If this device is lost, you are gone. Now coming to artificial intelligence, if you see the conventional warfare also have changed. I read a news very recently that China is coming with the robotics. They are going to change, they are going to remove their soldiers on the border, and it is going to be that tomorrow robots will come and fight. You see, it is going to be very terrible then. India is very highly concerned about our value about our soldiers, but it's not going to be a new, when you are going to fight with an intelligent machine, it is going to be a big problem. It is controlled by a human, maybe a human, and is connected to satellites, and is getting harmful information. You just imagine what is going to be the future then. So that way, I must tell you, we are far behind China, whatever is happening. Now, but there is a threat also. You might have heard about, recently I read a news about F-35 fighter flight. You might have heard about this, one of the most advanced 5th generation fighter flight by F-35 by United States. It's a highly intelligent fighter flight. Now what had happened with the recent one, that is, this happened in January only, the news have come out very recently. When it just took off, what happened? The hydraulic gear system of that flight was malfunctioned because of there's an ice formation. So the wheels which have come out, it was not going inside. The gear system was failed. So what the pilot did, he released the gear again he tried to take it in. When he released the gear, it got stuck up. And now the sensor started detecting it as in the ground, not on the flying mode. So he had a discussion with the team of this aircraft company, one senior system engineer, one safety engineer, 3 experts from the hydraulic system department for an hour. He was not able to control the aircraft, and finally he decided to eject, and the flight crashed on the sea. You see, such sensor failure. This is also another threat. When the AI is coming, it can so happen like this. So now coming back to our topic, the topic is strategic realignment in a fragmented world. It's a very interesting and important topic. Now today, lot of polarizations are happening, lot of changes are happening in globally. If you say Trump, that 50% tariff to India, if it is because of India buying the oil from Russia, that is not the case. It is simply because of Trump has claimed that he made the mediation between India and Pakistan, which India is just refusing. That is the only one reason. Trump is looking for a Nobel Prize in peace, where India accepted that. Yes, Trump was the mediator, which is not the case. That's the only reason behind this 50% tariff, according to me. It's a personal vendetta. Otherwise, there is no reason. But as Balasar says, problems are opportunities. Today our Prime Minister is in Japan, and then he is going to China. China is not having a very cordial relationship India from the very beginning itself, but there can be realignment can happen. The relationship can be redefined. The trade may be redefined. So we will find out more opportunities to overcome this kind of situation. Now, having said this, everybody is now talking about artificial intelligence. AI is a very nascent stage. When it is in nascent stage, it is creating lot of disruption, lot of problems. You know, in 2000, I have done a certification, a global certification in Java. it is valid forever. If the certification doesn't have an expiry date. All my degree education doesn't have an expiry date. Same is the case with you also. But today, whatever global certification which you are doing, we have, for example, SAP, we are training on giving SAP. SAP initially it was for 5 years, certification, global certification. Then it was changed to 3 years. Then it has changed to 1 year. So one of the reasons for our students in SAP Analytics Cloud, the reason for not doing the certification was it is valid for 1 year, whereas the functional modules are valid for 3 years, so we don't want to do it. Now SAP also changed, they made everything into 1 year. So what is the reason behind that? 1 year validity means it is not that it's expired. After 1 year you need not to make any payment, but you have to do one more renew your certification by giving another test. What is the reason? Because the knowledge which you are having is outdated, because changes are happening so fast. So you cannot say that I am an MBA from Sri Balaji. No, it can, see, I won't be wondering if tomorrow it may come. Your MBA also may come with an expiry date, valid up to this many years. All this skill-based training, private companies, they have changed to with an expiry date, which means you have to be a learner forever. If you think that artificial intelligence and these kind of things are only for technology management students, no. Without your knowledge, you are already into this thing. Things are going to be changed. If you are not up to the mark, you will be left out from the job market for sure. This is a warning I am giving. Different people have different kind of approach. People are saying AI will not replace manpower. AI will create job. Once upon a time in 1980s when computers have been introduced, this was a very accurate statement. IT will create jobs. It was exactly correct. That create a lot of jobs in this sector. But today, AI is going to replace people. But at the same time, it will create some kind of opportunities as well. So what you need to do is, you have to be updated. Your knowledge has to be whatever. Every time it is keep on changing. It's keep on changing. That is why I told you, reiterated that 1 year validity of the certification is a best example. So you have no other option. Now, friends, we have a lot of people coming that our Students' Council President announced all the names of the speakers are going to be here. Utilize this opportunity. Something which you may not get from you are not going to get from the textbooks, not even from the internet, because these are the different people coming, practicing practitioners with a lot of experience coming in front of you. Our knowledge may be limited, but you ask a number of questions. This time you must explore for knowledge gaining purpose. With this, I take this opportunity to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Nandakishore Vijay, Head HR, Mahindra Agri Solutions. Most welcome, sir. And this opportunity, you must have, as I said, exploit the maximum. You must have a notebook with you. We have given the diary. आप movie देखने के लिए नहीं आया इधर. You have come here to learn something. So please have a notebook and please write the notes. Tomorrow, if you are coming 1 minute late and if you say that I am a sincere student, how do I evaluate your sincerity? I will ask you, show me the diary. If you have all these guest lectures points in your diary, I consider you as a sincere student. समझ में आया? आपके पास नॉर्मल नोटबुक नहीं है, डायरी में चाहिए. नॉर्मल नोटबुक डायरी नहीं लाया, ठीक है, नॉर्मल नोटबुक में लिखो और घर जाके डायरी में उसको ट्रांसफर करो. अपना आना में लिखो. This diary, if I open some student's diary, I can see a lot of artwork will be there. This artwork, when are you doing? It is not doing at the time of, it is not your passion sitting at home and doing that thing. No, you will be doing that this kind of artwork during your class hours or during this kind of guest lectures. This is absolutely a wastage of time and effort. So please sit and enjoy. Please make notes and I will be checking that thing. Once again, I take this opportunity to welcome you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. As we celebrate strategic realignment on global stage, let us also remember the power of compassion and service at the grassroots.
With that spirit, we are delighted to unveil a special video on BIIB's NSS initiative, Joy of Giving.
This initiative reflects our students' commitment towards inclusive growth, empathy, and community development, true values that balance business with humanity. We kindly request the technical team to play the video.
Truly inspiring. As the saying goes, we make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give.
It is a time for a much awaited moment. Our inaugural guest of honor today is Mr. Nankishore Vijay Sir, HR Head, Agri Sector, Mahindra Agri Solutions Limited.
Sir, your leadership in transforming human resource practices in the agri sector inspires us deeply. May I now request Student Manager Madan Patil to introduce our distinguished guest.
Good morning, everyone. We are honored to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Nankishore Vijay Sir. He is HR Head of Agri Sector and Mahindra Agri Solutions Limited. I am Madananil Patil, Junior Student Manager at Balaji Institute of International Business, Sri Balaji University, Pune. Sir, with 2 decades of rich and diverse experience, has successfully managed HR across multiple fields like manufacturing, service, sales and marketing, agriculture inputs, dairy, business excellence, agri-technologies, and farm machinery businesses. He has held leadership positions with reputed organizations such as Asian Paints, Airtel, Aditya Birla, Monsanto, and is currently associated with Mahindra and Mahindra. Sir's expertise cover strategic HR, leadership development, performance management, change management, talent acquisition, talent engagement, capability building, organization design, culture development, and HR operations. Known for his professional style marked by business and process orientation, agility, and empathy, Sir has always been a strong believer in aligning HR strategies with business goals while nurturing leadership and high performance organizational cultures. We are truly privileged to have Sir with us today. We look forward to his valuable thoughts and evolving landscape of international business. May I now take this opportunity to respectfully invite Mr. Nankishore Vijay Sir to kindly come forward and address the gathering. Let us welcome Sir with a huge round of applause.
So good morning to all of you, and good morning to all the seniors on the dais and seniors also, some of them who are seated in the first row. So very good morning to all of you, and I thank Dr. Biju and Dr. Nirmal for inviting me to this conclave, and also to Balaji University. So I feel much honored and privileged also to be with all of you, with youngsters like all the students sitting here. And I feel more than we, I think you would be having a lot of wisdom into what you are currently studying. So I will try and do my part of a little bit contribution to already big wisdom that you already carry. Yes, I am having a lot of years of experience into HR. So maybe a little expert, I could say, but I'm not an expert into any of the topics that's going to be discussed today by many of the speakers into international business, international trade, the geopolitics, the finance, and the supply chain related areas. I am from HR domain, so all my years have been into HR, but I am a firm believer that for a HR function or for a finance function or for a IT function, all these support functions should have a good understanding of the business. So when Dr. Nirmal spoke to me, inviting me to this conclave, I was thinking that I'm man odd man out. I am not belonging to the conclave, the topics today, but I said yes, there is something interesting that I can talk about. I can talk about the Indian agriculture scenario. So I was talking to Bobby and Achal in the morning, and I'm trying to understand whether this topic would be more interesting to all of you or not. But she said most of the students are from farming background. Certainly this topic is going to be interesting. So what I'm going to discuss with you is I would tell you about the story of Indian agriculture. For me, it's more than a thriller movie because the past, the present, and the future is going to be very big for India, particularly in the agriculture domain. And this industry will offer more careers and more stable careers, I should say, for many of you who might be wanting to explore agriculture as your career. So I'm given very limited time, so let me quickly get into the presentation.
The PPT changing, and you
Okay.
can point it over there and you can change the slides.
You can
Point,
put it here.
you can point it over there and you can change the slides, sir, okay?
Where?
Yeah, just point it over there and just change the slides.
So, okay. Okay, so let me start. So as I said, agriculture in India, the agriculture story of India is not less than any thriller movie, and I'm going to tell you what it is like. So in the past, if we go back to our days earlier after the independence, let's say 1950s and 1960s, we were heavily dependent on US PL 480 scheme. So through this scheme, we used to import wheat grains a lot. So we imported wheat grains over 10 years, a decade's time, from 1956 to 1966. And throughout this decade period of time, our dependence has only increased and increased and increased. So what happened in 1966 or in that year of 1960 to 1970, in that decade, we got into a phase of frustration, a sadness because of multiple issues. On one side, we were facing challenges that US would throw. On the other side, we were facing the challenge of drought and famine. And the third, the biggest concern was India was facing wars. The two wars, 1962 Indo-China War and 1965 Indo-Pakistan War. So the situation was very bad. And in 1966, India thought of doing something big in the agriculture. So it launched Green Revolution, and fast forwarding the time period from 1966 till 1990, over a period of 30 years, over a period of 30 years, in 1990, we got into a situation of self-sufficiency. That means we could produce all of those grains and different crops which would help feed the growing population of India. You might think a 30 years period could be very long, but we should not forget the growing population of India. So the production had to catch up with the growing population of India. So we took that 30 years long time to phenomenally grow our agriculture produce and become self-sufficient in 1990. Now again, fast forwarding from there, in 30 years later, see the scenario today. In 2020, we have become the largest producer of milk, pulses, tea and spices, and the second largest producer of rice, wheat, cotton, sugarcane, fruit and vegetables. This is our positioning in 2020. Now, in 2018, India had made an export policy. So, after becoming self-sufficient, if we can increase our production, we can actually export to the world needs. So in 2018, India had made an export policy, agriculture export policy, and it set a target that we would reach up to $60 billion exports. And from there, maybe in another, say, 10 years, okay, we would increase our agriculture exports value to $100 billion. So that's the estimates that government is making. But where are we today in 2025? We are close to that 60 billion mark, but we could not cross that yet. So I'll tell you what is there in the future in the subsequent slides. Before that, look at the contribution that the agriculture sector is making to the India's GDP. Alone, agriculture contributes to 17.7% to the India's GDP. Maybe the service sector could be more, but you can see that this segment would keep growing in the coming years. So I spoke about the export opportunity. A slide on this will help you a little understand what is the growth rate. The growth rate of our export, the agriculture export, is 8%. But the growth rate specifically in these crops or the exports of sugar, pulses and poultry is more than 8%. And even after adopting this export policy and we exporting to some extent, we are only 2% of the entire global exports. And within that 2%, we are exporting 76% of unprocessed food. So that means a huge opportunity lies in the processed food segment. So what is the future? The future has a very big story, and in order to make this story into reality, and I'm going to tell you about what is the opportunity size, and I'm going to tell you about how India is looking at capturing this opportunity size. So look at these numbers. India's growth trajectory from now, okay? So if you consider the India's agri-industry valuation today, it would be around $600 billion. Now from here, by 2035, at a 8% growth rate year on year, country is looking at the valuation to be at $1.4 trillion by 2035 and $3.1 trillion by 2047. I'll show you one interesting chart. This chart is from McKinsey research report. So look at these columns which are black in color. Now if you look at a growth rate, the traditional growth rate of 5%, right, from today to 2035, even if you be very conservative and take the traditional growth rate of 5%, we would be $1 trillion. $1 trillion by 2035, and taking the same conservative 5% growth rate, we would be at $1.8 trillion by 2047. Now, if we add that 3% more and make it 8%, the earlier number what I shared, okay, that's where we are going to land up. And that means from now till 2035, we would be adding some 600 to 800 billion dollar, and from 2035 another 800 to 1700 billion dollar is what we are going to add to the size of the agri industry today. Does that look big enough? Significant, right? So agri sector is not glamorous, but certainly agri sector has huge potential, and it can offer lots to many of us in the country. 55 to 60% of the people in the country depend on agriculture. And look at how much it can add value to the lives of this quantum of people. And when it comes to the careers, it has opportunities right from international business till the support functions what I spoke about, finance, IT, HR, all the domains. And particularly the technology advancement space, people who are working in the technology, different technology, it could be from bio till the digital. So all different technology have a place for agriculture. Now why I'm saying that, I'll tell you another thing. Today, if you look at our productivity rate in agriculture, we are lagging behind. After having so much of arable land, so much of production capacity and so much of production that we are already doing, our capacity is unimaginable. In one article what I was reading, it says that we can, that means India can feed to the world population. That big is the capacity of the country. So coming back, what I'm saying is the productivity rate of India is much lower. It is after China, it is after US, it is after Brazil. So it's first China, second is US, third is Brazil, and after that maybe not even fourth in the rank. Our productivity rate is very low. So this means, as Dr. Biju sir was saying, that problem should be looked at as opportunities. So the flip side of this problem is a very big opportunity. Now how we can actually capture that opportunity, and what are the advantages for the country, I'm going to discuss about this in two subsequent slides. So before I talk about how technology can value add to the industry, let me talk about the advantages that we have. So look at the 5 structural advantages. I will not touch upon all, paucity of time. I talk about 2 or 3. So look at the growing consumer base. Now what is estimated is that because of the disposable income growing, the middle class population is going to grow, and the preferences and the choices of the middle class is moving towards more and more better products and branded products. So as I said, we are more into the unprocessed segment, but when it comes to the processed segment, we are nowhere. So that means a huge opportunity lies as an advantage for us. The second, if you look at world over, it's a known fact, we all know that whatever we produce in India, we produce it at a very lowest cost possible. Maybe not only in the agriculture, but look at the space also, the space technologies, right? So we do the production or the manufacturing at a fraction of what the other countries can do. I would also talk about the innovation. Innovation, there are 2,800 agri-tech companies who are doing a constant research and development, coming up with innovative products. And tomorrow these innovative products are going to help us in increasing the productivity. So we have structurally many advantages. Let me move to the next slide and talk about what technologies will actually help us, help the agri sector. See, one technology, and I'm going to talk about how Mahindra is actually working in bringing up this technology and also using this technology for its businesses. Okay, so precision farming and the smart technology. Precision farming, I don't know if most of you are aware about this. Mahindra is trying to develop devices which can actually sense the weather conditions and use the data of agriculture produce of the previous years and do a lot of analysis and very precisely tell a farmer of what to grow in what part of his land and how much to grow and when to grow. So that precision will actually help farmer in many ways. And smart technology, I'll give you an example. Again, Mahindra is doing a lot into this, the drone technology. So today, the spraying in the fields, if you anytime happen to see some progressive farmers' fields, right, you would see that farmer using drones to spray the pesticides. So that's the technology. And that technology will help farmer to save a lot of cost and increase efficiencies, reduce the wastages. So this drone will precisely spray there where it is actually needed more, and it will do a uniform spraying also, and it will only spray to an extent how much it is actually needed. Talking about this second one, okay, you are able to see? Okay, controlled environment agriculture. So this particular thing talks about vertical farming. Okay, let me show you one picture in this subsequent slide. No, I'm just going back. I'll go front. How should I point? How should I use the point? This one? This one? Yeah. So look at this. What is this? This is potato. We call this potato as mini tubers. Okay. This is grown without soil. And this technology is called aerophonic technology. And this comes under vertical farming. So this kind of production can happen in the urban areas also. And Mahindra has an exclusive business for seed potato. It has a joint venture with a Netherlands-based company, and that company is a world leader in the production of seed potato. So this kind of technology is actually helping a lot. Maybe it is a seed production or maybe it is commercial production. the quality gets improved, it requires lesser resources, and it helps both the farmers and the consumers also. Okay. So let me go back. Okay. So look at the third one, climate resilient crop. Again, Mahindra Seeds, it has innovatively developed seeds into paddy, that is rice crop, which can grow in lesser water conditions also. You know, the rice crop needs flooding kind of irrigation, right? But because of the technology advancement, right? And it's not only Mahindra, there are other companies also who have this climate resilient seed varieties. And this is going to grow, okay? And AI in agriculture, I think this is not developed as such yet, and there's a lot that AI can help in agriculture. There is a lot of data available with the universities, the agri universities, with the private players, with small, medium to big companies, how we can assimilate this data, use the capability of artificial intelligence, and increase the efficiencies, and more than the efficiencies, how farmer can be guided proactively to use the sprays, proactively to know how much water exactly is required, during what time, and when to spray, etc. All of this information AI can provide and increase a lot of efficiency in the farming. Third, blockchain technology. I was happy when Bobby was explaining me that in international business management study, I think there is one particular section on also studying the latest technologies, and blockchain technology is also one of them. So in Mahindra, in the grapes export business, we use this blockchain technology for traceability. How traceability? That means when we export grapes to multiple markets outside India, let's take an example like if we export it to Europe, okay, the importer and the consumer would actually can scan the barcode and understand where exactly it was grown, how it was grown, what is the product quality, etc. All of this information the consumer and the importer can easily know. Next technology, it's not a technology but sustainable farming, it's an idea. We are using excessive chemicals, but there should be technology which can help us to sustain the soil fertility for a longer period of time. Okay. And the last one is about robotics and automation. Again, Dr. Biju was talking about robots in the defense, the use of robots in the defense. But robots will be a reality maybe later to a decade's time from now. It will be reality in companies, in corporates also. Maybe you would see a day when you would sit beside a robo and keep working, and you will have to work in collaboration with a robo. Who would know? So robots are going to be a reality maybe in wars, in agriculture, in corporates, everywhere. So that's going to come. Okay. So this is the businesses that I head the HR for. The 5 businesses purely an agri play. The 4 businesses is into the agri input segment. So whatever it goes into the cultivation of crops used by the farmers is called agri input businesses. So in Mahindra Agri Solutions, we have 2 business, seeds and grapes business. SZPC is a potato business. Mahindra Summit is a crop care business. We sell pesticides, fertilizers, etc. And EPC is a irrigation business. The business is into manufacturing and sales of drips, sprinklers, pipelines, making poly houses, etc. So for Mahindra, I think if I say Mahindra, then most of you and many of them outside also, they would only recollect the SUVs and the tractors. But very less people know that Mahindra is also into agriculture. But this agriculture is not a very old business for Mahindra. It's been there for 14 years or so. But I'm happy to be part of this company. I'm happy to see a lot of technology that we are using in growing these businesses at scale. And being in HR, as I said, I'm a firm believer that HR should also know the business. So I spent a long time in agriculture, so I understand these businesses very well. So knowing the businesses well can actually help any HR professional to cater the human resources services according to the business needs. So coming to an end of my presentation, I thought this one slide I must share because this is coming from my experience, from my long 22 years of experience. I thought a piece of advice that will help all of you. Ignore if you are already doing something about what I'm going to say, but if something resonates with you, as Dr. Biju said, please make a note of it and start practicing it. So the first thing is the hard skills. Two particular areas. One is artificial intelligence. If you have seen this deck, right, I've used artificial intelligence to make this deck. I had a paucity of time, but Dr. Nirmal said we would need a deck. So I fed all the information to Gamma, and Gamma has delivered a beautiful PPT. What I'm going to say is the technologies will keep changing. In whatever field of study you are, I would suggest please don't say that this is not for me. It's for everybody. Please do understand what technologies are available and what is the use case of those technologies, even if you are not completely using them. But knowing is very, very important. So this is one particular skill I believe in every domain, the companies or whoever is on the other side of the table with you, the interviewer going to check, and this will give you an added advantage. The second area is I do a lot of interviews, and why some of them crack the interviews and why many of them don't crack the interviews. So what do the companies or the interviewers ask? Right? They ask questions at a very basic level from your domain only. So give a lot of thrust on studying the basics or getting the basics right. Getting the basics right is any subject, any topic, explain it in a very simple terms and also explain it beautifully with an example. Please keep looking for a right example. If you get a right example to what you are saying, note it down, use it most often. That will help. That will help to showcase to the interviewer that how much of thought clarity, how much of well versed you are in the basics that you are actually pursuing a study into. Okay. Second is this two soft skills. If I say communication, you would say, oh, I would know communication. But communication is an ocean. Okay. I would say, please learn to articulate well. Articulate an idea very well, and the powerful way of doing it is by storytelling. It could be a movie story, it could be an incident, it could be anything that you have come across. Keep practicing saying it in such a way that you raise or you arouse the interest in the others. And keep practicing it a lot. Don't be in a hurry, but try to explain your point very well. And this helps a lot. The next one is, before I explain this, again, in the discussion with Bobby and Achal, I understood that International Business Management students also has a section on emotional intelligence, and there are many topics that are getting discussed. Now, often what happens is, there is a lot much of difference, or maybe say a variation, right, from what you study and when you come to work in a corporate, what you experience and what are you required to do. Okay, I'll help you understand where is this gap. Okay, so when you study, it's all of theory, right? You understand the subject very well, you know the know-how of how to do it, but when you have to actually do it on the ground, there is one factor in between that you need to cross over, that is working with people. Now, if you develop this skill, working with people, then grounding all that you have studied on the ground, it will be easier for you. And if you develop this earlier in your career, it will help you to accelerate your career much faster. Because at the end of the day, people matters. And you need to deal with their emotions. You need to connect very well. You need to collaborate with them. Only then you can translate your ideas into the practical applications. Okay? And what are the essential qualities? Skills are different from qualities. I am a HR practitioner, so I can see the difference very clearly. So I thought these 4 skills will help you. You should be mindful of how you are utilizing your time. Ask a question whether it is worth investing time into it or not. It could be for different purposes, but that purpose should be very clear in your mind. At the end of the day, if you are giving a time to something, then it should be a conscious decision. Because if at all, if there is one single element that you should be very careful investing into, so that means it is time only. The more productively and efficiently you utilize time, it is going to help you. And please space out some time on building some skill always. So the last quality what I am suggesting is keep learning and reading and make it as a life theme. Because the world is changing much faster than we can actually assume and actually see. Technologies are changing, that means a lot of change is already happening. The only way that you can be pacing up with it is to keep learning. The second one on the slide is positive mindset. Janagana Mana did not play, so we all got an opportunity to sing it together. Okay, so these kind of small, medium, big, difficulties, challenges would keep coming. So today, while traveling here, I asked myself one question: what if the PPT does not play? What should I do? Should I be handicapped and say, oh, there is no PPT, I can't make a presentation? I said no. Let me repeat whatever I have made. I made a script for myself. It's a simple thing. Writing without seeing the small thing that we were taught in the school time, right? Write it once again. So I've written it down. So I said to myself, no, I'm not going to allow myself to be disappointed if the PPT does not play. But still, I'm going to present my thought. So Having a positive mindset will always help. And so goes with the interviews also. Use interviews to learn. Use interviews to have a very good conversations. And no problem if you don't get selected, there's always another interview also, only if you try. Only if you correct and only if you say to yourself, let me do better next time. Or you should know where you are going wrong, blind spots. Knowing is also very helpful. So having a positive mindset will definitely help. And the third one is no shortcuts. If required, put that extra effort. No problem, my fellow colleague or classmate, he or she got it, okay, with a very less effort. I am not getting it. Believe me, each one of us are very different. We should do our part. We should know ourselves as a system better than anybody. And if it requires to do a little bit more, putting that little bit more effort than others, be it, no problem. But end of the day, it is me. Okay, me and my system. I need to develop. Okay, so thank you. With this, I'll leave all these thoughts with you. I hope you liked it. I hope it was a bit of insightful into agriculture. Because agriculture, again, as I said, it's not glamorous, but it has huge opportunities, potential to offer. Thank you once again.
The session is now open for Q&A.
Still there's time. There's still time.
Yeah. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, if your question is from international business, a little bit, and if I can't take it, I would be very frank about it.
Okay. Good morning, sir. I am Adarsh Joshi, Vice President of Council, Balaji Institute of Modern Management.
Yeah.
And sir, as we focus more toward agriculture, and in one of the slide you said India is focusing to get at least $3 trillion till 2047 from the agriculture. So should we focus only toward wheat and rice, or should we also promote the millets?
See, when I said the agri-industry value, okay, so there is a wide spectrum. It's not only unprocessed, it also includes processed also. When you say unprocessed, that means the grains, okay, that grains would also include millets, would also include wheat, would also include pulses, would also include rice and everything. But yes, where you are heading is whether we should grow more of millets, yes or no. See, the millets has a lot of nutrition value to it. Now, if you go back in the history and see, we used to grow a lot of millets, but because of more polarization happening, we shifted lot to rice and wheat crops and more of cash crops. I agree with you. I think from a nutritional value standpoint, we can give a little more focus on millets, but growing millets in abundance can only happen when there is a demand. So you and me, if we are not switching to eating more of millets, how will the demand grow? So we need to look at from that angle.
Hello, sir. Myself, Om Ravindra Sandhan, and I'm a proud son of a farmer from Nashik. And you mentioned the grape farming. So my question to you is, first, I have two questions actually. One, I'll add on to others. We cannot only focus only on the millets, but we can also focus on the fruits and the vegetables. As a grape exporter, our grapes, we export our grapes to Europe. So we know our Nashik holds 55% of accountability for exporting grapes all over the world. So sir, my question to you is, you talked about the blockchain traceability. Sir, Mahindra is innovating into that, the QRs and those things, but those things are innovated by some other company back then, but Mahindra is improvising, and kudos to Mahindra. As in the last year, one of my friends whose grapes were exported in Germany, he had that QR and his father's name and the information about the whole grape system was written on it by Sahyadri Farms. So my another question to you is the innovations that are happening into seeds breeding and the crops yield. Sir, due to these climatic conditions, all are innovating the seeds and the roots, but these climatic conditions are not sustaining anything. For example, if I am buying a root of or a seeds for 20 rupees root of a grape, but the innovated company, they are charging more like 60 rupees per root. So how can we sustain how farmers can sustain their businesses in future to grow India in GDP and all over the economy?
Yeah. So to your first question, why only grapes? Why not other fruit crops?
Yes, I mentioned others too.
Yeah. So that's a possibility, but for cracking any fruit export, you need to know the world markets very well, from the requirements of what quality standards and what kind of fruits that goes well with their preferences. I know Sahyadri Farm also exports not only grape but other fruit crops and vegetables as well. Mahindra is also exploring to export the other fruits and the vegetables as well. When it comes to the blockchain technology, the innovation was not frankly of Mahindra. That's available to everybody. I think anybody can actually adopt it, only if the customer is actually wanting it. So we see when we use this blockchain technology 3 years back, we got a pushback saying that no other company is using. If you are using, we are slightly not comfortable there because we need to change our system processes. So that is becoming a little difficult. So we would prefer you not using the blockchain. So that's another thing. And your last point was around, sorry, can you repeat the last point?
So the climatic conditions.
Climatic conditions. So climatic conditions, yes. Not only climatic condition, because this year if you see the rainfall for agriculture is not good. Many people would say, oh, there was an abundance rainfall this year, but it's not the quantum of rain. It is about in which window the rain is happening for agriculture is more important. Okay. So not only climatic condition, but also the soil conditions. Both these conditions actually are giving a lot of challenge to agriculture. So the technology can help, but there should be the other ways like sustainable farming. I think India is now experimentally promoting natural farming ways also. If the soil conditions cannot increase to better fertility, again this continue to be a big challenge. So the use of technology, use of the traditional ways of increasing the soil fertility is also important. But for the climate, I think the climate resilient seeds and more of artificial intelligence plus the precision farming and the technology of drones, etc. If we can use those, I think to some extent we can overcome the climate challenges. So that's what many companies are also doing, but still weather and nature can give a lot of surprise. So that will still pose a challenge, but maybe with the use of more of artificial intelligence, I think this can be overcome.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
My name is Tushar Kadam, sir. I am also from Nashik. So I have one question that Mahindra is exporting the grapes to Europe.
Okay.
So there is a barcode scanner.
Yeah.
But sir, why these practices are not followed for Russia? Because the rejected samples for the European countries are also being exported to the Russian countries.
Okay. So why Russia is not adopting this blockchain technology, you are saying?
No, yes, sir.
Okay. Frankly, I don't have an answer. You need to figure that answer.
And sir, the second question is that the IoT sensors are being there for the water measurement. So what Mahindra is doing?
Precision farming, what I talked about, is based on IoT technology. It gathers a lot of data already available, and it also gathers the real-time data of the weather conditions and also the data of the soil conditions. So IoT is a part of the precision farming.
So because the rock lands are being different, means sir, if I am having the 2 acre lands, so the soil is not same everywhere. So
Correct.
how Mahindra is developing such
Yeah.
technologies?
So the devices that Mahindra is developing can be mounted on the tractor. So when the tractor goes through the entire field, it can actually give the information to the farmer to sow what particular seeds in what particular area of his land. So that kind of precision farming devices Mahindra is developing, and experimentally we have shown the use cases to the farmers liked it, but because the cost comes in the way, because it's in a very nascent stage, right? So the affordability is a bit challenge, but for people, that means the farmers with large acres of land, for them the affordability is not a challenge. They are very progressive in adopting these technologies. Thanks for asking that question.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. My name is Prachi Sharma, Senior Student Manager at BIIB, specializing in data science and business analytics. My question is, as the developed countries like USA and European countries, they are providing more percentage of subsidy and other benefits to agriculture sector than India. So how can we unleash agricultural potential with so many restrictions like phytosanitary packaging
Yes.
and amber box subsidy?
Yeah. See, we have come a long way. I told you the story of the past, present, and the future. We should not forget our history that we could not feed ourselves. So our first priority is to feed ourselves. So whatever we could do so far, we have focused heavily on feeding ourselves, right? Now slowly we are looking at exports as one of the opportunity that we can actually export the surplus. But exporting surplus, which it comes with a more of demand of higher standards. Okay. So why I'm giving you this context? Because the subsidies, what you spoke about, okay, the US and even China also, the agriculture scenario is very different. I'll give you one example of US. US farmers are very big farmers. They have huge acres of land holdings. Okay. And if you talk about China, China agriculture is state controlled. Okay. So they can have a lot of control of on the agriculture, but Indian agriculture scenario is very different. If you see the scale of farmers, right, you will see a marginal farmer to a very big farmer also. Now with one policy, if we have to cover everybody, then I think it's not an easy one. But there are subsidies. There are subsidies that the government gives in various areas, even in the irrigation also, and it controls the prices, you would know that. So subsidies are there, but is that sufficient? I would not be the right person to comment. I think it should be the analyst's job, right? Because if you say yes, then the next question is how and how much and in what way, right? So all of these challenges are there. I think one must have to look into deeply and understand what suits well for the Indian scenario and how we can integrate the technology and provide more of subsidy. I think we need to do a little bit more here, because from the perspective of marginal farmers who are not able to afford it, I think they would need a lot of support. Yes, the subsidy would help them, but I think there should be production incentives also. Okay. Thanks for asking that question.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Very good morning, sir. I'm here.
Hello.
Okay, let's take her question, because this is the first question coming from that side. Okay.
Very good morning, sir. I Sakshi Gharte, Senior Student Manager from BIMM. So my question is like, I belong to a farmer family and we are into the cotton business. So through the business perspective, what is the scope in export opportunities and in which countries?
For cotton?
Yes.
Okay, this is very much of business specific question. So do we have an opportunity? Answer is yes. And the textile industry, you have seen what kind of sanctions that US is leaving on India, and we will have to overcome all those challenges. It is going to be a little difficult one for us, but if you look at the quality of the cotton, cotton in India, I think it must improve a little bit more. Okay, because there are other countries which are competing in this space with better quality of cotton. So the quality will have to go up, right? Because we have a lot of arable land, and we should not forget it is a cash crop. Country will definitely want to have a balance between a food crop and a cash crop. So there are some limitations. I think these limitations will have to overcome from domestic consumption to how much we can export, and then we can see how we can increase the cotton exports. So there are really big limitations, but you can also look at the cotton revolution in India, how we have actually increased the cotton production with the bowl cut technology that my previous company Monsanto had brought.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
My name is Amar Gaikwad, and I am currently working on the research.
Can you keep your mic little closer to your mouth? Yeah.
Hello, good morning, sir. My name is Amar Gaikwad. Already I am working on the research paper of organic farming. Sir, my question is, as you say,
are you from international business?
No, sir.
No.
Only marketing.
You are from marketing. Oh, that's good.
As you say, sir, we have the less production cost, and we have the vast capacity of the production, and also demand is huge. But as we say, the strike of the farmer for the MSP and the such basic things, then here we lagging, and why not take initiative for our farmers?
Last line, if you can repeat. I'm not able to hear clearly. I think there's some problem.
Sir, my question is, as you say in our session, we have the less production cost.
Less production. Less production
Less
cost.
production cost, yes.
Okay. Our production cost is very less.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have the vast capacity of production.
Yeah.
Capacity of production is huge.
Yes. Capacity is huge.
Demand is huge. But as we see the strike in the Delhi for the farmers, for the MSP and some basic things. MSP, minimum support price.
Okay, minimum support price, okay.
And some basic things. Then, sir, here we lagging. And why not take the initiative for our farmers? In the scenario of the India. For the MSP.
I'm still trying to understand your question. So you are saying MSP, can't it be revised?
नहीं सर, मेरा बेसिक क्वेश्चन ये है कि प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट हमारा लो है.
प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट लो है, एग्रीकल्चर लैंड भी बहुत ज्यादा है, प्रोडक्शन कैपेसिटी भी ज्यादा, यहाँ तक समझ में आ गया. उसके बाद
लेकिन सर हम देखते हैं कि दिल्ली में अभी 1-2 साल पहले जो स्ट्राइक हुई थी फार्मर्स की.
ओके.
सच बेसिक्स थिंग्स थी कि मिनिमम सपोर्ट प्राइस उनको मिलता नहीं है. बेसिक्स
सपोर्ट प्राइसिंग रिलेटेड इज योर क्वेश्चन. तो फार्मर्स को अच्छा प्राइस कैसे मिलेगा?
तो इतना डिमांड है अगर वर्ल्ड में, हमारा प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट भी लेस है, तो हम इनिशिएटिव क्यों नहीं ले रहे,
right.
क्यों नहीं कर रहे?
नहीं, इनिशिएटिव, देयर आर मेनी इनिशिएटिव्स, बट हाउ मच इट इज रीचिंग टू द फार्मर्स, that's a big question. Okay, so your question is about how we can help farmers with better price for their produce.
Yes.
Right? ठीक है. So I made many visits to the villages, part of my job requirement. Okay, so farmers are very smart, right? They say that सब ये सब कुछ हमको आता है, बेटर प्रोडक्शन पूरा हम कर लेंगे, अब हमको सही दाम कैसे मिलेगा हमारे पैदावार को, ये बताइए. राइट? सो दिस इज अ बिग चैलेंज. ए कंट्री लाइक इंडिया, so vast, right? And country like India, where again the marginal farmers, the different segmentation of the farmers are there, right? And also our age-old practice of having the mandis, and the mandis deciding the price, right? Even today, this bigger section of farmers community, they take their produce to the mandis, and the prices is decided by the mandis, and the middleman play nearly a spoil spot, and most often farmers do not get the right price. So if you see a government initiative of e-NAM, right, so it's a digital intervention that government is doing to help farmers to sell their produce anywhere they would like, wherever they get a better price. So even government and some corporates also are trying to help integrate these mandis and help farmer know the real time pricing of different commodities in different markets, so that if the farmer can move his produce to another mandi where he can get a better price, right, he can rather sell it there. See, today when we do online shopping, right, we get to know the price of all the products, right, it's there in the page that we visit, right, and we just place an order. But this kind of transaction is still not available for the farmers, right? So something more needs to be done. I agree with you. The biggest concern for the farmer today is getting a good price for his produce. There are initiatives, but still not sufficient. Thanks for asking that question.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, back.
Yeah.
My name is Atharva and I am from BIIM. As you mentioned in the slide, like the government is promoting for like increased exports of Indian produce, particularly focus on fruits and vegetables. But one of the major barriers or hurdles is the quality assessment that happens at the importing country location. Like they have US and EU, they have their own maximum residue limit set, and the importing produce has to meet those criteria.
Yeah.
And India is facing challenges in that particular aspect, like due to our quality assurance, like lack of quality assurance, our shipments get rejected. So what is Mahindra Agri Solutions doing in that aspect, like in terms of IoT devices development, and what are the overall processes that we need to implement so that that hurdle can be reduced completely?
Yeah. See, this is the biggest challenge. I agree in exports, right? If you don't supply the right quality meeting the expectation of the importing country, then whole of your produce goes waste. I think grapes is something that we are doing and we have been doing for many years, and we have mastered the trade. But let me take an example of banana business, right? Mahindra also ventured some time back into exporting bananas. But did we succeed? Answer is no, we could not succeed. We failed. We failed miserably and we have closed down that business. But do we stop there? Do we again come back and look at this business differently and try to export? Because India has a lot of banana cultivation happening, a lot of banana production happens. But from an export standpoint, again the same problem. The banana exports are very low, okay, from the quantum that we actually produce. So the constraint is Indian farmers, even the small companies and the cooperative societies who export bananas, right? I'm taking an example of banana. They should know how this can be done well, and how they can have the learning from the other countries who actually export a similar fruit to other countries. So a lot of information, knowledge transfer should also happen. Only then we can see export happening in many crops, right, where we can actually produce more. So that is also little struggling. A more push is required in that particular area, both to the farmers and to the exporters.
Particularly for grapes, what did Mahindra Agri Solutions implement to increase that export? What technology in particular?
In grapes, Mahindra has made agreements with farmers. Okay, so they produce grapes for Mahindra and Mahindra exports it. And what kind of support that Mahindra gives to this farmer? There are advisory services which Mahindra gives free of cost. There is the technology also that it helps the farmers with. Whatever I spoke about, the precision farming technology, the irrigation technology, etc. That also Mahindra helps. The third is how different varieties crossing the existing varieties, we can come up with new varieties so that we can cater to the other markets is also a parallel thing that's going, which Mahindra greatly focuses to help farmers, because if we can export more, who is ultimately going to get benefited? The farmers are going to get benefited. So even on this particular area, Mahindra is supporting the farmers.
Thank you, sir.
Very thoughtful question. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Yeah.
My name is Pratham Pathak. I'm from specializing in BIIB. So I had a basic question. How drones are going to be cost efficient for farmers?
How? Sorry, can you repeat?
How drones are going to be cost efficient for farmers?
Yes. Again, good question. If you have seen agriculture fields where the drones are used, the drones are used, it helps the farmer to protect himself from the health hazards of using this not so friendly chemicals. Okay. Second benefit is when farmer does it manually. Okay. What is the right quantity of spray that he can do is only a guesswork. But if you use drone, you can feed in the data into the drone and it can do spraying very precisely to those areas of the crop which is more impacted, and it can also variably reduce the spray of pesticides to those areas where the crop is less impacted, and also it can guide the farmer of how much quantity it actually requires, not more or less the optimum quantity. So all of these benefits are there when you use the drone technology for spraying the pesticides. So I should say that more and more farmers should use this drone technology. For the foremost reason is that they can safeguard themselves from the health hazards.
So, but drones are usually costly. So how these drones would be beneficial for the MNCs who are working in agri?
Right.
So what about the basic farmers?
Yeah, good question again. See, buying a drone is not easier for farmers, especially small farmers. But there are many companies who let out the drone. So they come, they complete the spray, and they charge some rental services, and they can provide this rental services on demand. But there is a challenge here, because there are few drones available for the rental services, and farmers, when they need it in the same time, because the disease or the pest attack happens during the same window time. So because these are not available in abundance, there is a challenge for farmer to get it on a rental basis. So, but rental is available in the market, and many farmers take the rental services.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
This was our last question.
Last question.
So,
Good morning,
our
sir.
time is up. Last question.
Yes, sir. My name is Sailendra. I am the Vice President of Tech and Digital Club from BMHRD and pursuing my MBA in Product Management and Business Analytics. Sir, so my question is, like you said earlier, that India is doing 70 to 80% of unprocessed food export.
Correct.
And less focusing on the processed food. So, sir, is Mahindra doing anything regarding to the processed food? And sir, like I have doing my research in dry mixes where when we export it, the quantity is less and we get the same amount of taste of that particular food we get in India, but not the outside India, in the other countries. So sir, is Mahindra doing anything in that field? And sir, as you said, that we syndicate the farmers and we collect foods, we collect the crops and the other products from the farmer and then process it and then export it. So sir, already the platform is ready within the Mahindra, so it can be helpful for Mahindra to
So
convert
short,
it.
very short answer to your question is no, not yet. We are yet to focus on the unprocessed segment.
But sir, why we are not focusing in the processed food, as it can be more profitable and it's in demand if we put in something efforts in that.
Yeah. See, that is a completely different nature of business, right? So if Mahindra wants to venture into it, I think there should be a separate segment altogether. But what's happening from Mahindra's strategic viewpoint is that Mahindra feels that it can do a lot into the input segment. So if you see of the 5 businesses that we have, the 4 businesses are into input segment. Grapes we are continuing because we started off with grapes export when we started thinking about venturing into or foraying into the agri business. So that's continuing. Because we have longer time relationship with the farmers, that's continuing, but strategically Mahindra is wanting to restrict itself into the input category only. So unprocessed is still not a thought.
But sir,
processed is still not a thought.
Mahindra be open for this in the future? Because as a being product manager, and I want to be a consumer food product manager.
Yeah.
So is there any
I
opportunity?
don't have a visibility of future whether we will get into it or not. So it's a leadership call.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you once
Thank you,
again
sir.
to one and all.
Thank you, sir.
Very thoughtful questions. I really enjoyed answering these questions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those insightful thoughts. I would now invite Anish Patil, Student Council, BIIB, to present a memento to our guest as a token of gratitude on behalf of Balaji Institute of International Business. Thank you, sir. May I now invite our student manager, Aditi Deshpande, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I am Aditi Ketan Deshpande, Junior Student Manager at Balaji Institute of International Business, Sri Balaji University, Pune. It's my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for this insightful session. On behalf of Balaji Institute of International Business, Sri Balaji University, Pune, I take this opportunity to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our guest of honor, Mr. Nandakishore Vijay sir, for delivering such an inspiring address on the Indian agriculture scenarios. Sir briefed us about how the Indian agriculture progressed since 1990s, how India became self-sufficient, and also about the Green Revolution. Sir also mentioned about India becoming the leading producers of milk, tea, pulses and spices in the world by 2020. Sir, you highlighted the 5 structural advantages, the future of agricultural trends and the success mantras. Sir, your perspectives and insights have truly broadened our understanding. Your thoughts have given us a valuable clarity and directions, and they have inspired us as budding managers to think more strategically and responsibly about the future of business and leadership. We are grateful to you, sir,
for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us this morning and for sharing your wisdom with our student managers. Your session has ignited in us a deeper curiosity and commitment towards becoming impactful leaders and responsible professionals. With this, we once again thank you, sir, for your presence and valuable insights. May I request you all to join me in giving a big round of applause to Mr. Nandkishore Vijay, sir. Thank you.
We now move into our keynote session of the day. Our first keynote speaker is a distinguished leader who has been instrumental in building international collaborations and strengthening trade ecosystems.
Yes, indeed. Our first keynote speaker is Mr. Neeraj Kinvasara, sir, Senior Executive Director, World Trade Center, Pune. He is accompanied by his associates, Ms. Konal Sonavne and Mr. Atharva Harde. I request ED Club President Srivat Saraf to welcome sir with the bouquet.
May I now request our student manager Aditya Kirvale to kindly introduce our esteemed keynote speaker.
Good morning, one and all present here. We are honored to welcome Mr. Neeraj Kinvasara, Executive Director at World Trade Center, Pune. I am Aditya Ramrao Kirvale, Junior Student Manager at the Balaji Institute of International Business, Sri Balaji University, Pune. World Trade Center, Pune is affiliated with the World Trade Centers Association, WTCA, a renowned global trade organization with a presence in over 330 cities across 130 countries. Under his leadership, WTC Pune helps member companies in developing strategic plans and expanding the global markets through the WTC A's networks. Mr. Kinvasara holds a BBA and an MBA degree from Adelphi University's School of Business and Management, New York, USA. Mr. Kinvasara plays a vital role in developing strategic B2B and B2C partnerships, supporting fundraising initiatives, and engaging in international trade delegations with a focus on bilateral trade. Additionally, he serves as the chair of the WTCA's Trade Services Member Advisory Council. Sir also serves as the chair of the WTC Pune Academy. In addition, he is working with the global pharma and healthcare ecosystem. He is also a member of Board of Studies for the Deccan Education Society, DES, a prestigious institution with a legacy of 138 years overseeing 43 educational institutions across India. In this role, Sir contributes to recommending curriculum content that fosters student development and advancement. Sir is an active global talent mobilizer that facilitates a pilot to send 100 nurses to Norway to fill the shortage of nurses. Passionate about sustainability, Mr. Kinvasara has spearheaded the launch of unified sustainability platform at World Trade Center Pune. This platform aligns Indian organizations with the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals and showcases innovative green businesses through the WTCA Accelerator Program. With a distinguished career spanning 2 decades in technology and media, he has held key leadership positions, including leading AT&T's sales for Shell in Asia, spearheading IBM's go-to-market strategy across India, the Middle East, and Africa, and playing crucial role in Citigroup's global network and digital transformation while working with AT&T in New York. We are privileged to have him with us today and looking forward to his insights on India's role in international business. May I now take this opportunity to invite Mr. Neeraj Kinvasara sir to kindly come forward and address the gathering. Sir, we welcome you to the podium.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. I think there are a couple of slides that I'm going to play, but I'm going to talk through some of my, some of the things that I want to say, and then get into the slides and into the second half of this discussion. Okay. So, good morning, esteemed guests, respected faculty members, and students of Sri Balaji University. I am Neeraj Kinvasara, Executive Director of World Trade Center Pune and Chair of the Member Advisory Committee for Trade Services at the World Trade Center Association. It is an honor to be with you today at this International Business Conclave on strategic realignment in a fragmented world arena. World Trade Center Pune is part of World Trade Centers Association, a global trade organization present in 330 cities with over 130 countries. Our mission is to enable trade, working closely with World Trade Organization, governments, and economic development organizations. We assist in developing strategic B2B and B2C partnerships and customer introductions. As a global economic development organization, we remain apolitical, steadfast in the belief that trade must endure, regardless of shifting geopolitical events, as we are seeing currently on television, right? Today, the world economy is going through a profound transformation. We see supply chain disrupted, traditional trade flows shifting, and economic nationalism rising. What was once a straight path of globalization is now a much more complex world web of regionalization, diversification, and selective partnerships. For developing nations, this fragmentation brings both risks and opportunities. On one hand, there is a pressure to take sides in global rivalries. On the other, there is freedom to build new partnerships, to show leadership, and to align national interests with global priorities. And at the heart of this change lies one very important question. How do we shape interdependence into a framework of trust for the future? The answer is not in retreat or isolation. It is in rethinking strategy. Through diplomacy, innovation, sustainable growth, and people-centric development, nations and businesses can build resilience. Those who combine national priorities with international collaborations will emerge stronger. India's story is a perfect example. Over the past 3 decades, India has transformed itself from a relatively closed economy into one of the most dynamic players in the global marketplace. The journey has been powered by reforms, technology, and the incredible energy of a young, which I see here, and ambitious population. Today, India is among the top global destinations for investments. Multinational companies are setting up here in manufacturing, R&D, services, and technology. At the same time, Indian companies are going global, acquiring brands, entering new markets, and forming strong partnerships across Africa, North America, Europe, and Asia. This two-way flow of trade and investment shows that India is not only integrating with the world, it is helping shape it. At World Trade Center Pune, we are proud to play a role. We connect businesses, we foster innovation, and we enable global trade. Now I'll go to my slide section and talk a little informally about some of the stuff we are up to. Should I point it somewhere? Let's go to the slides. You can hang here. I'll tell you where to go. Go. Keep going back. Keep going back. At the beginning, yeah. No, you're at the end. Go again. Yeah, so मैं बोलता हूँ BCC as a service, WTC Global. I'm going to talk through a few of these. Supplies from diversity as a service. Go in the starting में जा. हाँ बस आगे जा. So, that's it. So, yeah. So World Trade Center in Pune, I'll start with that, the physical location. We are between Eon IT Park and World Trade Center. We are about 7.8 million square feet. Over 1,000 companies are working in our facilities here, over 100,000 employees. It is Pune's first software integrated technology zone. As part of a SEZ, companies in the cluster receive government incentives and tax benefits. The integrated business park has some of the marquee customers like Allianz, ZS Associates, TIA, UPS, and global captive centers of companies like UBS, Citigroup, Northern Trust, and HSBC. These are some of the brands that work with us. Some you may be familiar with: Ferrero, the chocolate guys, Michelin tires, Wonderland, etc. WeWork, etc. These are our focus sectors. So we are very active on FMCG, logistics, healthcare, sustainability, fintech, fundraising, talent solutions, and co-working. Here's a service we launched. It's called Supply Chain Diversity as a Service. Basically, mid-sized companies who are looking to relocate their supply chain or manufacturing into India, it's an extremely complex procedure. Large companies like Dow Chemical, Cummins, they have large budgets and then can do it easily. But we specifically launched this for the mid-sized segment. Basically, what we are doing here is giving them a build-to-suit and plug-and-play facility tailored for manufacturing operations. End-to-end talent acquisition to ensure rapid and compliant workforce ramp-up through my partners in NLB services. You see their logo below. Complete support across incorporation, banking, and regulatory compliance. And I'm very happy DBS Bank and ICICI Bank joined our journey in this. And through our partners in Nirantara, we have a 40-member team on sustainability. We are offering sustainable factories. We don't want to make, the mistakes some of the developing nations made in, when they're setting up infrastructure, they need to set it up in a green, sustainable way. So this is a single window service into India for mid-sized companies around the world. This is my sustainability practice. We've got young minds here. Can I get a raise of hands? How many of you are familiar with UN SDG 2030 goals? Okay, so I will talk to the faculty later, but a very important part of your curriculum in the future will be sustainability. There is, it's an absolute must in the career. So as far as sustainability is concerned, we have a 40-member team. Europe is going into carbon tax Jan of next year. That is putting tremendous pressure in cities like Pune, where we have German auto manufacturers like Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, Fiat. They are looking to get their tier 1 vendors' supply chain completely green. Yeah, it's okay. Easier. ऐसा है इसका. Yeah. देखो. इधर थोड़ा. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
No.
Hi, can you hear me? This is much easier. Okay. Thank you. So this makes our job very important on sustainability because we are one of the associations that is doing all the framework and the stamping of the industry. So I urge all students to read up on UN Sustainable Development Goals, especially the IB students looking for global careers. This is the edge you can have in your career, right? So you have your regular BBA, IBA, BBA, MBA programs, but during interviews, when you're going to Deloitte, when you're going to Mercedes-Benz, when you're going to IBM, these are the skills that companies are looking for, sustainability skills. And, there's courses that we've launched because it's a new area, but, there's more collaboration to be done. But at the very least, I urge all of you to go to United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2030 sites and at least familiarize yourself. It'll give you an edge on your interview. Okay. Some of the other things we're up to, and I'm going to skim through it real quick, see if I have a picture here. Yeah, we're very active on the medical front. So World Trade Center Pune, along with its partner, has introduced the world's first transdermal anemia lotion that delivers iron through the skin in a painless and non-invasive way. And this innovation is now being registered across 16 Africa countries, including Rwanda, South Africa, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Tanzania. I'm proud to say this innovation came from a mid-sized pharma company in Pune, and now we are helping it, go global. We have also taken an active step to address the global talent gap, helping deploy skilled nurses to Norway, where healthcare systems face shortages, and sending blue-collar professionals to Germany to support industries that need manpower. And through our work, we make complex visa process effortless and support cross-border mobility. We are ensuring that talent can move as freely as trade. So the other trend that we are seeing globally is there is a lot of gap on the talent base. India has a lot of talent, a lot of countries in the West they have a talent gap. So how do we bridge that effectively? Those are the programs we're working on. At World Trade Center Pune, let me see if I can take you there. At World Trade Center Pune, we've also supported businesses in the FMCG sector by providing one of the largest and widest sales and distribution networks. We make market entry and presence quick, easy, and affordable. Our sales infrastructure spans more than 500 sales professionals, 100 locations, 500 plus distributors, and we have over 5 lakhs retail outlets in our platform, enabling brands across food, beverages, nutraceutical, and personal care to reach consumers efficiently and effectively. Think about it. If it's a global mid-sized brand from Sweden, they want to enter India, it's a very difficult task. We have tier 2, tier 3 store, tier 2 cities, mom and pop shops, tier 3 cities, different owners. How does the West navigate this? So this is a platform that we've introduced, and we're very proud of it. We spoke about supply chain diversity earlier. So each of these initiatives reflects what WTC Pune stands for: collaboration, innovation, and global progress through meaningful connections. Government reforms like Digital India and Startup India have further strengthened India's position. They have created an environment that attracts investments in technology, automobiles, FMCG, retail, and finance. At the same time, Indian companies are making their mark globally, from IT and pharmaceuticals to renewable energy and food products. India is not just participating in the new world economy, it is helping redefine it. So as we look at the fragmented global arena, let us remember, fragmentation does not have to mean disconnection. With the right partnerships, with innovation, and with vision, we can turn fragmentation into an opportunity for resilience and growth. At World Trade Center Pune, this is our mission: to build bridges, to connect markets, and to ensure that trade continues to thrive, so that local prosperity leads to global progress. Before I conclude, I invite all of you to stay connected with us by following us on World Trade Center Pune on LinkedIn, and for youth, we've launched an Instagram page to explore opportunities and insights from the world of global trade. As you step forward into your careers, I encourage you to think globally, act innovatively, and always seek connections that create impact. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'll take them now. Yes, please.
So what all the practice World Trade Center introduced in their company that talks about the sustainability theme? What kind of practices we do?
So basically, we've taken a couple of initiatives. One is, I run an academy called the World Trade Center Academy. And what our finding was as I was talking to different companies and different folks on the ground, the awareness on sustainability is very low. There are now, global frameworks, there are global taxation that is coming in, compliance is coming in. So what some of the initiatives we've taken is we've launched a course on sustainability for corporates, and we are also introducing it for universities and colleges. And I strongly urge, because I was a little, I didn't see one hand go up on this, and this is a little concerning for me, because to be competitive, and entire supply chains are changing, right? So you're going EV, right? Fuel is now changing, hydrogen is coming. There is, different renewable energies that one is looking at. Supply chain audits are going on. Transportation systems are changing. Even the way product materials are used today in the industry is changing. And I'm surprised that we couldn't see one hand who understands system. We need to bridge that gap, because at interviews, this is what people are asking, right? This is how we are differentiating, especially the global companies. And India too is under mandate to look at sustainability. So, I highly urge looking at, upskilling on sustainability as a module. Second thing is, we have a 40-member team. I just said with Nirantara, what we are doing is we're going to the industry, and whoever is looking for audits, for example, Germany and Europe will not take exports from India in certain segments, after Jan 2026, if you don't have a CBAM report, right? If I ask the question, what's a CBAM report? I don't think I'll get a show of hand here. But a CBAM report is your cross-border carbon metric adjustment report. So when you're sending goods to Europe, how much carbon did you burn in India, right? So this kind of frameworks are now being being looked at as well. So that's another thing that we are up to. The third thing I launched is a magazine. It's a newsletter called Mirrors of Change. Cummins was featured in the first one. Second, I think KK Nag was featured on the good work. So here we are showcasing all the corporates who are doing good work on sustainability, right? And perhaps after today, I'll ask my teams to send it to your college as well, just for for circulation. So those are some of the initiatives on sustainability that we're up to. Thank you very much. Yeah. Any other questions? We're good. On trade, okay. Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, my name is Parshv Kothari and I am from IB Marketing. And so my question to you is, the World Trade Center has always symbolized globalization and open markets. So in your vision, do tariff wars threaten the very foundation of global trade hubs like World Trade Center, or will they emerge stronger?
I think it's quite the opposite. It kind of emerges stronger, right? See, if tariffs are coming, and we're seeing this currently on news, we're seeing this every day. If countries are enforcing tariff, I think there is that initial, uncertainty, and eventually we hope for it to settle down. But during these times, companies come to us to see what is the way forward, right? How can we navigate this? How can we increase trade? How can we have, diverse supply chains? How can we diversify our export portfolio? So in order to de-risk themselves. So we quite to the contrary, during a tough economic situation, especially after the pandemic, instead of the World Trade Center's role was more important, because while the world couldn't move, WTC was mobilizing trade around the world, right? And the same goes here. So if companies or anyone has a tariff question, how to navigate that, it's the complex web, how to find new opportunities. We actually sit down and do a go-to-market with them, using all the resources from around the world, to see, what are the alternatives that we have. Yes. And I encourage all, especially in Pune, we have a lot of manufacturing. We want to encourage all companies who need support in navigating this, to connect with us, and hopefully we can guide them in the right direction.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
My name is Priyansh Namdev from IB Finance. My question is to you, sir. How do WTC connect local businesses to the global market?
I think that's a good question. Basically, we are in 330 cities and 130 countries, and our mission is to go to 500 cities by 2030. We all are on the same platform. Okay, so a local company could come to World Trade Center Pune and have a dialogue with us. If we find the product innovative, then we can look at opening markets for them without them traveling and getting lost. And it's also an expensive affair, right? Each trip into Europe or US, and how many times are you going to travel, how many cities are you going to go to? But we can do a lot of the go-to-market and get them primed for success before they start traveling. So we have a tool called the WTC Reciprocity Desk. Basically how we are strong in Pune, each World Trade Center is very strong in their local markets. We put, I'll give you some live examples. The eradication of anemia program, the world's first transdermal skin solution, came from a mid-sized pharma in Pune. They connected with us. We sent it to through the reciprocity. Their main interest was Africa and Latin America. We sent it through the reciprocity desk, and now currently 16 African countries have shown interest. So we're going to start the registration process in, I think, Mozambique, South Africa, Rwanda, advanced dialogues going on, sitting here in Pune. Otherwise, for the mid-sized pharma company, they would have had to travel to each country, spend time on and explaining things. There's a trust factor. All of that got alleviated with us, and that's how we do it. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Good
This
morning,
was our
sir.
last question.
My name is Brahma Shirke. I am from BIIB IB. My question is that what kind of practices are there for sustainability in supply chain sector?
So basically, the obvious answer is, look at your fuel source. Look at not wasting. Look at optimizing resources. Look at optimizing vehicles, right? But that's not what sustainable. That's not how the world is measuring sustainability. There are global frameworks now, GRI, and we should read up on GRI. GRI is the global framework on sustainability. India has launched BRSR as the framework for sustainability. Within the framework, there are rules and mathematical computations that are done, and it's not that simple. I have 3 PhDs on my team, just to let you know how complex this can get, right? But these guys, to make a supply chain sustainability measurable, you have to follow the frameworks that they fall under, and then do the measurements accordingly, and that will determine what your supply chain sustainability looks like beyond the obvious answers, right? So the good news is we have a course on supply chain management, being World Trade Center, and sustainability. You should look at both and see what interests you can draw between both of them. Yeah, thank you. Great, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights. As a token of our gratitude, we would like to call Discipline Coordinator Pramod Kumar to present a memento as an expression of our gratitude.
May I now call upon our student manager, Naman Kanchani, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It is my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for this insightful session. On behalf of Balaji Institute of International Business, BIIB, and Sri Balaji University, Pune, I, Naman Ghanshani, take this opportunity to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Neeraj Khinwasara, Executive Director at World Trade Center, Pune, for delivering such an insightful address on India's role in international business. Some of the highlights from your session, sir, were we learned how India is emerging as prime destination for global investments. You also highlighted regarding the opportunities across FMCG, logistics, healthcare, sustainability, and fintech sector. Sir also talked about the examples of innovative solutions like needleless drug delivery and anemia lotions, showed us how business and innovation can truly create global impact. Sir, we are grateful to you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us this morning and for sharing your wisdom with our student managers. Your session has ignited in us a deeper curiosity and a commitment toward becoming impactful leaders and innovative thinkers.
With this, we once again thank you for your presence and valuable insights. May I request you all to join me in giving a big round of applause to Mr. Neeraj Khinwasara, sir. Thank you.
We now welcome our next keynote speaker, a global strategist with deep expertise in risk advisory and geopolitics.
Yes, our second keynote speaker is Mr. Sushil Pradhan Sir, Executive Director and COO Midcat Advisory Services Private Limited. Sir will speak on the sub-theme of our conclave, Brand India, Trust Building and Geopolitical Hotspots. I welcome Sir on the stage. Sushil Pradhan sir, Executive Director and COO Midcat Advisory Services Private Limited. Sir will speak on the sub-theme of our conclave, Brand India, Trust Building in Geopolitical Hotspots. I invite Academic Coordinator Palak Panjwani to present a bouquet to welcome sir.
Just a moment.
May I now request our student manager, Bhima Shankar Bhalerao, to introduce our keynote speaker.
Good morning, one and all present here. I am Bhima Shankar Bhalerao, Junior Student Manager at Balaji Institute of International Business, Sri Balaji University, Pune. We are delighted to welcome Mr. Sushil Pradhan sir, Executive Director and COO of Midcat Advisory, a global risk management consultancy. Based out of the London office, sir leads UK and Europe markets for Midcat with over 35 years of operational experience, including the last 13 years specializing in de-risking strategies for corporate clients. Sir has worked extensively in challenging geographies such as Iraq, Asia Pacific, Africa, and distressed regions of India. Mr. Pradhan is a highly sought after speaker, having addressed influential security forums such as ACSG, OSAC, IOSH, and ASIS, as well as the Duty of Care Conference in London, New York, and Singapore. Sir has shared his expertise at professional conferences in Dhaka, Manila, Colombo, and Beijing. His expertise lies in geopolitical and socio-political risk analysis, where Sir has served as a trusted security solution advisor to numerous clients. Mr. Pradhan has created an industry-acclaimed risk intelligence and information services offering, including an AI-based threat intelligence platform, which now serves over 100 multinational clients. Sir has also led and mentored a hand-picked team of analysts for predictive risk analysis and continues to run a long-standing internship program in geopolitics and risk analysis. His work includes planning and conducting crisis simulation exercises for corporate leaders in crisis management, business continuity, and cybersecurity, as well as customized security and safety training packages. Sir has been a leading consultant for data center security consultancy, design, and audits, and has conducted threat vulnerability risk assessments across China, Japan, multiple APAC locations. Beyond consultancy, Mr. Pradhan is a prolific published author in both military and corporate risk journals and continues to contribute to military writings and forums. With over 22 years of distinguished military services, Sir held combat, instructional, staff, and multinational assignments. Mr. Pradhan was awarded for gallantry in counter-terrorist operations, led multinational troops in UN peacekeeping mission in Sierra Leone, and served as a trainer for UN peacekeepers in India and Germany. Sir was also awarded the UN Medal for his service. At the strategic level, Sir contributed to the creation of policy, documents, doctrines, and geostrategic assessments. Beyond his professional achievements, Mr. Pradhan is an avid adventurer, a certified scuba diver, trekking and rock climbing enthusiast, and a hobby cyclist. Sir also enjoys playing squash, basketball, and swimming in his leisure time. We are privileged to have him with us today and look forward to gaining valuable insight from his vast expertise in risk management, security, and global strategy. May I now take this opportunity to invite Mr. Sushil Pradhan sir to kindly come forward and address the gathering. Let us welcome sir with a huge round of applause.
Thank you. Am I audible at the rear? Last row? Can I have my presentation up on the screen? Thank you so much. So, if it's okay with you, can I leave the rostrum and come up here? Okay, thanks. That's wonderful. It's great to be back here again, honored and privileged, and thank you so much, Sri Balaji University, for calling me to speak here. I was here a couple of months ago to speak to a batch of students. I'm not sure if some of them are here in this audience today. And also, before I start, in strategic risk management, there's a terminology called FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. So the moment my name was announced, half the audience ran off. So I think I've been able to invite and inspire a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And that's not the aim of being here. I'm going to talk to you about geopolitics and how India can excel in the geopolitical hotspots of the world. So I have a lot of content. I will request you all to hold on to your questions till the end. But if you are unable to get time to ask me those questions, please reach out to me one-on-one. I'm there on LinkedIn, happy to converse on anything that you want to. I have a lot of content, like I said. I'm going to be covering a lot of ground, and I'll request my timekeeper. Where is she? Yes, please remind me if I'm running out of time. I have started late, so I will take up a little bit of time, and apologies to the next panel and apologies to all of you for holding up your lunch eventually, but I will speak a bit. So what I'm going to talk about is, okay. So basically I'm going to give you a geopolitical overview of the world, then talk about what is brand India, how can we have trust as a business enabler for India as a country to do business in and to a country to do business with, and what are the challenges to brand India. So obviously when we say we're going to talk about brand and trust building in geopolitical hotspots, my specialization or my area of interest being geopolitics and strategy, I will focus more on those hotspots and then talk a little bit only about how to build brand India, because that's something which is the whole country is trying to do it, and I'm no expert on that. So as you all would have realized, and again, what I'm telling you is not rocket science. What I'm talking to you is something that all of you read in the news, read on the media, hear on the media, but feel free to take notes and feel free to ask me questions towards the end, and also I'll tell you some things to do as homework if it's really interesting for you. So today the new world disorder is very evident. Earlier, after the Second World War, we had two clear-cut superblocks. We had the NATO bloc, we had the Soviet bloc, and then over a period of time with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, things have been fragmenting in different ways, and of late there is a lot of geopolitical chaos. So we have a militarily unipolar world. Which is the strongest military power today in the world? The US. We have economically bipolar world. Which are the two poles of the economy of the world? China and the US. And we have a politically multipolar world because we have fragmented policies in the EU, the US bloc, the NATO, China, Russia, and everyone trying to sort of make their own presence felt in the world sphere. And then you have technologically manipolar. Why I'm saying manipolar? Because technology is not just about AI and semiconductors and let's say chips. Technology extends in various fields, and you have various blocks or various places which are specializing in a special kind of technology, and hence we say it's a technologically manipolar world. And to see how the multipolar world order is emerging, sorry, I'm going back. Okay, yeah. So today what is happening is that geoeconomics is driving geopolitics. And to give you a very simple example, when we were in the era of the post-Second World War stage, we were into communism and capitalism as two ideological blocks. So geopolitics was actually driving geoeconomics. Today it's the other way around. Geoeconomics drives geopolitics. So some of the shifts which you see, that how the tariffs are affecting, and pardon me if I'm going to go a little bit fast here because there's a lot of stuff that needs to be talked about, but not all of it is something that you need to be specially looking at. So we have the reshoring, nearshoring and friendshoring of supply chains. We have the US-China tech wars intensifying, tariffs, sanctions and supply chain fragmentation, which is coming up as strategic tools. Then we have the post-pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war, and what Fareed Zakaria, a very well-known geopolitical thinker, is calling globalization of the world, where we are moving away from globalization. And lastly, the methods of economic coercion, what we call the tariff wars, export bans, trade restrictions, these are being used as a substitute for military force to pressurize sovereign decision making, and essentially trade has been weaponized. And then, if you see the global institutions which are under strain, we talk of the United Nations organization, but overall there is a huge decline in trust of various UN-based organizations, and small regional coalitions are emerging like the Quad, the AUKUS, IPEF, and at the same time the transatlantic alliance called the NATO is under serious pressure. The EU is being pushed to develop its own military capability, and you must have heard of how Germany and France are now increasing their spending in terms of percentage of GDP to build up their militaries. So from a rule-based order, we are moving to a power-based order. Now you have this gentleman in the picture. So what we call Trumponomics in motion. So effectively the tariff wars are leading to a deliberate shift away from the free markets, which is aimed at reducing their dependency, the US's dependency on foreign production, especially from geopolitical rivals like China and Russia. And this will obviously result in inflationary pressures for the rest of the world. At the same time, there is a huge level of protectionism where we talk of MAGA or Make in India for India, where friends and foes are targeted with tariffs. So India specifically being singled out for tariffs, as you are aware, we had earlier 25% tariffs on our exports, now 25% more. And there are a rise in regulatory barriers and localization mandates, and there are huge limitations to capital flows. Which are the drivers of uncertainty across the world in terms of geopolitics and geoeconomics? Obviously, energy is still primary. Energy, power plays in the price of stability. So just to give you an example of some of the things that are affecting the energy stability of the world, in 2025 July, that is this year, the Houthi rebels attacked commercial ships in the Red Sea, leading to multiple sinkings and increasing of the war risk insurance premiums. Then in July again, we had the Red Sea and the Suez Canal corridor becoming unsafe, and ships were actually transiting around the southern tip of South Africa, which is the Cape of Good Hope, adding to 2 more weeks of additional voyage time and obviously increasing the cost. Then in August, US imposed tariffs on anything to do with buying of Russian oil, especially with India. And in August, now we had a dual challenge, that we had rising global transport and insurance costs due to the Red Sea chaos, and also reduced flexibility in sourcing cheap Russian oil. The trigger was not the US saying don't buy Russian oil. The trigger was the EU saying that we will not buy petroleum products which are refined by India from oil which has been bought from Russia, and hence the chaos. Okay, so just to give you, these are called the sea lines of communication, just to give you indicative figures only of the oil volume transit. So these are the choke points in the sea lines of communication. Most of the oil in the world flows through these sea lines of communication. The Straits of Malacca, which are near Malaysia, are the ones which are the biggest choke point, and the Straits of Hormuz in Middle East, the Turkish Straits, the Suez Canal, the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb, you would have heard of all of this. And the Panama Canal, of course, for transition of oil, transition of ships between North America and South America. Then we also have this new thing which is coming up due to climate change, where the Arctic ice cap is melting. And earlier there used to be, there is something known as a Northern Sea Route, which goes through the Arctic ice cap and which reduces the transit time between China and Europe by almost 18 days rather than going through the sea lines of communication in the Indian Ocean. And this window used to be open for about 1 month in a year, back to using icebreakers. This is already now open for about 3 months in a year, and I believe that by the prediction says that by 2027 it's going to be open for 4 to 6 months in a year. And there is a Chinese company which is already advertising that we will ship your goods through the Arctic Sea route, Northern Sea route, and reduce your shipping time by 18 days. The next key driver is rare earth elements. All of you have heard of rare earth elements? Not talking of gold and silver, because that is traditionally what Indians identify as rare earth elements. And it's also a misnomer. It is not that they are rare because they are difficult to find. It is they are called rare earth elements because they are available in plentiful, but to extract them and make them economically viable is expensive, and expensive on environmental cost as well. So these are some of the elements, 17 elements, lanthanides or lanthanoids, and scandium and yttrium. Those of you, any science students here? I'm sure quite a few. Yeah, you remember this periodic table? Great, fantastic. So these are some of the things which rare earth elements are very, very critical, and I'll also point out which are the ones, which are the, let's say the applications which are more critical to India. So in magnetics, which you see on the screen, the various industries that are affected by these high power magnets, defense industry, where satellite communication, guidance system, everything depends on these rare earth elements, catalysts in various kinds of chemical processes, and phosphors which are used in various other kinds of lithography and other kind of light-based industries. The third driver, okay, before we come to that, where are these? So you see on the screen, where are the maximum reserves located? China. And you see the percentage of location of these reserves, but you see there is a little bit of change as compared to where they are located as compared to where they are produced. So you see the slight bit of dichotomy, and that is because, like I said, the technology cost, the environmental cost, and the economic cost of extraction and production and making these rare earth elements viable is pretty high. The next one that we are, okay, just before we, I think we'll leave this out. The next one is semiconductors. So are you aware that there are various kinds of semiconductors? To give you an example, you have a semiconductor chip or multiple semiconductor chips in your iPhones or in your high-end smartphones. You also have semiconductor chips in your washing machines and in your microwave ovens. Are they of the same caliber, the same capacity, the same cost? Obviously not. So this is what I was talking about, the technologically manipular world, where the key production of high value semiconductor chips is restricted to only 3 or 4 countries, that is Taiwan, the US, South Korea, and to some extent Japan. Whereas semiconductors are manufactured in other parts of the world as well. So what happened in October 2022, the famous CHIPS Act, where certain companies were not allowed to sell high level chips to China, which could be used in weapon development. And in October 24, there is a company called ASML in Netherlands. Has anyone heard of it? Okay, what do? Fantastic. So ASML has a global monopoly on something called as photolithography machines for manufacturing some semiconductor chips. This is the only company in the world which can produce machines which can make high quality semiconductor chips. And they said that because of US pressure on exports to China, we are fearing a loss of revenue. And then subsequently also in April 2025, there were some export curbs to push countries to diversify. So production rerouting, Japan, South Korea, Southeast Asia and India have emerged as alternate hubs for semiconductors. But keep in mind, countries like India, we have a long way to go in terms of technology. So we are not going to be starting with high-end semiconductor chips. Whatever we do is going to be very low-level, base-level semiconductor chips manufacturing. Then in August 2025, that is this month only, NVIDIA and AMD also restricted, but now a certain category of chips has been permitted to NVIDIA to export to China. So just to show you the geopolitics of semiconductors, on the right, on the left corner, what you see is the sizes in nanometers. So less than 7 nanometers is the most advanced chips. Today, actually, there are some companies which are making in Taiwan. TSMC is making a less than 4 nanometer chip, which is going to be used in quantum computing and stuff like that. So just again, going back to that, see where all the hotspots, where the kinds of chips are being manufactured. If you see the yellow ones, the yellow dots, those are the ones where the highest level of semiconductor chips are being manufactured. Then, of course, Mr. Neeraj before me spoke about CBAMs. So EU has launched the CBAMs, which restrict the carbon credits and how you manage your carbon emissions. Also, the US says that it will not be bound by Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreements were about what? Controlling climate change by reducing emissions. So the US said we are not going to adhere to all of this. And then also China and other countries said that these carbon credits, the CBAMs, they are basically green protectionism of certain countries, and we are not going to be party to this. And in July, India exports to the EU also started facing higher tariffs because of the carbon tax proposals. So India's threat landscape, other than war, that is in our immediate neighborhood, with the geopolitical threats against from China, from Pakistan, a certain level of threat emerging from Bangladesh, certain level of threat in Nepal and Sri Lanka due to instability there. Other than that, the major three drivers are the energy security, because we import 85% of our crude oil. Also, the second is the technology dependence, because we depend on semiconductors and rare earth elements for the rest of the world for everything to do with high-end technology, manufacturing, automobile manufacturing, space, defense, everything. And last but not the least, our strategic dilemma, because we are stuck in a place due to our non-alignment, or so to say what we call our strategic autonomy. We are neither aligning with the NATO, we are neither aligning with the BRICS, and because of that we want to pursue global leadership without being committed to any of these blocks. So hence, these are the three major issues which help dictate our strategic autonomy. At the same time, we are also dependent. Now, this is again technology dependence. All the submarine cables which carry internet to the India are foreign owned, foreign operated. We have no cables which carry internet which are of Indian origin. And also, there are limited choke points. There are only 4 cable landing stations in India. Does anyone know where all the submarine cables land which control all, which bring you all the internet? Anyone quickly? Yes, louder. So Mumbai, Chennai, right? These were the traditional cable landing stations. Now we have, I think in Kochi, there is one which is coming up. And there's one more which is coming up in somewhere close to Vizag. So if you see, there are being attacks by rebels, by enemy state actors, by groups like Houthis on these submarine cables, and it is very expensive and time consuming to repair the undersea cables which give you all this valuable internet. At the same time, we have competing supply chain networks within the world where China is trying to dominate using what they call the Belt and Road Initiative. So you see the red line is the sea routes, the blue line is the road routes. And because of the importance of these red lines, they have leased out various important ports in Colombo, like Hambantota, somewhere in Japan, the Djibouti port. So these are inimical to Indian interest. Now, before we move on to the geopolitical hotspots, let's just quickly identify what is brand India. So effectively, when we say brand India, we say that it's not just a slogan, it's a composite national identity built on our credibility and resilience. Now, these are very big words, but we say that, okay, we are a 4,000-year-old civilization, so we have resilience, credibility, because we have always been non-aligned, we have always been helping out underdeveloped countries. At the same time, our brands have economical strength. We have capability of global diplomacy. We have cultural soft power, whether it is through our music or whether it is through Bollywood or whatever else. And we also have cutting edge technology capability in some fields, which was very evidently displayed during the COVID, where we created high quality vaccines and gave it to poor countries. Now, what are the core dimensions of the trust that we need to establish to be brand India? So one is that reliability. We say that, okay, we will honor all commitments, we will not pull out, and we will not dishonor deals which are made. We will show resilience because we have a huge domestic demand, and our talent pool, which is inherent to us, helps us for better recovery. We have a neutrality. We say that we are strategically autonomous, or we say we are non-aligned. We don't have universal friends. We make one-on-one relationships, and at the same time we have a huge amount of soft power by virtue of our diaspora, especially in North America, Europe, and in West Asia. We have a huge cultural and democratic appeal which amplifies India's influence. So now, having seen what is brand India, let's see how to fit brand India into these geopolitical fault lines and what are the drivers of the global uncertainty. So just to quickly outline, you all know the countries that comprise NATO. I'm not going to go into details of what NATO is and what it does. BRICS is a competing bloc which has emerged over the last few years. And what is important to understand after seeing the map, if you saw the previous map of NATO, you will see that most of the countries are contiguous to each other or alongside each other, just separated by the Atlantic Ocean. You see the difference and the dispersion between the countries of the BRICS. So they are also not just geographically separated, they have different economies, they have different structures and different levels of development. Then you have the Quad, which again, if you see the map, is so diverse in terms of dispersion, yet they say that ideologically we share a lot of issues and a lot of, let's say, qualities. Okay. And then we have the Five Eyes. Has anyone heard of this Five Eyes? Yeah, okay, only one hand up. So please tell me what is Five Eyes. Fantastic. Absolutely well answered. So these are the 5 traditionally English-speaking countries of the world. Like she mentioned, they have a pact to share intelligence, not just about, let's say, terrorism and enemies, also about multiple other things, including business intelligence. And of late, this has also been coming under fire because at certain stages, the US leaked out some intelligence to South Korea and I think to another country. So the Five Eyes are also a little upset with the US. And then you have the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which is built around, again, China as the hub and multiple countries which are either part of it or affiliated to part of it. So these are the various things, and these are the conflicts which are ongoing in the world. So just to show you how many conflicts are ongoing, we have territorial disputes, we have civil war, we have interstate disputes, political instability, transnational terrorism, and sectarianism, which are the drivers. So you have the state-based ones. Examples, I don't think I need to give you: Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Hamas, etc. Then you have the geopolitical tensions in various parts of the world, and you have the persona-driven and democratic erosion. So what is a persona-driven conflict? Example, okay, Trumponomics. That's what else? South Korea. Okay, Abenomics. Okay, Abe is no longer around, so that's gone into history. Yeah, so anywhere where a autocratic or a dictatorial government is calling the shots because of the personality of the leader. And some Western writers and thinkers also accuse India of having currently a persona-driven strongman disposition. Some of the others are social unrest, the resource nationalism where we are competing for various kinds of materials across the world, and the geopolitical bloc realignment, which I already spoke about, the NATO, the BRICS, the EU, and other organizations. Some of the high intensity conflict zones, Russia. So again, I'm just going to say what is important from the Russian conflict to us. Okay. So firstly, it also says that India is trying to exert strategic autonomy, because we said that we will not outright condemn Russia, we will continue to buy oil from Russia. Second is the business involvement in terms of crude oil, in terms of defense, and in terms of fertilizers, where we have a huge dependency on Russia. And last but not the least, the risk landscape, because the US tariffs on us are related to purchase of our crude from Russia. Then we have the Middle East. So again, there is a lot of conflict going on there. I don't want to get into the details of what all exactly is happening. You have the Israel-Gaza war, you have the war against Iran, and then you have the ongoing but dormant currently conflicts in Syria and other parts of the world. And how is it affecting India? Again, strategic autonomy, because we are dependent on Iran for certain imports. We are dependent on Israel for high quality technology and high quality weapon systems. And last but not the least, the risk landscape, because anything that happens between Iran and Israel, for example, Iran said, okay, we'll block the Straits of Hormuz. I showed you the map with the sea lines of communication where most of the oil flows straight through the Straits of Hormuz. So just to give you an example, what happens if Iran says we'll block the Straits of Hormuz? Two of the top industries that are going to be affected is oil and gas, because 2/3 of our crude and 1/3 of our LNG comes through the Straits of Hormuz. And then obviously there's a short-term freight hike and crude prices will go up. The key gas importing agencies and the oil importing agencies are going to suffer. In FMCG, petroleum products play a very, very high part of the packing material, etc. And this is going to be affected. Similarly, airlines, I think almost 40% of the cost of airlines is the cost of fuel. And obviously, any blockage in the Straits of Hormuz is going to send up the oil prices and affect the airline industry. Again, cement and steel industry are going to be affected. One of the key fuels, petcoke, which comes out as a byproduct of the refining of fuel, is coming from this. So just to give you an example, then local disputes and in Taiwan and the South China Sea. Not going to go into the details of all of this, but the question which comes to everyone's mind is China going to annex Taiwan? And what drives the interest of countries like US in Taiwan? Obviously, it is very clear. Taiwan is the highest producer of the highest quality semiconductor chips in the world. So they want that whatever is coming out of Taiwan should be coming uninterrupted to the US. So to that extent, will they defend Taiwan against an annexation attempt by China? It's a big question. I don't think anybody has an answer to that. Okay, then you have the South China Sea dispute. Have you ever heard of the South China Sea dispute? So there is a group of countries around the South China Sea which is all interested in that area, because of late various kinds of mineral deposits including oil and gas have been discovered in the South China Sea. And how does that affect India? So again, strategic autonomy. We say that as per us, as per India, the official position is one China policy. That means there is no India and there is no China and Taiwan. It is all China, right? Which is against what Taiwan wants. And at the same time, we say that, okay, there should be autonomy in the South China Sea, but we are working with Quad and ASEAN on maritime security in the South China Sea. So there's a bit of dichotomy there. What is our business involvement? Obviously, semiconductors, trade, and the Southeast Asia route, which comes from Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines. And the risk landscape, China can exert coercion on us, and also the fragility of the supply chains which flow through the South China Sea. Then there are these were all the high conflict zones, high level conflict zone. There are also some low intensity but strategic ones in Asia. I'll not go into a lot of detail about this. You have the border dispute with India and China. You have the issues ongoing currently between Thailand and Cambodia. Then you have Myanmar. Then you have So what has been India's strategic approach? Again, we say strategic autonomy. We'll neither go with this one, we'll neither go with this one. In case of Myanmar, we have been very, very apolitical and non-committal. In case of Thailand and Cambodia, again, we are saying that, let them resolve it between themselves or let ASEAN step in. What is the business involvement? The Myanmar Kaladan project is affected. Thailand, we have a huge amount of trade. And as far as Cambodia is concerned, it's great for us for digital cooperation and manufacturing of low-grade semiconductors. And of course, the textile industry. And last but not the least, the risk landscape. Again, border security is important for us, but project delays in Myanmar, etc. are going to cost us big time. In Africa, there are multiple disputes ongoing, and these are mostly So Africa is a country, is a land where currently both kinds of disputes are going on, the geo-economic disputes as well as the geopolitical. Some are ideologically driven, ethnically driven, tribal conflicts, and some of them are over control of resources, like the case of South Sudan, which is about control of oil wells. Then you have other disputes in Africa. You have the middle belt of the Africa, the Sahel belt, which is due to the Al-Shabaab and other rebels. Again, what is India's interest in Africa? We export a lot of goods to Africa. India is seen as a model of democracy and a role model to the African countries. And the approach has always been to sort of non-interfere with the countries. We project ourselves as a development partner, not as a neo-colonial. So I spent about a year in Sierra Leone in West Africa when there was a dispute ongoing there. And believe me, Indians have a lot of soft power in that country. And that's why we succeeded as part of the UN peacekeeping mission there. The business involvement in terms of trade, exports and investment, self-explanatory, and we are seen as a reliable partner where we conduct navy and military drills with some of the countries. We have military training teams in countries like Botswana, Lesotho and other parts of the world in there. I think we have one in Kenya also now. And we are trying to leverage against China over dominance of trade and soft power in Africa, which is tough. Now, India as a business enabler, how do we see India as a business enabler? Firstly, you see the FDI inflows. They have been good. High growth, at the same time, democracy makes India a safer long-term bet for global capital. And there have been FDI surges in technology. There have been FDI surges in renewable energy, manufacturing, which show confidence of the world economy in India. And there are global majors like Apple, Tesla, Foxconn, Google and others, and many other renewable energy companies which are expanding their footprint in India as they are looking at alternatives to China. They don't want to be completely dependent on China. Some of the Indian companies abroad, you have the IT giants. I'm not naming all of them, some of them which are globally recognized for their quality of delivery, strong governance, and mainly stability in terms of economy. Then you have the infrastructure and energy firms, which are investing big time, and also in the Middle East, Africa, and Southern Asia. And then you have the pharma companies, and this was again by the kind of supply of pharma materials that we do to poorer countries of the world. Again, in times of COVID, we helped out so many countries. So supply chain and policy credibility wise, India emerges as one of the important China plus one supply chain partners to global companies. And at the same time, we have various policy reforms. I won't go into the details of those, like PLI. What does PLI stand for, anyone? Production linked incentives, Gati Shakti and Digital India, which boost the long-term credibility of India. And some of the things that we are doing innovatively in a big way is the unified payment interface, which started off for India and now has expanded to 7 other countries as well. We are well known for some of, and this Operation Sindhu recently also showed the quality of some of our military products. So the Akash Tir automated air defense system is something which a lot of countries are showing interest in. We are already exporting the BrahMos missiles to Philippines. There are serious talks on for exporting the same to Indonesia and Malaysia, and also artillery guns which we supplied to Armenia. We are well known for our crisis response, especially in the Indian Ocean region, and to support poorer countries like Maldives, etc., and also extracting our diaspora from conflict-ridden countries like Ukraine, Sudan, etc. And then, of course, space technology. You all know that we have been doing well, where we have a solar observatory called Aditya. Chandrayaan 3 is the first moon South Pole landing which is planned for, and then we have the micro satellites which are launched cheaply by Indian launch vehicles. Just a quick one on some of the initiatives for supply chains where India is a very vital part of these supply chains, or some of these emanate from India. Though you have the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, which starts from India, goes by sea to the Middle East or West Asia, goes by road through West Asia, and then again goes by sea from West Asia, from the last port of Haifa in Israel, which is incidentally run by Adani, and goes into Greece, thereby enabling movement of goods from India into Europe and vice versa. Then you have the INSTC, which is still under discussion and dispute for various regions, which actually connects India through the Central Asian republics to Europe. The problem being, of course, the transit through the Central Asian republics, which has not yet been sorted out, and conflict zones of Iran and Syria and other countries. Then you have the very interesting Kaladan multimodal transit transport project, which is again connecting by multiple modes by sea from India. I'll show you a map. I think there's a map, yeah. Connecting Indian ports by sea to Sitwe in Myanmar, then going by road to Paletwa, and then going up the river, and then again by road into India or the northeast parts of India, which is supposed to reduce the dependency on road movement through the Siliguri corridor and also reduce the transit time. Then the last technologically significant thing that we've done in the last few years is creating our own satellite navigation system called Navik, which was very aptly used during Operation Sindoor recently, because in the past when we had operations against Pakistan, the use of GPS, which is controlled by the US, had been denied to us, and we said let's have our own footprint of satellites. So if you see these satellites coverage, it gives better accuracy than the GPS in South Asia, and it is fully under us. It has better connectivity and enables not just defense movements, but also civilian movements. Just a closing thought on what are the challenges to brand India. I think we all know these, we've all encountered these thought processes. The internal challenges are the biggest. The bureaucracy, the red tape, and the infrastructure and the bottlenecks which slow down our development process and investor confidence. The external perception gaps. People, and especially the Western media, still portrays India as backward, underdeveloped, not capable of handling itself in various ways. And lastly, Indian businesses run the risk of over-promising. We are saying, okay, we are an alternate to China, but we will produce chips here. Do we have the capability? Not yet. We will produce iPhones in India. Do we have that economics of scale to compete against China? Not yet. So these are some of the challenges that we wish to keep in mind. We should keep in mind when we want to position brand India in the various geopolitical scenarios of the world. And with that, I have finished right on time. Thank you very much. I do know that I rushed through some of the parts of the presentation because they were going into a little bit of detail, but should you want to know more, do your own research or reach out to me. I am happy to answer questions. And if we have time, can we take a few audience questions? Okay, all yours, guys. I know like I said, I'm delaying the next panel discussion and then obviously delaying lunch, but I can't deny you your right to ask questions. At least those of you who are still in the hall. Did those guys come back who went out? Okay, great. Anyone? Yes, sir. Anyone? Okay, so I see that FUD still continues. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
Good
Yes, ma'am.
afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
So my name is Palak Panjwani. I'm student manager of Balaji Institute of International Business. So, sir, as you told about Navik, like US denied us and then we started working on it. So why to wait for denial, and what is a major one thing you feel that India should work upon rather than asking other countries for it?
Okay, that's a very good question. So technically speaking, we didn't really wait for them. The first people who didn't wait for the US were the Russians, where they set up a system called the GLONASS. And then the Chinese said, okay, let's do our own because US will never give us their system in times of war. So they created something known as the BIIB. And when they started doing BIIB, we started creating Navik in parallel. So it was not completely reactionary, but yes, we were behind the curve. Firstly, we didn't have that kind of technology. Secondly, we didn't have that kind of money. Now we have a little bit of both, so we are doing it. But if you ask me which are the places where we should focus on to make ourselves more strategically autonomous, that is two places. One is the manufacture of high-end semiconductors. If not the manufacture, there are three stages to semiconductor manufacture. Any technology guy here, any engineer who can tell me what are those three stages? So design, fabrication and testing and packaging. So design, by the way, companies like Qualcomm and others are doing a huge job of designing global semiconductor chips. But manufacture or the fabrication is where we solely lack. The testing and packaging is something which we can do in India. So let's try and fit in two parts of the supply chain of semiconductors, that is at least creating the designs and testing and packaging and make ourselves more autonomous. The second part which I think we should emphasize upon is the reduction on dependence on import of APIs from China, that is active pharmaceutical ingredients. We should try and use the raw materials, make the APIs in India instead of sending the raw materials to China, China making the APIs and then sending them back to us where we make generic medicines out of them. That's my view. Yeah, anyone else?
Yes, sir. Shivam from IB Finance. Sir, my question is, first one is Trump cutting his own throat by increasing the tariffs? And second one is, would a global peace prize to Trump, like award or something, will it solve the tariff issue?
Okay, very good questions. I don't think anybody on this earth has an answer to the first question. How will it affect? But yes, there are countries which are trying to work around those tariffs. India has said we are not going to be affected, but we will get affected because there are certain businesses like textile, jewelry and gems, chemicals, and I think not fertilizers, and I think paints industry. These are going to be seriously affected by the tariffs. So will removal of Trump remove the tariffs? It will be very difficult for something which is set in motion to go back. But if you read the news yesterday, one of the federal courts in the US has negated some of these tariffs and said that these are illegal. So while he may make big announcements about some of these tariffs, some of them may not be legally sustainable. They are more aimed at a domestic audience and they may not actually be implemented. As far as Nobel Peace Prize is concerned, I don't know who all have nominated him for Nobel Peace Prize. Netanyahu, Pakistan. So I don't know how much support will he get from the rest of the world. But they might just give it to him कि इसको चुप करा दो थोड़ी देर के लिए.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
This was our last question.
Yeah.
One last. Good afternoon, sir. I am Atharva from BIIM. I have a much more basic question here rather than going into all the analysis. My question is, all these changes are happening, but why exactly right now in last 3-4 years? What exactly changed? I think one of the reason is COVID-19, but you said like there is deglobalization happening, or the earlier pace of globalization is slowing down. There is a conservative movement in every country. So what exactly changed? What were the main events that caused this all the turmoil right now?
So I think I did answer that partially. One of them was COVID, where people realized that supply chains cannot be sustained the way that they were being sustained earlier. The second thing that happened is that a lot of countries are fighting for their own strategic autonomy or creating their own blocks. Now, if China says, I will deny the export of so many rare earth elements to the US, the US has no other option but to look elsewhere. So they are looking in Bolivia, they are looking in Venezuela, they are looking in Chile for these rare earth elements. So there has been a realignment strategically, and this deglobalization where we said, oh, China is the producer, they will sell to the rest of the world. And so you have globalization in terms of one product quality. But if they say we will not sell to India, we will not sell to US, then what do? Then you have to deglobalize.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for sharing such thought-provoking perspectives. As a mark of our gratitude, I now invite Academic Coordinator Nikhil Verma to present a memento to sir.
May I now call upon our student manager, Rashi Thapa, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good Good afternoon, everyone. I am Rashi Thapa, Junior Student Manager of Balaji Institute of International Business. It truly gives me a joy to stand here today and deliver the vote of thanks to this wonderful session. On behalf of Balaji Institute of International Business and Sri Balaji University, Pune, I take this opportunity to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Sushil Pradhan sir. Your discussion has been a powerful reminder of the complex and interconnected world we navigate. You helped us explore the shifting landscape of global powers, the rise of strategic decoupling, and the strain of global institute. This era tariff wars and economic sovereignty underscores the challenges to the brand in India, urging us to build trust and strengthen our position on the world stage. We are sincerely grateful to you, sir, to taking out the time of your busy schedule be with us today and for sharing your wisdom with our student managers. With this, we once again thank you, sir, for your presence and valuable contribution. May I request everyone to join me in giving a big round of applause to Mr. Sushil Pradhan, sir. Thank you.
Student managers, there will be a tea break of 5 minutes. Please be at your seats within 5 minutes.
In a world where power is no longer unipolar, India's strength lies not just in being a participant in global trade, but in shaping its direction with resilience, trust, and innovation. With this, let us begin with the panel one of the conclave on the theme India's Edge in a Multipolar Trade Arena.
This session will be moderated by Dr. Nirmal Soni Sir, Associate Professor, Balaji Institute of International Business. May I invite sir on stage? I request Student Manager Kshitija Bodke to introduce Sir.
Thank you, Shayan. We are delighted to welcome Dr. Nirmal Soni Sir, an accomplished academic, researcher and mentor dedicated to bridging the gap between industry and education. With a strong foundation in environmental economics, Dr. Soni Sir has presented and published research papers at national and international conferences and authored insightful case studies that contribute to both scholarship and practical decision making. He is a life member of the Indian Commerce Association and the Indian Global Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Agriculture, Pune. Beyond research, he is deeply committed to student success and professional development. He simplifies complex concepts through innovative courses, facilitates internship and placement, and provides guidance in admissions, interviews, counseling, and industry interface programs. Through LEBT Worldwide Behavioral Training Initiative, he has helped learners build essential skills for academic and career growth. Dr. Soni Sir work reflects a unique blend of academic rigor, industry collaboration, and mentorship, making him an invaluable contributor to both economic industry and ecosystem.
Now, I request Vice President of Sustainability Club, Siddhi Wankede, to felicitate Dr. Soni with a bouquet.
Now, it's my privilege to invite the panel chair, Mr. Ajay Jain Sir, Vice President, Global Supply Chain, Garware Fullflex India Private Limited. I request Nirmal Sir to kindly welcome Sir with a bouquet.
We are honored to welcome Mr. Ajay Sir, Vice President at Garware Fullflex India Private Limited, a general management professional with more than 30 years of rich experience in global and domestic sales, operation, global sourcing, supply chain, logistics, commercial operations, business development, project sales, and people management. Out of this 35 years have worked with the Garware Group for the last more than 30 years. A proactive leader and planner with cross-functional expertise in planning, market penetration, key account management, new product development, competitor, market analysis, sourcing, budgeting, and expense control, mergers and acquisition, skills in P&L management. Extensive experience in managing business operation, which requires deep understanding of critical business drivers in multiple markets, not only in India but internationally. Highly successful in building relationship with upper level decision makers, business partners. With his deep expertise in leadership strategy and global business operation, Mr. Ajay Sir continues to inspire professional and young leaders alike. We are privileged to have him with us today and look forward to his valuable insights. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome the Sir.
Joining him on the panel are distinguished leaders. May I invite Mr. Asim Parvez, sir, founder, The Hustlers Middle East. I welcome sir on the stage.
We are honored to welcome Mr. Asim Parvez sir, an experienced leader with demonstrated history of working in media, event and exhibition industry. Mr. Parvez sir has established himself as a dynamic professional with rich expertise in leading and large-scale events, managing media initiative and driving successful exhibitions. His extensive experience and leadership in his highly competitive industry have enabled him to contribute significantly to the growth and impact of organization he has been associated with. With his proven ability to create meaningful experience and deliver results in the media and event ecosystem, Mr. Parvez sir has become a respectful name in the industry. His leadership style, strategic mindset, and hands-on experience in event management exhibitions inspires young professional and future leaders. We are privileged to have to him with us today and look forward to his valuable insights on today's sub-theme, India Edge in Multipolar Trade Arena.
I now invite Dr. Soumya Datta ma'am, Vice President, HR Business Strategy, Gold Star Jewelry.
We are privileged to welcome Dr. Soumya Datta ma'am, Vice President in HR Business Strategy at Gold Star Jewelry Private Limited, a leading name in the India luxury manufacturing sector. With over 20 years of experience in driving impactful people strategy, Dr. Soumya ma'am brings a unique blend of academic depth and strategic execution, holding a dual PhD in e-commerce and psychology, an MBA in marketing and international trade, an MA in psychology, and a gold medalist PG diploma in HR. Dr. Soumya ma'am has constantly bridged the gap between research, innovation, and practice. Recognized globally, Dr. Soumya ma'am is a 10x LinkedIn top voice, a TEDx speaker, a world record holder, and a multi-award winning HR leader celebrated for excellence in HR transformation and management education. The professional journey includes the keynote speaking on over 250 plus platforms, mentoring with NASCOM and skill hacks, and creating impactful leadership content on YouTube. In academia, Dr. Soumya ma'am served as a professor of practice at Woxen University and Lovely Professional University, and as a visiting faculty at IFEL, specializing in organizational and digital transformation, analytics-driven HR practices, and motivational strategy for building high-performance cultures. Dr. Soumya ma'am continues to inspire individual and organization to embrace change, learning, and innovation. With a mission to empower growth through collaboration, diversity, and inclusion, Dr. Soumya ma'am has become a thoughtful leader, trusted advisor in shaping the future of work. We are honored to have Dr. Soumya ma'am with us today and look forward to gaining insights from their rich expertise in HR strategy, leadership, and transformation. Welcome, ma'am.
I now invite Mr. Parth Hirani, sir, Director, Jagdish Hirani and Associates. Welcome, sir.
We are honored to welcome Mr. Parth Hirani sir, Director at Jagdish Hirani and Associates. With over 19 years of professional experience, Mr. Hirani sir core competency in strategic advisory transformation have been the core stone of his career at Jagdish Hirani and Associates. His mission to deliver top-notch advisory service is deeply aligned with his focus on fostering transparent and effective corporate governance. Over the years, Mr. Hirani sir has had the privilege of working with 100 plus clients across 7 countries, a remarkable journey that has propelled his team forward and contributed a culture of excellence and integrity. As the director, Mr. Hirani sir lead the strategic advisory practice, ensuring robust compliances, frameworks, and oversight for client. His work not only strengthen business but also contribute to the broader goal of building trustworthy and sustainable corporate ecosystem. We are privileged to have him with us today and seek his valuable insight on today's sub-theme, India Edge in Multipolar Trade Arena.
We now invite the panel chair to open the session.
Hello. First of all, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this seminar and sub-panel. I'm excited to be here. I'm a bit nervous too. I haven't attended college now for nearly 40 years. So thank you so much for having me at the Balaji Institute. So I have come a little bit prepared. You know, we have Chat GPT, Grok AI. So when the subject was given to me, I am used to dealing. I mean, I am more hands-on rather than like Hiran, a strategic thinker or something of that sort. So I had to really do some research. Just today, we are in a multipolar world. What do you mean by multipolar? Up to few years ago, maybe a decade ago or so, we were unipolar. Maybe the US and EU dominated the trade. Today, China is in the picture, the BRICS countries are in the picture. So, and India is making its mark with $4 trillion economy and expected to grow, become largest economy in about 10 years' time. Hello. And I was just reading a report yesterday by 2029 or 2040, we are expected to be maybe the second largest economy. Maybe it is a WhatsApp news, I don't know, but if we become the second largest economy in 15 years time from now, that would be a great thing. But how are we going to reach there? India has a lot of advantages in this multipolar trade, how to grow a trade in this multipolar situation. Of course, now we have China, we have US, we have EU, there's Brazil in the South American continent, but there are certain advantages for India to succeed in this market, and I think so we will talk about it, how India is going to make a leap, I would say, in the coming few years. And the students out here are the ones who are going to benefit from India leading this charge towards becoming one of the most prominent trade partners or part of blocks in this world. Today, the economy or the world trade is dominated by blocks. So you have a EU bloc, you have BRICS, you have RCEP, you have IPEF. There are very, very fancy acronyms everywhere floating around. But the most important thing is how well you are prepared to take the opportunities that come for the Indians. So I hope with this we can start the discussions. I can talk about advantages that India has, say, for the to grow in this. We are today called the Global South. So what is Global South? Global South is basically less industrialized countries, less marginalized, low income, more agriculture dependent. So we are looking to be a leader of the Global South. Sorry. So as a global south leader, that's a block that we are trying to lead and ensure that we get our place in the sun. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir has opened well the sub-theme of the conclave. Now I would request Mr. Asim to introduce himself, means what he actually does, so that we can connect with him well. And then I'll have some questions also for you, sir.
Hello everyone. It's a privilege to be here in front of everyone. Thanks to Balaji University for having me as a panelist. My name is Asim. We are based in Dubai. Our company is called the Hustlers Middle East. Our core business is events and exhibitions. Anything related to events when it comes to corporate events, exhibition stands. Now we have expanded ourselves into fabrication also. So we have in-house production. And we work internationally, not just in the UAE. India is also one of the regions for us where we execute projects. Europe is another market for us. So that's the introduction.
Thank you, sir. Since you are based in a global hub, which is well connected, it's actually the window to Africa, to other Asian nations, to Europe as well. So since you are there, so I would like to know, as an entrepreneur operating in this hub, Dubai or nearby, so where do you see India in comparison to other countries in future?
See, it's a very interesting but a subjective question, to be honest. India has its own advantages when it comes to different industries. Specifically speaking about events and exhibitions, India has a huge potential. But obviously, because since Dubai is a global hub for trade, especially, what happens is everyone takes Dubai as a place where they can route their business from. So they don't want to keep, to politically correct answer would be Dubai is the safe bet for anyone to do business or execute business from. Because since in India there are this too much diversity we have in terms of industries, in terms of people and everything. All that contributes to the economy, but also it works as a restriction at times, I would say. But that cannot stop us as a country from growing in this respective industry. We are getting better. So this is the fair comparison, I would say.
So do they, these GCC countries, do they look look at us like Germany, USA, or some, other powers like Russia, China? So are they gauging us, or have they considered us as one of the powers in this multipolar world?
See, the biggest power India has, from my understanding, is the consumer power. Because you see, you take any exhibition or event that's happening globally, the major participants or exhibitors are from India. Say at least more than a 40%, I would say. And that's a huge number, internationally speaking. Be it any exhibition or event happening in Germany, that's one of the biggest capitals for events. Again, Indian companies are the biggest exhibitors who are participating. Even in UAE, you take a few exhibitions or a lot of events in consideration, Indian companies are the biggest contributors, biggest exhibitors. So when we see, from a third perspective, if we see any Indian company is considered as the first go-to approach.
Great. Okay. Thank you, sir, for your views. I would like Mr. Hirani to introduce himself, what you actually do. Like, we know that you are a consultant in international business. So if you can share with students your some experiences, and then I would have some questions for you, sir. Sure.
Thank you so much, Dr. Soni, and the entire institute for inviting. It's been wonderful visit, I think, since yesterday. a lot of hospitalities, and we enjoyed interacting with students a lot. Uh, Coming to what we specifically do, um, we basically what we call is as a if I'll just quickly describe our purpose statement. What I hope I'm not too loud. I think is it?
Yeah.
So we help organizations become fast, fit, and benchmark. I mean that's the purpose statement which we use. When I say fast, we believe without right culture or right engagement between people, organization cannot run fast. So we help in the areas of aligning human capital with organization goals. Second area, when we say fit, when you are running fast, you need to be fit. Without right systems and processes, you may get more accidents. So that's the second pillar which we touch. And while being fast and fit is very good, but that's still hard work. If you want to create benchmark in industries, you need to think what some people call as a blue ocean or whatever it is. You need a strategic shift. You need to create your unique space to become. So this is, I don't know, at a very macro level, I try to, this is what we try to associate with. Yes.
Thank you, sir. So, sir, as a consultant into international business, what are the key factors that the clients may consider while choosing an Indian firm, Indian resource, Indian person?
Nice question. And I actually wanted to also kind of purge in when you asked similar question to Mr. Asim. So, uh, technically there should not be, but there is certain way, right? So, um, if I put myself, I work with various organization. If the same path here and he walks into certain organization, depends on which label he wears. People decide what kind of business discussion he wants to do with me, right? The person remains the same, but it's also true, but it's a perception, right? So if I talk about consulting industry, typically we face a lot. We worked in various parts of the world. And yes, there has been a question that how can an Indian firm talk about strategic advisory in US? Like we own strategies, we invented that word. So now, but I mean, I'm okay. I think it is what it is. It's see the people's perception are their reality. World has not seen India in a role of advising. World has seen India in the role of serving, right? So, and now that is their reality. It doesn't mean that we don't have creative minds. It doesn't mean that we can't innovate. But we have never worked hard towards showing that way. In fact, I speak to many service industries and I said that why can't you invest? I mean, you're making billions. Can you create product, right? Just stop serving. Right? I mean, that's not bad, but let's not keep that as our endless identity that you want cheap labor, you want cheap consultants, go to India, you just outsource. Right? So, but ideally, but things are slightly changing. There are dialogues, and I think that's the reason. And forget about, I'm sorry if if my comment sounds a little racist, please ignore me. But forget about skin. Even our Indians look at us sometimes when you go in US and say, okay, you are an Indian firm. I said, okay, you are also Indian. But it's just the mindset. But the dialogues have started, and a lot of Indian firms, I think, are venturing out. And I'm very happy and proud to say that, we are helping world. We are not helping in the way that you do accounting at, let's say, $20 an hour and I will do it for like $5 an hour. Not that way. We come and say, how can you improve your bookkeeping, right? We set your processes, we set your strategies to conquer the market. But on the same side, ideally the process, I mean, I would probably tweak the question in a way that It's not Indian firm or European firm or Middle Eastern firm. Companies should really look at what are their objectives, why they are looking for a consulting firm. Then there are two kind of consulting firms. One is who brings in their own unique products or the methods, and one who brings in the relevant experience, right? That's the biggest confusion. Sometimes we say, let's say, if I go to her and then if she's looking for somebody who has worked in diamond industry for 20 years, it's a different type of consulting she's looking at. Versus she's looking at somebody who, who doesn't know diamond and who just wants to um, revisit its organization structure without knowledge of. So there are different kind of consulting houses. Organizations should know what level of creativity as well as what level of uniformity they want with the industry. What are the methods? Is it somebody just who works for 20 years and comes and say that, I've seen the world, take advice from me? Or is it a company who comes with a structured process? Every industry needs, it's like a manufacturing is a process, so consulting is a process. So that's how I think firms should be judged and how many cycles of that process they have done. So it's like if I look at him, how many cycles of exhibitions he has managed, or how many diamonds maybe you have, or how many jewelries you have created. That creates that creates a master in that process, right? And you bring better results. So I don't know, maybe that was a little longer answer, but
No, that's all right, in fact. So, thing is like we associate punctuality with Japanese, we associate mechanics with Germans. So that way, Indians also would have some perception.
absolutely.
So, from what you are sharing, I get that the perception is changing. So there is a shift, and we are being considered as professionals, and we are being put on the equal levels with the other Europeans and Americans as consultants, as resource persons.
So I would just add, my first years in Europe and US, luckily people are mispronouncing my names. So instead of Parth, they would say Bart. So at least they would allow me to come. But when they look at me and they're like, who are you? So they were expecting Bart, like Bart Simpson. And they see Parth, he's an Indian guy. So yes, there was a challenge, but as you said, it was a perception. And now things are moving ahead.
That's great. Ms. Soumya, I would like you to introduce yourself, and then I'll have some questions for you.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर सोनी एंड इट्स बीन एन अमेजिंग पैनल। पर तुम लोग को क्या हुआ है यार, क्यों सो रहे हो? हैं आधे लोग तो ये ऑडिटोरियम का नाम पढ़ रहे हैं, बताओ क्या नाम है? हाँ, नहीं सुनाई दे रहा, फिर से बोलिए। Awesome and thank you for waking up because लग रहा था कि सो गए। Awesome। तो ये एनर्जी रखे, नहीं तो हम तीन यहाँ पर क्या बोलेंगे यार, हमको समझ में नहीं आया। अच्छा चार, थैंक यू, मतलब जग रहे हो, अमेजिंग। सुपर्ब। सो थैंक यू फॉर हैविंग अस। मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन तो ऑलरेडी वो बहुत लंबा पड़ चुकी है, तो मुझे नहीं देना है ज्यादा। सो आई एम जस्ट इन द बिजनेस ऑफ इमोशंस। जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी का धंधा है हमारा। धंधा है, गंदा है, जैसा भी है, टेढ़ा है पर मेरा है। एंड आई एम वेरी प्राउड। करेक्ट। एंड द सेकेंड थिंग इज, पार्थ ने बड़ा अच्छा बोला उनके नाम के लिए, बट मेरा नाम जो है, थैंक गॉड मैं अब दत्ता लगाने लग गई हूं, क्योंकि नाम इज बैड ज्ञान, बट आई एम हियर टू गिव गुड ज्ञान, राइट? सो नाम में क्या रखा है दोस्तों, यही होता है, राइट? सो जस्ट cheer on, be happy, and that's what life is all about. So love to all of you all। कोई हेलमेट रख के बैठा है, कोई ऑलरेडी स्लाइड कर चुका है बैग्स के वेट के नीचे, साड़ियों में लड़कियां हैं इधर उधर गिर रही हैं, जस्ट फील फ्री। ऑलराइट, ओवर टू यू सर।
So on the same lines, देखिए मैम, हमारे पास जो रिसोर्स है वो तो यही है। So so with this resource, I want to know or their generation Gen Z, are we ready to rock the world? You know, so please share your views on that.
सो जेनजीज तक के अच्छा है, जेनजीज को सेंसीज नहीं बनना है. डोंट बी टू सेंसिटिव, राइट? बस बाकी लाइफ सेट है आपकी, है कि नहीं है? नहीं है? दारजी आपको क्या लगता है, लाइफ सेट है कि नहीं है? देखो, सेट है लाइफ. So what is expected at the corporate level is, I like when you guys talk, क्योंकि कभी हम भी वहां बैठे होते थे और जो यहाँ 4 बैठे होते थे ना, सिर्फ अटेंडेंस के लिए आते थे, बाय गॉड. अदरवाइज ये 4 दिन के टॉर्चर, भगवान बचाए. Right? But at the end of the day, when we have come and when we have invested your time, your money or your parents' money, and your professors' time and academic pursuit to make you into the national citizens and entrepreneurs and corporate citizens of tomorrow, this is where we come in. So what is it that we are looking at in all of you? आपके डिग्रीज, आपके मार्क्स यस डिसेंट होने चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत ज्यादा मेहनत लगती है अदरवाइज टू ब्रिंग अ पर्सन अप फ्रॉम बॉटम, राइट? सो एक डिसेंट मार्क्स absolutely are required. However, we want, and I may sound a little cliched, but I am looking out for someone who comes with an attitude of a team spirit. Organization हो, चाहे परिवार हो, चाहे society हो, we all work in teams. So that team is something that is very important. Second is the ability to listen. वो कॉलेज कर देगा, इतने पैनल्स में बिठाएगा कि सुनने की क्षमता बढ़ ही जाएगी आपकी, right? And third, very important is, please do not be so dependent on AI कि आप खुद के सोचने समझने की क्षमता भूल जाएं. You have to still maintain your sense of sensibility and rationale. You have to have a sense of logic behind every action that you take in future. So please be very, very mindful of that fact. अगर आप कहीं से पढ़ के या चैट जीपीटी के एग्जाम्पल्स या आंसर्स दे रहे हैं, we will catch you even in your CVs, right? बड़ा सुंदर CV लेके आते हैं, वहां बोलते हैं बोलिए CV में क्या लिखा है, जैसे ऑडिटोरियम के नाम प्रोनाउंस करने में बहुत गलतियां होती हैं, सीवीज में भी हो जाता है. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Soumya seems to be very positive about India's case. And so I would say that these guys would be able to compete with Americans, Europeans, Germans, Japanese. Yes? Wow, wow, that's great. जापान भी जाओगे, ऐसा है? So, Mr. Parth also is quite confident that we are ready to play our role in the multipolar trade arena as one of the powers in the world. I think same is the case with Mr. Asim. Mr. Asim is also very confident that the number of Indian industries that are coming to the global hubs is increasing day by day. And some of these industries you would own in future. Some of these industries you would work in them. I would like to ask Mr. Jain, so coming down to the manufacturing and services, sir. So are we comparatively ready, like comparative competent, or there is a comparative advantage to play our role?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I would say that we are ready.
This is working. You can use this. This is working. So we'll take care. You can use this.
So I would like to just give an example of our company itself. when you say, are we ready? So today we have been hit by the Trump tariffs. We export about 40% to the US. Our customers want to stop the orders. They want to go to our competitors who are in Southeast Asia. But they don't have the scale. We produce like billions of pieces consistently without any quality issues. So yes, India is at a place where manufacturing is growing. People are looking to come here and set up shop. We have people like you guys coming in soon into the industry who have the capability to grow. So the manufacturing is growing in India. There is no doubt about it. And as a de-risking strategy with China +1 coming into play, India is poised because we have the resources, we have the people, we have the knowledge, and I think so we will be just doing wonderful in the next few years to come on the manufacturing side. We have the scale. So I don't think so there is any other country. Of course, China is way ahead of us, but over a period of time, I think so India will catch up. It may take us 15 years, 20 years, but countries are looking at us to set up their manufacturing base. Of course, everyone has heard about Apple out here in Bangalore or Hosur. So there are many others waiting in the wings. We have certain things to take care of as a government, as policy. But if those things work out, no one can hold us back.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for your views. I would like to ask Mr. Asim also about his views on how ready we are, like for the global positioning. Let's say India's footprints in the GCC nations. So what are your views on India's footprints, and how do you think that the government policies are in place?
See, I think I've partially answered this question earlier. India has a huge potential in terms of policies, yes. Ease of doing business, I mean, the other panelists can, suggest better on this topic. But from my understanding, ease of business is a little backwards compared to countries outside, especially the UAE. Because when you want to do business, you don't feel like, I have to go ek dukan, do dukan, teen dukan jana hai mere ko. You just go to one place, you find a solution right there. And it's all black and white. We were discussing this earlier also. It's all black and white. So that ease of business, the transparency, it gives confidence to people to start business, to do business. And you know that for a growing company or a growing economy, you are in a safe space. So this is what the advantage is. But when you talk about India, there are certain policies. Obviously, I'm not an expert on commenting that, but definitely some things can be improved. A huge potential is there. Mr. Jain also explained how Trump tariffs have been implied, but still it's not affecting the industries as much. So it's a very positive sign, I would say. So this is something which is very clear when I see it from a outside perspective, like not residing in India at the moment.
Okay.
Just to add to what he has said, the ease of doing business part of it. Yes, India is a difficult country that way. And if you will see in the index of ease of doing business, we are probably past 100 ranks. Again, from my experience, we just set up a factory in Dominican Republic, which is in the Caribbean islands. It took us 1 week to get all the permissions in place, and we were ready, ground out there. So if those kind of things happen in India, it will be much easier and faster for India to grow, to come up to speed. And of course, the various schemes that the government is bringing, if they can do a bit of thinking on the PLI or any other incentive schemes that are coming up, again, I think so India is poised to grow.
Just to add another point, sorry. As Mr. Jain said, speed is something where probably we are lacking. We take a lot of time in executing things. Also because it's a very big country, there are a lot of approvals that go into place. A lot of diplomatic decisions have to be taken into consideration. But that's if the speed comes into play in executing things and adapting to changes, what's happening internationally, it would be a game changer for sure.
And what I was also talking about is the policies in these nations. GCC is there, Gulf region, then this is MENA region, Middle East, and then going to North Africa. So yeah, UAE is quite open, but then there are countries around. Saudi is there, Qatar is there, Kuwait is there. So we don't see much development, Indian companies going there, starting their businesses there. So how this exhibition marketing, may help some Indian companies to enter in these places as well, till Egypt and then Libya.
See, speaking about Saudi Arabia, they've got the Vision 2030 in place. So they're working towards that. Then FIFA World Cup is happening in 2034 in Saudi. So they are obviously 9 years, 10 years ahead planning already. So they're investing into things that are supporting these causes. They are expanding the market. I mean, I'm not a very huge fan of Saudi market anyways, because if India is tough, Saudi is 10x tougher in terms of doing business. We've been planning for last 2 years to set up a company in Saudi. It just gets tougher each time we try to, step in there. We execute projects there, yes, but as a Dubai company. But to set up in Saudi, it is not that easy right now. And similar is like Qatar, Bahrain, all these. I mean, these are not too open about doing events and exhibitions because they have their oil fields in place. Unlike UAE, especially Dubai. Dubai is kind of dry right now in terms of oil. So all they do is market themselves as a hub where ease of doing business is one, leisure is another, tourism is the biggest, play for them. So they have multiple things happening and they're open to changes. I mean, coming back to the same point, they're open to change. It's probably the second largest AI adapted country right now. So and it's a very small country to be, comparing to other places.
Agreed, sir. Thank you for your views on that, sir. So, Ms. Soumya, I do think that surely there are talent gaps. Yeah. So, what are these talent gaps specifically? आप बता सकते हैं so that since they are into some, we can say that in under preparation, they are in the process. So they can address these talent gaps right now and be industry ready when the time comes.
So, all of you all must be aware of a simple fact that in a population of 1 billion in India, 960 million of us are in the age group of 15 to 64. Right? Yes. Yes. And because of this, there is a whole plethora of equitable talent pools available. आज आपने MBA किया है, आप पुणे के आसपास ही देख लीजिए कितने MBA colleges हैं. So talents are a plenty. Now what is it that sets you apart? So anyone wants to take that? What is it that sets you apart from any other MBA student? Anyone? Discipline. Okay, can that be imbibed by anyone else? Attitude, can that be changed by anyone else? Okay. Anything else? Software skills. Who said that? Software skills? Soft skills. Soft skills and software skills. Two very important aspects of life. Please remember that. Now talent is moving from being very competitive to being collaborative with someone else. Today, you may be an amazing talent in sales, but may be a little short on financial knowledge. Get into a partnership with someone who knows that. And once you have a partnership built with the person who knows finances, you are sorted. Also, you are co-partnering and creating a symbiotic environment where both flourish. It is not a parasitic environment. हमें कंपटीशन ने पैरासिटिक एनवायरनमेंट डेवलप करने की बहुत प्रेरणा दी है. Now we have to create a symbiotic environment. That's one. The other is if you have to be infungible, which means irreplaceable, please remember you have to constantly innovate yourself. Constantly. एक particular politician थे, क्योंकि जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी में हूं तो इसलिए उनका एक बड़ा खूबसूरत सा सेंटेंस याद है कि यहां से आलू निकालो वहां से सोना निकलता है. आई विश मेरे पास वो मशीन हो. बट लुक एट हिम व्हाट दैट पर्सन वाज एंड लुक एट व्हाट द पर्सन हैज डन एंड द वे द पर्सन हैज स्टार्टेड स्पीकिंग अप. योर इमेज, your social media perception needs to be very, very clear. आज जब आप employability scale पे देखे जाते हैं तो आपके social media footprints भी देखे जाते हैं. So skill gaps में managing your social media skill is also, or image is also a skill today. How you are looked at. How people are perceiving you through your LinkedIn, through your Insta accounts. You're creating a perception there. Third, very important thing is what have you done to distinguish yourself to create the distinction from others? Right? One thing that sets you apart. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. MBA कर लिया, हो गया, लाइफ छुट्टी, लाओ भाई पैसे दो. हमने भी यही सोचा था कि जिस दिन MBA करके निकलेंगे रिवॉल्विंग चेयर होगी, एक रामू आएगा जो चाय देगा और हम बोलेंगे बेल बजाओ, अपॉइंटमेंट लो, विजिटिंग कार्ड्स हम बांटेंगे. बाय गॉड की कसम कुछ नहीं हुआ. हम खुद ही रामू थे. राइट? हमें बोला गया कि अपनी चाय खुद लो एंड देयर वाज नो कैबिन. No sense of entitlement. बैठिए, काम कीजिए और काम के हिसाब की सैलरी नहीं मिलती है. देने वाले को लगता है बहुत दे रहे हैं, लेने वाले को लगता है ठीक नहीं मिल रहा है. But whatever it is, for the first 3 years, invest in learning, corporate learning and your industry immersion programs जो होते हैं, जो इंडस्ट्री प्लेसमेंट्स क्या बोलते हैं हम उनको, 3 महीने के लिए जाते हैं जो इंटर्नशिप, वो आपकी समर ब्रेक नहीं है बच्चों. राइट? बहुत बार ये होता है कि पापा की फ्रेंड की कंपनी में काम कर लिया, उन्होंने लिख के दे दिया, कॉलेज में हो गया. आई हैव सीन दोज पीपल. दैट इज नॉट गोइंग टू वर्क फॉर यू. है ना? लाल टी शर्ट वाले भाई साहब, सही बोला ना मैंने? हाँ. सी, दिस इज व्हाट हैपेंस. So please be very careful. So the skills that you need to develop is soft skills, technological skills, manage your social media accounts, clean up all your past history. And fourth, very important thing is keep innovating yourself. Your education does not stop with an MBA degree. You have to keep doing things beyond it, and it is a constant learning process. So these are the things that we see. आज चैट जीपीटी आ गया है, बहुत लोगों को यूज करते नहीं बनता है या सिर्फ वही यूज करते हैं. बहुत ज्यादा पोलराइज्ड भी मत होइए, बहुत ज्यादा ओपिनिएटेड बिकॉज ऑफ चैट जीपीटी मत होइए. सो दीज आर माय फ्यू प्रैक्टिकल टेक्स. अदरवाइज तो एक लिस्ट है जहां स्किल गैप्स होते हैं, विच आई ऑफ कोर्स यू ऑल कैन गूगल की क्या क्या कर सकते हैं, बट दिस इज व्हाट माय प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस हैज टॉट मी. थैंक यू.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. So you are suggesting that in a multipolar trade world, they need to be less polarized. Okay. Yeah. Mr. Hirani, थोड़े कुछ trade secrets. Yeah. So how do you pitch? How do you get a client international? You know, these guys would be, some of them or many of them would be the sales guys in future. So how do you crack?
This is a trade secret, huh? बताओ हम भी सुन रहे हैं.
Everyone literally turns
हेलो या
और ये ना टेलीकास्ट हो क्या रहेगा.
हाँ सो एक काम करते हैं लेट्स प्ले मोक राइट यू बी अ क्लाइंट बट असाइनमेंट फिर एक्चुअल में देना पड़ेगा. So I'll link it because she was talking and what he was saying. I was also thinking I would like to probably add some background to it. I'll start with a word which I use about perception, linking with what Dr. Somya. Sorry, yeah. नहीं डॉक्टर्स को डिफिकल्टी होती है. So हाँ इसमें मजा आ रहा है. So you know what I see business is exchange of values, right? I give you a product that's a value to you. You give me money which is a value to me, right? It's simple exchange. I feel sometimes we make things too complex, right? Without necessary, right? The calm you are, the simple you are, how simply you can explain what you are doing. Don't keep the burden of sales. I mean, many of us will start doing sales as well, right? Just stay humble. There's no acceptance or rejection in sales. I'm taking this as a sales question, right? And I'm going to the fundamental of sales. So many people go with lot of burden. Yaar, pardon?
सीक्रेट नहीं बता रहे हो, सीक्रेट बताओ.
क्लाइंट को ऐसे ही फंसाना होता है.
देखो सीक्रेट.
हाँ सर बोलिए.
कैसे भी करके 4 मीटिंग निकाल लो, बराबर. No, but true, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes they see value. If I see my success ratio, it's not very excellent. I think if I'm meeting 10 potential client, I would be cracking maybe 1 or 2 out of them. So, kahin pe how I see is that I simply explain them what we do, what experience we have, right? And I mean, there's another thing about our business. We can't even help everybody sometimes, right? So we also need to. The reason I said 4 meeting karte hai, because it's a tricky business. Yes, there is one thing. We sign on tangible values. So we are a transformation company. We would, let's say if she engages us, we would sign on a balance sheet that this is the desired balance sheet and this is the period, and let's say we agree with a tolerance percentage 5% or 10%, and this is the period we help you reach here, right? Now that's a big selling point. Most consulting firm would not agree on that formal sign off and maybe aligning their fees with the same, right? So maybe the principles are very same, but that shows our confidence on what we are bringing to the world, right? It's like the product warranty. Most companies in soft industries like consulting would walk away from that, and there are genuine reasons for walking away from that, because you know what, actually, let's say again going back, I will keep on talking that you are giving because I hope you give. But let's say how they are driving their company on day-to-day basis is probably 80% role on whether they achieve the desired results or not. But how do we influence them is our role. And how do we see always is we get a lot of failures like every organization, but we take it as a game, right? So, when we're a kid, we play something. We're just playing. We'll play with spoon as well. We'll drop the spoon 10 times. We'll again lift the spoon. We'll do something. It's just a fun, right? And you win, you lose. We win, you lose. You become better. So how we see is that how can, if she's driving the organization, we have agreed on a strategy, but maybe the execution, as you said, is not happening the way it should be. Then if I'm partnered, if I am at stake, I would be better in influencing her. I would look at everything to influence her, and I would do everything to also understand her. So it makes a very strong partnership. 80% of our business is actually repeat and referrals. So one of the reason we also, as I said, 10 out of 2, we probably also don't want to, and we are a boutique firm. So we don't need 100 assignments. We want to stay boutique, a kind of a, we want to have multiple locations, but every location would be a boutique. So I don't know. So whether I've answered your question or not, but I would like to add something here, unless you want to add something in between. Please.
And so would I.
I'm interesting. I'm getting 2 potential clients. Thank you, Dr. Soni.
So the basic question being that how would you drive sales, right? That was your basic question. So to me, and I have been part of the sales and I have been part of concept selling, जहाँ पर हमने education को as a tool use किया. I've been a part of retail sales wherein we were selling merchandise. I have been part of telecommunication service in the business of service, and now I'm in the part of luxury, right? So I've seen 4 different industries and 4 facets of sales. Sales is nothing but storytelling in a way wherein you are solving someone's problem.
Absolutely.
अब gems and jewelry का क्या हाल है? तो अभी पार्थ के साथ डिस्कस हो रहा था. आई डोंट नो अबाउट आसिम एंड जैन जी साहब के बारे में, बट पार्थ जरूर बोल रहे थे कि मैं अपनी बीवी को डायमंड से दूर कैसे जाऊं. मैंने बोला क्यों, मेरे पेट पे लात मार रहे भाई. हमारी इंडस्ट्री को चाहिए कि पीपल शुड बाय डायमंड्स, राइट? सो it is, if you've seen, why are the bigger diamonds always flaunted as an epitome of love? छोटा डायमंड है तो लव नहीं है क्या बीवी को? पर बड़ा है तो बेहतर है. प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व्ड. Correct? Now, when you are in the concept selling, the storyline changes.
Absolutely.
Right? Now you take something like एक कैडबरीज आए. हमारे यहाँ उसके पहले तक के हल्दीराम की मिठाइयाँ चलती थी. दिवाली आई, पिच चेंज हो गया, हालात बदल गए, जज्बात बदल गए, कायनात बदल गई. अब आप कैडबरीज देते हैं, शेल्फ लाइफ ज्यादा है. ठंडा मतलब कोको कोला. हम जब छोटे थे तो रसना बनता था घर पे, वो भी किसान की बॉटल्स में स्टोर होता था, केचप की बॉटल्स में, और एक उसका कॉन्सेंट्रेशन छोटा छोटा लाके मम्मियां मिक्स करती थी, और वो शाम के और दोपहर के समय जब हस्बैंड्स वर इन ऑफिस, दैट यूज्ड टू बी अ कम्युनिटी अफेयर्स. टुडे थिंग्स आर रेडीमेड, things are fast. Problem solved is that of the time. LG ने एक स्टडी की थी. इंडिया में जो हमारे घर हो रहे थे, राइट, उन्होंने देखा कि फ्रॉम अ जॉइंट फैमिली सिस्टम वी आर कमिंग टू अ न्यूक्लियर फैमिली सिस्टम. तो LG ने बोला कि फ्रिज बनाते हैं हम, और उन्होंने 165 लीटर्स के फ्रिज मार्केट में लॉन्च कर दिए. द बिगेस्ट सेल्स डिजास्टर. 200 plus liters was selling faster than 165 liters. Do you know the reason why? Anyone? न्यूक्लियर फैमिली हो गई थी, लेकिन बड़े फ्रिज बिक रहे थे, छोटे फ्रिज नहीं. एनीवन? हाँ, because women started working, so हफ्ते भर का खाना एक बार में बनता था, storage ज़्यादा चाहिए होती थी. That's how you solve a problem. So I've given you 4 examples. Sales is nothing but solving problems. अपन दोनों partner करेंगे वैसे. So this is what consultancy is all about.
I have one draft contract ready. Abhi sign kare.
Thank you.
So
Yes, Dr. Jain.
the only other thing that I wanted to add, storytelling was also one of the points. But if you recall in this conversation between Parth and Soumya, how many times did he tell her, assignment dogi? Kitni baar bola?
That's a sales
Persuasion.
Bola 5 baar. So the most important, according to me, I started my career in sales, is perseverance.
Yes.
छोड़ना नहीं है. Do come what may. 10 बार लात मारेंगे, but please continue to persevere.
So how many
Thank-
interviews now? How many of? 1, 2, oh, come on, we need more. You know what?
I'll add
People who
something.
think that I will be in HR, you are also selling to your internal customers. So everyone is into sales.
आपको है ना एम्प्लॉइज हायर करते वक्त भी सेल्स करनी पड़ेगी कंपनी तो सो दैट यू गेट गुड एम्प्लॉइज बट व्हाट यू सेड इज सी ऑन वन साइड as a firm we have a luxury because we work on a different model, so we are not very, we can say no to projects. On another side, I will not name the gentleman, we are doing one of the largest project. I have pursued that gentleman for 10 years. 10 years, every month, I used to send him a WhatsApp, right? Can we meet? And there's no shame into that. I'm not begging. I'm just asking, can you spare me 20 minutes? Because I wanted to work with him. While as a business, we are doing really good, but I wanted that account in our profile. And they are working with all global leaders, so maybe we were not of that importance to him, but finally we cracked it. So what you highlighted is really, really important. We need to chase our goals. Nobody is going to work for us. It's only us. And many people say ki yaar nahi ho raha. But there's one other thing is you only fail when you stop trying or when you stop playing, right? Till the time you are in game. Never conclude कि ये success है ये failure. Don't even conclude success because that's also a game. कल failure भी आएगा. But keep playing, keep getting better. And I want to add a few things. I'm again adding on a global arena as an individual because what I understood from you, Dr. Soni, is that many students wants to go outside, wants to work in global organization, right? And looking at maybe larger picture, looking at themselves in some global platforms, corporates. There are few things which I have seen and experienced at an early phase, and I would like to share. Well, mine is a very different system. Maybe every individual has a different inherent strengths and weaknesses. But what helped me and what I saw across the globe, seeing many young Indians when I was like 24, 25 and working together. And I picked few words as an individual which helped me a lot. दोस्तों के साथ रात को घूमना किसको पसंद है? अच्छा, सही है. Very good. अच्छा, पुणे कितने लोगों के लिए नया सिटी है? ओह, अमेजिंग. अच्छा, इसमें से कितने लोगों ने पुणे में नए सिटी में आके फिर भी दोस्त बना लिए और उनके साथ अभी भी शाम को घूमते हैं? Okay, perfect. Do the same thing at your workplace, please. Right? Now, I'm not saying that आप वहां पे जाके दोस्त बनाओ, रात को जाओ, समझ गए सब लोग. But, you know, and now I'm linking this to a global platform. शायद हम लोगों का बैकग्राउंड और हम लोगों को जो बचपन से जो एक अगेन इट्स अ परसेप्शन दिया गया है ना, ये गोरा है तो ये सुपीरियर है. This is I've seen lot of Indians suffering from this mindset. right? यार इसके साथ कैसे दोस्ती करे? अरे इंसान ही है, right? क्यों नहीं हो सकता? they are real. उन लोगों के दिमाग में ऐसा नहीं है. हम लोग हमारी पोजीशन को इंफीरियर दिखाते हैं, right? We bow down. I'm not saying that you be arrogant, right? And you don't actually, you don't need to do anything to be equal. You just need to be you. Be natural. Talk to people. Smile. Greet them. Invite them for dinner. Invite them for lunch. Everybody loves to socialize, right? And the connects which you'll build, which will be unbelievable. I have friends in so many parts of the world. Now, mine was a problem because I can't eat alone. So, like initially, I used to literally drive people. Can I have lunch with you? Can we go out? And I did it for like 4.5 years. I can't eat alone. So, I need to find somebody. And I don't like tiffin food because that's cold. So, I need to go to a restaurant. Now, that helped me because every lunch was a new meeting, was somebody with whom I was socializing. I'm not saying that you guys go ahead and spend money, but try to socialize, be friendly, look at yourself as just human. You have all the skills, right? You have all the knowledge, right? Utilize them. Don't create your own mental barrier. So this is one of the biggest thing I've seen and I would really want. Second, so socialize is one thing. Second thing, what I've seen as a skill gap. Now I'm coming to your area. Every culture has strength and weaknesses. I'm really proud of our culture, but I see we are bad planners. We don't like to plan. And that actually gives us a lot of setback. We feel हो जाएगा यार, समझ गया ना, कल कॉन्क्लेव ही करना है ना सर, टेंशन क्यों लेते हो, आ जाएंगे सुबह, right? We don't like to plan, we don't like to rehearse. लिखना पसंद नहीं है, हम लोग we make our hands dirty. Fine, you do, but rehearse, plan, prepare yourself. वहां पे ये दो area I've seen as a major gap where our people are really hardworking, really knowledgeable, but they don't take senior positions because they are a bad planner and they don't know how to socialize. This shy उनको अपनी Indian community में ही रहना है. That's it. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your remarks. Incidentally, I understand that those women who work should also give their husbands some gifts. Why should girls should have all the fun, right? So what do you say about Royal Enfield and Harley Davidson boys?
Oh, that I like.
I got one.
So wife gifted, but he is not gifting diamonds to her, and she is gifting the bike.
No, I don't need to gift her. I mean, it's not a choice. No? There's an annual budget.
Okay.
As a consolation prize, I got my Enfield.
Wow, that's so good. I would request Jen sir for concluding remarks, and thereafter your lessons from life, if you'd like to share everyone with the students. Yes, sir.
I would say, coming to the topic of India in the multipolar scenario, I would once again like to say we are well poised as long as we ensure that all our infrastructure, all our regulatory things are in place. We are going to have a super future for India. In the next 10 to 15 years, you guys are going to rock the world. That is all I can say. India is growing. No one can stop us. Yes, the tariffs are a blip, maybe for a few months, but we had that earlier too. Look at COVID. We were down, but we always rise again. And I think so in this scenario, India is going to be a leader very, very soon.
Would you like to talk something? Yeah.
I just want to go back to the previous topic, which was sales. I wanted to say something.
It was very interesting, yeah.
So the thing is, I will not No, I'm not going to add anything how to sell, but I will just tell one thing. You are selling yourselves regardless. When you go for interviews, you are selling your skills. You are selling your capabilities. You are convincing someone to hire you. That is literally selling. So I saw literally very few hands, students raise their hands when he asked sales कौन कौन करना चाहता है. I think 5-6 लोगों ने हाथ उठाए थे.
Well, not just interview. Every morning when you want a new assignment in your pocket.
Exactly. And apart from this, if you actually start from sales, I'm telling you from my personal experience, if you start your career from sales, you can switch anytime, anywhere smoothly. Very, very smooth transition when you start from sales. Because the hardest thing is what you've cracked initially. And another thing is about the industry that I just wanted to talk about. When specifically I'm talking about events and exhibitions, it looks very, very glamorous from outside. But whoever here is planning to get into that industry, please understand what you see is literally only the 10% of what goes behind. Ask these guys who have been helping Dr. Soni in planning all these things, all the students. They know अभी 4-5 दिन से literally सारे speakers को coordinate करना है, and no one knows. Pratnesh from International Business, he came to pick us up at 12 midnight. So वो किसी को नहीं पता, except a few probably. So all these things are few things that you need to keep in mind. Unseen जो काम है, that will be 90% of the things, and the glamour part is just the 10%. So don't enter an industry based on what you see. We're not selling diamonds like Soumya.
Well, for him it might be a good time out from the hostel. You don't know the reason.
But he stays out.
Okay.
So I understand that what is being seen is only the tip of the iceberg, and then so you have to dive deeper. Thank you very much everyone for this discussion. A very fruitful, very interesting discussion. So I understand that there is a lunch planned after this event, so there would be a lunch break. So we can still take few questions from you if you have really some burning desire to ask a question. Most welcome. Any questions? Please also say your name and to whom you are addressing this question. Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Sahil Endre. I'm a Vice President of Tech and Digital Club from BMHRD, Student Council member. Also, I'm pursuing my MBA in Product Management and Business Analytics. As ma'am, you highlighted that sales is a storytelling of solving the problem. But ma'am, there are many players in the industry who are already solving that problem. So being a new entrant in the industry or already existing in the industry, how we can take up advantage and compete with others to sustain and to take them behind and go ahead and solve the problems of the consumer or customer and be the leader of the industry.
Thank you for that brilliant question. So if you are talking about if you're talking about हम किसी को पीछे छोड़ के कैसे आगे जा सकते हैं, तो remember my friend, this is no longer a world of competition, it is a world of collaboration. Number one. Number two, अगर हम वो gap कैसे find out करें, because there are already plethora of products available. So जहाँ Nokia था वहाँ BlackBerry भी था, वहाँ Samsung भी है और वहाँ Apple भी है. So why did BlackBerry, even though it was touted as a business phone with a quattro key, fail? And Samsung and Apple's came up and Nokia also. So the reason being is constant innovation. Number two, we've moved away from a VUCA world to a BANI world. I'm sure you all know what VUCA and BANI is, right? So once you move from a VUCA world to an incomprehensible world, there is non-linearity there. What happens is that predictability cannot be assessed. तो आपको पता नहीं है कि आप किस तरीके से कौन सा प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में कैसा बिहेव करेगा. नाउ 3 T's हम लोग आज सह रहे हैं. टम्प, टैरिफ एंड ट्रॉमा. राइट? अब जब ये 3 T आ गए आपके तो आप उसमें करेंगे क्या? बिजनेस है, बिजनेस चलता रहेगा, कंटिन्यूटी मेंटेन रखनी है. सो आप स्पीड ला सकते हैं. राइट? सो पहले आपका मोबाइल जो था वो एक फ्लैट उस पे चलता था. आज हम 5G 6G इनफैक्ट जो आपका बैंडविड्थ ऑफ योर केबल वायर्स व्हिच रन थ्रू आर ऑन 10G. So speed has become the other thing. Now market में either you can be a mass marketeer, your product can have a mass appeal, or you can find a niche. And then of course market skimming has to be thought of, which is first movers advantage. Market ko flourish karo, flood karo, take the that is what Apple did. Okay, even though touchscreen was a technology invented by Samsung, but Apple said, well, we are taking it, patented it for 20 years, did not allow Samsung to use it, and here we are. So first movers advantage, speed, accuracy, knowing the pulse of the market, and finding that niche. ये याद रखिए, हर पेप्सी के साथ कोक बिकता है और थम्स अप भी बिकता है. So ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि आप जो है वो competitive products nahi bikenge. It is how you position the product. Remember the 7 P's. I hope I've answered you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
We can take one more question.
Yes, sir. My name is Shivam from IB Finance, and thank you for the wonderful discussion.
Louder, please, louder.
Check. Okay. So, my name is Shivam from IB Finance. My question is to Mr. Hirani sir. Like, as you are in advisory and consultant, what do you do when the advice does not work? Like, how do you handle the client and all?
Why only I get tough questions and trade secrets?
Others can also.
You know, I am in the middle of sales negotiation. Do you know that?
Yes, sir. I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
7 times.
while on one side I'm pitching her to give me an assignment and asking me what do I do if I fail.
Consider it as an opportunity, sir. Then.
Well, okay. No, thank you. It's a good question. And see, our engagements are long, right? So typically when we engage with any company, it's minimum 1.5 years to 2 years engagement. So there is a journey, there's a roadmap. And no design is good, right? So let's say if any architect, I mean, the concept, actually we have adapted a lot of principle from an architecture company. When architects designs this auditorium or this building, right? And when it's being constructed, there'll be always a lot of adaptations. Right? So you can look at it in two ways. A, that design is not working, or B, design needs adaptation. Both can be the case, right? All you do is go ahead and correct it. It's as simple as that. I'm not God, and no human being is God in the world. So it's just staying humble. Fine, we screwed up. We'll correct it. And we have another principle, which is one of our core values. Any member, we screw up. Like any firm who claims that, you know, we are perfect, you don't work with that firm. That would be my advice, right? Because humans make mistakes. All we have is we have very strong policies. If you screw up, be the first one to advertise it. I'm not saying report. I say advertise it, which means quickly inform all the affected stakeholders that there is a problem. This solution seems like will not work. We need to sit back and correct it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So,
Any other question? Any other questions anybody want to ask so that I can convince
the
them?
time we are running out. So for the paucity of time, we would like to close the discussion with the concluding thoughts also. So I think that the panel is quite positive about the future that we are walking into. India would be one of the powerful forces in the world, and it would be you actually who would make it happen. So your future seems to be bright when India goes into the multipolar world. So with that hope, with that wishes, we close the discussion. Thank you very much.
That was indeed a rich and engaging discussion. We now present mementos to our panel chair and panelists as a token of our heartfelt gratitude. We request Dr. Nirmal Soni sir to felicitate the panel members. Now I request Dr. Nirmal Soni sir to felicitate Dr. Ajay Jain sir.
See, you are in university since like morning, so.
Doctorate is passing off. I like the tagline University for Opportunities. Asif sir, please come. Thank you, sir.
That's what I was saying.
तेरा सेगमेंट है आपने किया होगा डेफिनेटली बात करने के तरीके से पता चल रहा है व्हाट काइंड ऑफ अ स्टूडेंट वुड शी बी यस सर
I now call upon stage Cultural Coordinator BIIB Sahil Lalwani to felicitate Dr. Nirmal Soni sir.
Thank you, everyone.
एक शेर अर्ज है, थोड़ी देर का विराम ऊर्जाओं को नया बनाता है, मंथन का सिलसिला ज्ञान को और गहराता है। अब पुनः इस मंच पर नए विचारों का विस्तार होगा और चर्चाओं से प्रगति का अभिविस्तार होगा।
क्या बात है श्रेया। Welcome back after lunch. Our next keynote speaker is a dynamic leader driving international collaborations in finance and development. Yes, our keynote speaker is Mr. K. Kundan Krishna, Sir, Manager, Development and International Affairs, Gift City, who will be addressing the gathering on the sub-theme Fortifying India's Financial Base for Global Capital Flow.
I request NSS President Gayatri Patil to welcome our guest with a bouquet. I now request our student manager Pranav Dhanavade to introduce our speaker.
Good afternoon, one and all. We are honored to welcome Mr. K. Kundan Krishna, Sir, Manager, Development and International Affairs at Gift City. I am Junior Student Manager Pranav Dhanavade at Balaji Institute of International Business, Sri Balaji University, Pune. Mr. Kundan was selected as an officer of the International Finance Service Centers Authority, that is IFSCA. From the UPSC Civil Service Examination 2019, IFSCA is Unified Financial Regulatory Authority for the Government of India's median international financial center, that is GIFT IFSC. At IFSCA, he has been instrumental in leading the efforts in handling matters related to bilateral cooperation with foreign counterpart regulators. He played a key role in the negotiation and finalization of nearly 20 MOUs and exchanges of letters with regulators across major jurisdictions including the UK, Japan, Singapore, Australia, Luxembourg, UAE, Sweden, Mauritius, etc. His areas of expertise include economic diplomacy, international regulatory cooperation, global stakeholder engagement, project management, negotiation, business development, and multi-stakeholder coordination. His most significant achievement was the conceptualization, development, and implementation of the single window IT system, that is SWIT, which was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister of India in September 2024. SWIT is one stop landmark compliance and regulatory platform designed to facilitate seamless integration with several regulatory authorities and government agencies such as RBI, SEBI, IRDAIN, GSTIN, GIFT Cs, etc., resulting in time-bound approvals, enhanced transparency, reduction in cost, and time doing business to ensure entities applying to IFSCA have a greater ease of doing business from GIFT IFSC. He has also completed his engineering in electronic and communication from Manipal Institute of Technology, Manipal. He is also a Young Indian Fellow, having completed his post-graduation in leadership and liberal studies from Ashoka University, Sonipat. We are privileged to have him with us today and look forward to his insights on India's role in international business. May I now take this opportunity to invite Mr. Kundan Krishna, sir, with a round of applause to kindly come forward and address the gathering. Thank you, sir.
हाँ हाँ मैं क्लिक कर लूँगा हाँ 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 नो प्रॉब्लम we have to present first PPT or video? A PPT, please. Yeah. Thank you. This is slide change it. This is far. This is now. Sure. Thank you. Late Dr. Balasubramaniam, Chancellor Professor Paramanandan, Vice Chancellor Dr. Shirude, Director Dr. Pillai, Deputy Director Dr. Mahajan, distinguished speakers, panelists, Dr. Soni, respected members of the faculty, and most of all, my dear students. A very warm good afternoon to all of you. It's a privilege to be here with you today at this International Business Conclave 2025. And I was just very curious about your university, and one thing I really liked was the incredible energy it had. Although I find the energy a little low now, I understand. It's a post-lunch session, which is our favorite session for the day. I'll try to make it as interesting as I can possibly can, considering the topic is related to international financial services. I'd like to thank the Sri Balaji University and the BIIB team leadership and management for having me here, for giving me a chance to speak to the students about something which we are doing for the first time in the country, something which a lot of us are passionate about. So this I'm sure all of you are aware, and it was covered quite extensively and well by the previous speakers and the panel discussions. The world we live in today is, many of you are aware, is a VUCA world. Uh, a couple of things come to my mind which seem to be the defining feature of this decade. We've seen wars, we've seen pandemics, there's fragmentation, there's disruption, and in the midst of all that, there is also an innovation going on. We want you to understand that whenever the world experiences such major disruptions or mismatches in supply chain or shocks, one thing which is the most affected is the financial services. Financial services, as you are aware, it looks forward to having clarity and certainty in whichever jurisdiction it operates. World over, you may have heard about London, New York, Singapore, Hong Kong, Dubai, Mauritius. All of them are international financial centers. They have a head start in whatever financial center we want to build in our own country in India. Global affairs in a nutshell. Today, the world, as I've mentioned, we've seen wars, tensions, constant trade wars, tariff, and the previous speaker kindly mentioned trauma as well, the three T's, which I seem to really connect with. We've seen drastic shifts in global supply chains, logistics. There is constant realignment and rebalancing happening. And the topic for today cannot be more relevant, which is strategic realignment in this fragmented world arena. While all of this is happening, one thing I wanted you to take away from this slide is the global capital. It always wants certainty, it wants policy stability and transparency, because finance is the lifeblood of any economy. And right now, what is happening in other financial centers, like Hong Kong, for example. Hong Kong, you have been aware that for a long time it used to be under the United Kingdom. Then it got transferred to the Chinese state. So therefore, many of the investors and financial institutions, they don't feel as comfortable as they used to be. Therefore, they are looking for other ways, other places to expand, other places to put their capital into. We've seen examples of Dubai, one of the so-called leading international financial centers. What happened with Dubai? You're all aware. You have FATF regulations, you have grey lists, you have uncertainty, you have many of these question marks. Then you have seen Mauritius. Again, used to be an international financial center, but because of various reasons or the other reasons, it used to have major question marks. Because of this, many things are happening currently in the outside world. While all of this is happening across the world, there is something incredibly unique which is happening in India. India, as you are aware, this you would know better than us. We are currently the fourth largest economy, soon to be the third largest economy. Earlier, for a very long time, we didn't have adequate foreign exchange reserves. Now we've touched $700 billion. We are the youngest population, whereas other developed economies like Taiwan, Japan, many of the European superpowers, they're all aging populations. We have a 78 years of strong democratic history behind us, which is very comfortable and which greater comfort to all the foreign institutions and financial institutions who want to expand into other jurisdictions, because a lot has been changing across the world. So all of this is happening in India, this you are aware, but I want you to focus on one thing which many of us are not probably aware. This you are aware, Viksit Bharat 2047, one of the most ambitious vision and mission by the government of India. We want it to be a developed country by 2047. So all of these reforms have been happening over many years across the sectors. There is a steep potential for growth for the next 25 years. There is a focus on talent, education, skills, investment boosts, and a strategic realignment happening. We want to move away from US and forge new bridges with the other countries. For example, China. Our Prime Minister is traveling to China after 7 years. So we want to expand and create new linkages so that our reliance on one country gets less and we are capable to deal with any major shocks across the world. This, again, you are aware. I want you to answer me as a quick show of hands. How many of you have been to Gift City? Wow, I'm happy. Some hands. Okay. How many of you have heard of Gift City? More hands go up. How many of you are interested in learning more about Gift City? Okay, I think highest hands are here. Okay. Fine. So let us see how exactly Gift City is fortifying India's financial base, which aligns with the topic given to us for today. First and foremost, some of the basics. Where is Gift City? It is in the western part of the country in the state of Gujarat. Can I have the caller mic, please? Or the cordless mic, that's also fine.
Hello, am I audible? Thank you. So first, some of the basics. Gift City is in the western part of the country in the state of Gujarat. It is well connected to other financial centers and other airports like London, Singapore, Tokyo, etc. So Gift City is essentially India's first multi-services operational smart city. By that, what I mean is Gift City has two jurisdictions or two zones. One is the domestic part of Gift City called the DTA, which is just like any other city like Delhi, Bombay, Pune. The DTA zone has several incentives and subsidies offered by the state government. And what is the more interesting part is the special economic zone. And GIFT IFSC is designated as India's first operational IFSC. You can think of GIFT IFSC as India's first financial SEZ. SEZ, some of you may have been aware, is created by an act of parliament under the 2005 SEZ Act. It is mainly to focus on exports and for manufacturing. But GIFT IFSC is India's first financial SEZ, so to speak. This is about 900 acres of land across both the zones, domestic and the IFSC zone. And GIFT is a greenfield smart city. Some of the notable features are its utility tunnel and some of the other infrastructure facilities, which we'll cover in a small video which I have. Gift City is also built on the concept of walk to work. What that means is a self-contained city which will have financial institutions, schools, hospitals, shopping complexes, and everything which a citizen would require. All of this within the piece and parcel of the land, which is 900 acres. So that is what Gift City is. So where are we at in our journey of building India's international financial center? The actual storyline goes back behind a few years. In 2007, 2008, the then Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, he had gone to visit Singapore. He had interacted with a lot of businesses and financial institutional professionals. To his surprise, many of them turned out to be Indians. 7 out of 10 people he met happened to be Indians. He asked them, what is it that you're doing from Singapore? They all said they do India offshore business or India international business sitting out of Singapore. So this was very curious for him. So he asked him, why is it that you're doing India business sitting out of Singapore? So they said, if you want in India, if you want to do international business or offshore business, you have many challenges. What are those challenges? You have tax uncertainty, you have regulatory uncertainty, and you have ease of doing business challenges. Because of these three reasons, many of our own businesses, our own professionals were forced to move out and set up their entities in places like Dubai, Singapore, Mauritius, etc. This again was very curious to him. So he came back. He had this vision in his mind that why not create an entire city full of financial services professionals and financial institutions. So the vision began in 2007 and 8. And in 2013, the first building was commissioned. And I hope all of you, okay, how many of you are aware about the 3 lists in the government, like state list, central list, concurrent list? Any of you are aware? Great. So any idea, that lady, can you please stand? Any idea financial services belongs to which list? Sorry? No. No problem, please sit. So financial services belongs to the what is known as the central list. That means only Government of India can make rules, policies and norms for that particular subject. Education, health, police, land, all of these belong to the state list. That means the respective state governments, they are the complete authority to enforce those provisions. So financial services being in the central list, luckily when he became the Prime Minister, in the first budget itself in 2015, the first operating guidelines of Gift City were issued. By that, what I mean is, Gift City is designed as an international financial center. That means greater flexibility and more autonomy for the financial institutions who want to set up their businesses in Gift City and operate their businesses from Gift City. So that means regular or normal Indian laws related to Foreign Exchange Management Act, related to companies, incorporation, etc. If they were as it is in Gift City, then the companies who are present in Gift City, it will be very difficult for them to operate in Gift City. So therefore, in 2015, the first operating guidelines were issued, which allowed the domestic regulators, RBI, SEBI, IRDA, and PFRDA, to issue special carve-outs for entities operating in Gift City. And in the 5 years between 2015 to 2020, around 129 were the number of institutions who were set up in Gift City. Later, the thinking began that to have a more sustained growth and development of Gift City, you needed a separate unified financial regulator, because as it is, RBI has several responsibilities and developing Gift City is just one of them. So to have a more sustained and focused development of Gift City, IFSCA as an authority was established, and from then on, the progress has been quite significant, which we'll see in the next slides. This slide is perhaps one slide which is very important. This will help you understand why Gift City is different from, let's say, Bombay or New York. So I want you to focus on the second column. So Gift City, as I've mentioned before, it is a non-resident under the Foreign Exchange Management Act, which means it is offshore. Another interesting fact about Gift City is, unlike domestic India, where you have capital control restrictions under capital account, we have zero restrictions on the capital account in Gift City. That means full capital account convertibility. That means foreign currencies coming in and foreign currencies moving out, they are free from all the regulations and restrictions otherwise which would be applicable if you are setting up businesses in Mumbai. So we have designated 15 different foreign currencies for entities to do the business in. One of the attractive measures for institutions is the tax holiday. The government has given a 10-year tax holiday for institutions operating in Gift City. And also there have been many special carve-outs which are given to entities so that they have more autonomy and more flexibility in doing their businesses. And it comes under one single unified regulator, which is IFSCA. So what all is possible? Some of you may have this question. So all of this which you currently see on the screen is possible in Gift City. So we now have about 33 banks. So last 15 banks we've licensed all happen to be foreign banks. So we now have more foreign banks than Indian banks in Gift City. We have a healthy capital market segment. We have 2 international exchanges. It's slightly different from the domestic exchanges. The domestic exchanges run for about 6-7 hours a day, but Gift City exchanges run for 22 hours a day. So if you're a stockbroker or if you're aiming to be a stockbroker, if you're trading on the Gift City exchanges, you can actually cover markets when Japan opens up to when US closes. So they run for a very, very long time of plan. One of the most successful segments, if I can say, has been the asset management segment. How many of you are in the international finance here? Not a single one? International business? Okay, so perhaps this would be something which you would be interested in. Asset management has been one of the rapidly growing segments from Gift City. We've licensed more than 180 fund managers who have launched their own fund vehicles into Gift City. So as a financial center, of course, we wanted to focus on the basics. We started with banking, capital market, insurance, but we also wanted to differentiate ourselves. We wanted to go into some of the niche areas. One example I would like to give is aircraft leasing. Any guess how many aircrafts fly around in India? Just wild guess. Any numbers? 500? Okay, a little higher. Yeah, that is the correct answer. Thank you. So you won't believe India has 700 aircrafts. Again, can you take a guess how many of those aircrafts are actually owned by Indigo, Air India and Akasa? 50, 60, how much? 60? Okay, any second guess is a little lower? No, actually the answer is less than 10%. Less than 10% of the aircraft are actually owned by the aircraft operating entities. Imagine a scenario in the future, God forbid not, there's a war between India and other countries, and those foreign lessors want their aircrafts back. Can you understand the complete nature of disruption and chaos once we give those aircraft back? We won't have any aircraft to fly. And India is the third largest, third largest passenger growing segment in the civil aviation industry. All those millions of people who travel daily, they won't be able to travel. Recognizing this challenge, IFSCA thought of recognizing aircraft leasing as a financial product. What that means is we now can permit, and it is now possible for aircraft leasing companies to come and set up their entities in Gift City, leasing their aircraft into India and leasing outside India. So we also wanted to venture into newer areas like aircraft leasing, ship leasing, and of course, fintech, TechFin, global capability centers or global in-house centers is something which has been picking up quite well. And of course, the foreign universities, which we'll cover in a bit. So all of this is possible because of so many regulations, and our regulations, when we started off, we looked at what SEBI has, we looked at what RBI has. Later, we realized that this piecemeal approach will not work. Issuing carve-outs after carve-outs will not work. Therefore, going forward, we've completely rewritten our regulation of banking, insurance, capital market. So now any entity or any institution coming and setting up in Gift City, they will have greater flexibility and autonomy because our regulations are more outward looking in line with the best practices. We looked at what is happening in Hong Kong, we looked at what is happening in Singapore, Dubai, and that is how we made those regulations. One question you may ask, why should companies come to Gift City? And this slide answers that. There is a tax holiday, which is generously given by the government for 10 out of 15 years. So any profits you make, there is no tax. There are other incentives, like there is minimum alternate tax is 9%. There is no GST stamp duty. If you're trading on the international stock exchanges, there is no securities transaction tax or commodities transaction tax. If you want to set up under a Gujarat IT and IT enabled services scheme, there are many incentives again given by the state government of Gujarat, like you have subsidies on rent, you have subsidies on talent, engagement, etc. So all of this is possible. If you ask us what is exactly the current status of affairs about Gift City, this slide answers that. This month actually happens to be the month wherein we've issued the 1000th license. So as we speak, 1000 entities have been licensed by IFSCA. Many of them are operational, many of them are at various stages of operations. We have a healthy turnover on the stock exchanges, and the banking asset size. So the number you see on the screen, 94 billion. So that was zero exactly 4 years ago. So 0 to 94 billion, that happened in exactly 4 years, the banking asset size. And as we've mentioned, we now have more than 30 aircraft leasing companies who've leased more than 250 assets into and out of Gift City. Some of the companies or key entities, we have banks. We now have banks from Taiwan, Japan, US, Europe. Banks from all places. We have the funds industry. One interesting name is the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, which is a sovereign wealth fund. They have now set up in Gift City. We also have a wide number of service providers, or the big fours, law firms, consultancy firms, fund administrators, all of them here. And we have other technology companies like the Bank of America, IBM, Google, etc. All of them are operational in Gift City. Quickly covering into the specific sectors, we have banking with more than 33 banks, and all of these banks, they can do all those transactions which you see on the left side of the screen, which is akin to any foreign branch setting out of Singapore or UK. In terms of capital markets, we've enabled the trading of foreign currency. So one thing I forgot to mention, I may have mentioned, is in Gift City, rupee is not allowed. So you can only trade in foreign currencies. So this is something which is very, very relevant to all those brokers or the capital market participants who want to purchase a US stock or a tokenized form of a US stock. So this is possible. In terms of the funds, it's a very, very rapidly and excitingly going segment. And this has all categories of funds. We have retail, non-retail, and authorized for the VCs and PE funds available. We also have some of the global investors, the likes of ADIA, Canadian Pension Fund, and all of these. And the entire larger ecosystem which is required for funds to be successful, the fund administrators, the trustees, law firms, consulting firms. So all of this is now enabled at Gift City. So these are some of the examples of funds which are already present and upcoming. Insurance is another big segment for us. The key advantage with insurance is many of the NRIs who would want to take insurance, for themselves or their family members, they can now take a dollar insurance from the entities coming in Gift City. And India, as you're aware, has more than 15 million NRIs in various countries. Aircraft leasing I've briefly touched. This is something which is happening for the first time in the country. It was not happening earlier, and because of which more than 30 lessors have leased out more than 250 assets within the Gift City ecosystem. And we've done a similar arrangement, ship leasing as well. Many foreign firms, like the largest ship leasing firm called CMA CGM of France, they have now come and set up in Gift City. Fintech and TechFin. So this is something which is a little different. So in India, when somebody talks of fintech, it is largely payments and settlements and sending money, remittance, etc. But what we have done in our fintech and TechFin framework is we've permitted wide variety of options possible, including metaverse, blockchain, AI, quantum computing, defense tech, space tech. All of this can be now possible in Gift City if you take a fintech entity sandbox license from us. Our approach to sandbox. So I hope, okay. How many of you understand what sandbox means? Sandbox, SANDBOX. Yes. Can you please help us with it? Correct. What is your name? Thank you, Nitesh. That is absolutely correct. A round of applause for Nitesh, please. So Sandbox is nothing but a safe testing environment. Imagine you're a fintech or you're a startup, you have a really disruptive and innovative product, but you're not sure if that product works, if that prototype works. You can come to us, test your product in a sandbox. We'll give you broad boundary conditions. We'll give you a limited time frame to experiment. And once both the entity and the regulator is comfortable that this entity can now progress beyond the sandbox, they can now take a full-fledged license. One interesting aspect about fintech is we've signed a fintech bridge with MAS Singapore, our counterpart regulator. What that means is any Indian fintech firm who's licensed by FSCA, they want to experiment in Singaporean markets. They have a regulatory referral mechanism by which the access or entry to Singapore becomes way easier. Same as the vice versa. Something very interesting is happening in foreign universities. So far, two universities which are of Australian origin, the Deakin and the University of Wollongong, and two UK universities, the Queen's University and the Coventry University. Both of them have, all four of them in fact, have been granted the in principle approval, and two of them have in fact begun their courses. The first two you can see on the screen, Deakin and Wollongong, they have started their master's program, again in cybersecurity, fintech, etc. So this is also possible in Gift City if it's for a foreign university or a student seeking a world-class foreign education. This would be one of the last slides. So any of you are aware what a Global Capability Center is, GCC? Or if you have heard or read somewhere? Okay. So GCC are nothing but companies which do cutting edge research. They also do back office work. They also do IT enabled support work. They also do innovation. So GCC is one such framework which is very, very fast growing in India. In Gift City also, Bank of America has set up a GCC with more than 2,500 people. So it is currently the largest employer in Gift City. So in case some of you want to explore, Bank of America, this could be a place. Many of you are into business, right? So I'm guessing you would want to go into Big Four. Yes? No? Don't go into Big Four. Not worth it. But yes, Big Four is also there. And many of the law firms across the world, Indian law firms are also present there. Many of the accounting and auditing firms have also been set up. So all of these companies are licensed under a ancillary services framework category, which is very light touch. This is my last slide. Gift City, if you're working or if you're a part of the ecosystem, you can have the world-class, international exposure without leaving India. I know many of the parents of, you all are very particular about, having strict disciplines, timings, and all of punctuality. So this could be one of the ways to convince your parents to have a international experience while physically being located within India. So you can have a career in global banking, asset management, consulting, and many of the other business segments in. You can also have partnerships with Gift IFSC institutions, and I will request Dr. Soni and the leadership to bring a delegation from BIIB to Gift City to meet with the financial institutions there. The possibilities could be endless. It could be internships, it could be vacancies, because it's a fast-growing segment, and they also actually are in need of world-class academic institutions for them to have their maybe last semester engagement programs, etc. So this is also possible. And of course, this decade, unfortunately, is lauded by wars, pandemics, strategic realignment, etc. But next decade, they belong to all of you sitting here in the room, because many things are possible, which means you can undertake specialized assignments in your capstone project. So in case some of you are wanting to go into finance, some of you wanting to go into asset management and consulting, having a project or an assignment in a financial center, that will add immense value to your CVs and resumes. So that is also possible. I know the presentation was very long and very dry, but I'll request all of you to please have your attention to a small video. It's a 2-minute video. It will be more interesting than what I've said. So please. Can I request the IT team to please play the video?
Under the visionary leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Government of India implemented a bold and ambitious financial sector reform of establishment. Under the visionary leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Government of India implemented a bold and ambitious financial sector reform of establishing the maiden International Financial Services Centre in Gift City, India's first fully operational smart city. To bolster India's positioning as a leading global financial center, the Government of India in the year 2019 established the International Financial Services Centres Authority as a unified regulatory authority, focused towards providing a globally benchmarked regulatory regime and enhancing ease of doing business. With over 800 registrations granted over the past 5 years, GIFT IFSC has rapidly evolved into an attractive destination for global investors and financial institutions to seamlessly connect with India's growth story. In line with the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, the IFSC today is creating new opportunities for the bright young Indian talent to showcase their capabilities across banking, capital markets, insurance, fund management, international bullion exchange, fintech and various other financial services. The centre's rise is evident in its rapidly expanding banking sector, which comprises of over 31 foreign and Indian banks, providing foreign currency loans to Indian companies and trade finance products to Indian exporters. The funds industry is witnessing strong growth with increasing participation from global and domestic fund managers, who are leveraging the IFSC platform for channelizing global capital flows into India's public and private markets. To support the growing aviation market in the country, the aircraft leasing and financing ecosystem is also taking firm roots in the IFSC, with leading Indian airlines establishing their presence. The center is also emerging as an attractive jurisdiction for foreign universities to establish their international branch campuses. GIFT IFSC has truly emerged as a unique jurisdiction where finance meets technology, talent meets innovation, entrepreneur meets opportunity, and business meets expansion. The future of finance is in GIFT IFSC.
For a very long time, India was a decision taker. It's now moving to a decision shaper, and in the future, we'll soon be decision makers. So this is one of the attempt of the government of India to make sure India's financial bases are fortified and strong. And I'll invite all of you to come to Gift City and see what is happening. At least some of you who might be interested in finance, consulting, and international business, this could be a perfect opportunity. Thank you once again, Dr. Soni and the entire leadership for having me and giving me an opportunity to talk to the students. Thank you.
We now open the floor for questions.
I'm glad. You have question? I can't see you. Can you please stand?
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead. Good afternoon. Thank you for that question. So far, what we've done in Gift City is, we've enabled ship leasing as a financial service. So any companies who want to provide ship leasing activities, by that I mean both chartering, it could be a financial lease and operating lease. So both are possible. Uh, because Gift City is a financial center, the activity of doing the business related to oil, that business is not possible, but chartering of that oil tanker is possible at Gift City. So that can be done. Thank you. Yes.
Hello, sir. My name is
Hello.
Abhinav Dikshit.
Thank you, Abhinav.
What has IFSC planned for Gift City? What are the future plans? And to continue on that question, what will the current international scenario be advantageous or disadvantageous for Gift City? So
Okay.
seeing the trade wars that are happening right now, will that be advantageous or disadvantageous for Gift City?
Okay, thanks, Abhinav. So one of the key things what we are working on currently is having our own international arbitration center. Because you're aware, arbitration and dispute settlement is something which is very, very important for foreign investors as well as the Indian investors. Till date, the proposal is we don't have an international arbitration center, but Government of India recognized this, and in 2023 in the budget, the Honorable FM, she announced that Gift City will have an international arbitration center. So this is something which we are working on in the future, which will give greater comfort to the investors coming in. The second important thing is the state government of Gujarat, along with the Gift Company Limited, they are working on improving the social infrastructure of the city. We've done our bit. We've made the regulations. We've spoken to the people. We are doing the work. But the city actually needs to be more livable. So more and more, youngsters like yourself, you should be able to have an aspiration to come and work in Gift City. So for that, improving the social infrastructure is very important, and currently we are working on that. So these are the two things which we are currently working on in the future. Sorry, I forgot the second part. Oh, absolutely. I think the current international scenario is absolutely, it will help India in becoming a major superpower, because if you think about this, if you're a financial institution or let's say an investor, the entire world is in chaos right now. Hong Kong is going down. London is experiencing deflation. Japan is experiencing deflation. The major European economies, they're all shrinking. They're all aging populations. US, of course, has their own challenges. You have very limited options to go. And India is brightly poised to take advantage of these scenarios in making sure that, we are a force to reckon with in this century.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
My name is Rushi, sir. I'm
Hi,
from
Rushi.
BIIB Finance. So I just wanted an opinion on these two statements, I would say. First is, should every state have a city like Gift City? One, and second is, can India be the biggest service provider for financial advisory in coming, as we mentioned, 2047?
Yes.
So if until then we can be the biggest service provider to the entire world in the domain of finance.
Thank you. I think both of them are extremely relevant questions. I'll take the first one first. See, the objective of Gift City is to compete with not Mumbai, but to compete with London, Hong Kong, Singapore, and these global financial centers. Imagine a scenario where we have maybe 10 financial centers in 10 Indian states. Won't it be, the case where Tamil Nadu is fighting with Maharashtra, Maharashtra is, trying to get investments from Andhra Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh is fighting with Pune, Gujarat, Delhi. So the entire volume and, that will completely, get split up between these various centers. So we will not be able to have one big financial center to compete with the world. So therefore, the current thinking of the government is not to have other financial centers until GIFT becomes such big that we are able to take on, other financial centers quite comfortably. So that answers the first question. And second question, you are absolutely again right. India is brightly poised to become the provider of the largest financial services. You may be aware that in US currently there is an acute shortage of CAs. So the younger generation, they just don't want to. So what we have CAs in India, they have CPAs in US. They don't want to take up accountancy, auditing, and these professions. So and the same is the story with other developed nations. So they don't want to get into these sort of professions. And India, by default or by design, we are good in maths and we are good in finance. So we are brightly poised to again take use of these opportunities to serve not just Indian markets but majority of the world markets. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon.
I am Palak Panjwani from
Hi,
Balaji
Palak.
Institute of International Business. Sir, so my question is very basic, as many of us would have to be future entrepreneurs. So how does Gift City facilitates fundraising for startups and entrepreneurs?
Thanks, Palak. So Gift City, when I was covering fintech, I may have mentioned we have accelerators, incubators, and a fintech incentive scheme which we are currently running. So what we want to do is we want to make sure if there is an innovative, entrepreneur like you, when you come and apply to us, you have the adequate support system. By that, what I mean is you have the grants to, seed funding. You also have the mentorship provided. You also have the guidance and also the easier access to other markets. Like I talked about the, fintech sandbox with Singapore. If you want to experiment in products and test your markets in Singapore, it is now possible. So as an entrepreneur, we want to support innovation as much as we can by having easier regulations, easier rules, and easier sources of funding. You also asked about source of funding, and you might be aware that raising foreign capital is cheaper as compared to raising money in INR. So by being in Gift City or associating with the gift ecosystem, you have access to cheaper source of finance.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes,
I
good
am
afternoon.
Priyansh Namdev from BIIB Finance.
Hello.
Sir, as you mentioned about break expansion, sir. So my question is to you, sir. What new opportunity could IFSC in looking for as cross-border operations, sir?
Okay. So one big area which is currently actually two big areas where you can straight away I would say it's underutilized or it's not touched upon is one, financial crime compliance services. This is the one area which we have enabled, but because of lack of expertise or maybe insufficient courage to start your operations, financial crime compliance is something which is untapped. So if you are venturing into these areas, it will be an instant hit. And you mentioned about cross-border, participation. So we have a healthy participation with Israeli, fintechs, and they are very good in the domains of defense and cyber security. So if you are a innovator working in defense and cyber security, this could also be one of the options. So these two, I would say, are the least tapped about opportunities.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Hi.
Hello, sir. My name is Rohit from Product Management. Sir, as you mentioned, the quantum computing and cyber security.
Yes.
What are the new things surging in quantum computing in Gift City? Because if you know, quantum computing is a threat to cyber security because it can compute millions of problems in a second. So it's a major threat to the cyber security currently.
So we didn't want to, let's say, allow one technology and disallow another technology. In our framework, we've made it as broad as possible, as open as possible, to make sure young people like you and young innovators like you would have options to come and test. So our framework is very broad. It covers, Web 3.0, cyber, quantum. It is very, very broad. So we don't want to put one technology against the other. We want to enable as many technologies as possible. So you are free to start your fintech in either of the two domains.
That was our last question, sir. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
I may now invite Cultural Coordinator BIIB Muskan to present a memento as a token of our gratitude to sir.
I now request Student Manager Shweta Patra to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shweta Patra, Junior Student Manager at Sri Balaji University, Pune. It is my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for this enlightening session. On behalf of Balaji Institute of International Business (BIIB) and Sri Balaji University, Pune, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. K. Kundan Krishnan sir, Manager of Development and International Affairs at the International Financial Service Center Authority (IFSCA), for gracing us with his presence today and sharing his valuable insights. Sir shared about global affairs in a nutshell of wars, geopolitics, supply chain, and development of India till 2047. Sir also mentioned about gift cities and its journey so far. Sir also briefed us about business activities of IFSC like banking, capital marketing, asset management, and insurance, and few others, with a beautiful example of aircraft leasing. We are truly grateful to you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us this afternoon and for sharing your wisdoms with our student managers. Your session has inspired us and sparked a deeper curiosity and commitment to become impact leaders and innovative thinkers. Once again, we sincerely thank you, sir, for your presence and valuable insights. May I request everyone to join me in giving a big round of applause to Mr. Krishnan, sir. Thank you.
Conclave, which is themed as India's lead in building resilient global supply chains.
This session will be moderated by Dr. Sudeep Limay, sir, Senior Assistant Professor, Balaji Institute of International Business. I invite sir on stage. I request Seminar Coordinator Manjeet Singh to welcome sir with a bouquet.
I would call Junior Student Manager Antara Sai to introduce Dr. Sudeep Limay, sir.
It is my honor to introduce Mr. Sudeep Limay sir, a distinguished faculty member at BIIB who brings with him a remarkable blend of 18 years of industry experience and over 16 years of teaching expertise. Sir has completed his PhD in marketing management and holds a strong academic foundation as an alumnus of Lucknow University, where he pursued his BCom and MCom, and of IMT Ghaziabad, where he completed his management studies. His professional journey in the corporate world spans across B2B and B2C sales, channel and institutional sales, covering diverse domains such as office and home automation, furniture solutions, security equipments, electronic security, and media. Alongside his industry achievements, Sir has also made significant contributions to the field of education. His teaching experience includes management program delivery, program design, and content development in both traditional classroom settings as well as online learning platforms. With his unique combination of education excellence and real world business expertise, Sir continues to inspire, guide, and shape future management professionals.
I would now humbly invite our panelist, Mr. Ketan Kulkarni sir, Vice President, Supply Chain Management, Garware Technical Fibers. So we welcome you on stage.
It is my privilege to introduce Mr. Ketan Kulkarni sir, a highly accomplished professional and the Vice President, Supply Chain Management at Garware Technical Fibers Limited, a leading technical textiles company headquartered in Pune, India. Sir plays a pivotal role in managing and optimizing Garware's global supply chain, ensuring seamless operations across purchasing, production, and delivery. His leadership and strategic insights have not only strengthened the company's operations but also enhanced its visibility in the industry. He has proudly represented Garware Technical Fibers at prestigious forums and was recently honored with an award on behalf of the organization reflecting his contribution to excellence in supply chain leadership. Academically, Sir is an alumnus of some of India's most esteemed institutions. He holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from the College of Engineering Pune, COEP, and MBA in marketing and has further enriched his expertise through executive programs at the Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. With 38 years of rich industrial experience, his career spans across multiple domains: product development at Bajaj Tempo Limited, quality systems and vendor development at Tyco International, and global supply chain management at Garware Technical Fibers Limited. Beyond his professional achievements, Sir has also contributed to cultural and educational initiatives such as ex-trustee of Alliance Francaise de Pune. In recognition of his outstanding contributions to the field, he was also awarded the prestigious title of Supply Chain Champion in 2024 by the Institute of Supply Chain Management. Welcome, sir.
Joining him in the discussions are Mr. Akul Sharma sir, Senior Manager, Yokohama ATJ. I request
It gives me great pleasure to introduce Mr. Akul Sharma sir, a seasoned professional in international sales and business development with over 13 years of expertise in driving business success across diverse global markets. Sir is currently serving as Senior Manager at Yokohama Off-Highway Tires, where he plays a strategic role in expanding the company's global footprint. Over the years, he has successfully navigated complex business landscapes across North America, Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific region. His career is defined by a passion for shaping business strategies, cultivating strong global relationships, and propelling brands to new heights. With a sharp understanding of international market dynamics, he has consistently led growth initiatives, strengthened market presence, and delivered sustainable revenue results. Known for thriving in multicultural environments, Sir brings people together through effective communication, collaboration, and leadership. His journey reflects a steadfast commitment to excellence and a relentless drive to achieve international success. Welcome, sir.
Now I invite Mr. Rishikesh Vasudevani, CEO, Cargo Vahan, Volkswagen Shipping Line Private Limited.
It is my honor to introduce Mr. Rishikesh Vasudevane sir, a distinguished professional with over a decade of hands-on experience in the international shipping industry. As the owner of a thriving shipping line company, he brings deep expertise in maritime logistics and a strong passion for connecting businesses and individuals across the globe through seamless and efficient shipping solutions. Throughout his career, Sir has successfully navigated the complexities of global trade, consistently delivering outstanding service and exceeding client expectations. His unwavering commitment to excellence and innovations has enabled him to adapt swiftly to the evolving demands of the shipping industry, ensuring that his clients always receive world-class solutions. With his profound understanding of logistics and a dedication to customer satisfaction, Sir's mission is clear: to expand the reach of his shipping services across the globe, facilitating smooth international trade and contributing to the growth of business worldwide. Welcome, sir.
Now I invite Ms. Arpita Singh Ma'am, Operation Head and Project Manager, the Hustler Middle East.
It is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Arpita Singh Ma'am, a dynamic media and events professional whose journey reflects diverse skills and dedication. She began her journey as a radio jockey in Bhopal and soon after went on to host the popular Good Morning MP show on Doordarshan Madhya Pradesh for over 4 years. Alongside, she built a strong presence as an on-stage anchor, hosting a wide range of live events. Her passion for the events industry brought her to Mumbai, where she completed a diploma in event management from NEMD and went on to contribute to prestigious projects such as Sunburn Goa, Lit Live, the Wedding Junction Show, and many more. Academically, she has also completed her master's in mass communication and gained corporate experience as an operations manager at Extra Mile, Mumbai, where she worked for 2 years. Today, she has taken her expertise global. Having moved to Dubai, she is now working with the Hustlers, continuing to expand her professional journey in the world of events and media. Welcome, ma'am.
We now request the panel moderator to open the discussion.
Welcome to the panel. I would request the chair to give his opening comments.
Thank you. Little nervous before I start. My mentor is sitting here, Dr. Raj Pathak. So, with your kind permission, sir. Respected CEOs, CFOs, directors of the future. I have a little bad news for you, though. All the important business meetings happen after lunch and especially in the evening. And you have to be really alert to attend those meetings. So there's a warm-up session for you, for the directors and CFOs and CEOs. Another thing I just want to clarify to you is, you must have heard while taking the admission to the courses that finance is most important, HR is most important, operations is most important. The session here is right now we are going to discuss is on resilient global supply chain. And I'm not going to say that supply chain is the most important, because it's like brain saying I'm the most important, legs saying I'm the most important, hands saying I'm the most important. But if you don't breathe, nothing could happen, right? It's called brain dead. You have $1 trillion, no production, no supplies, what will happen? What will you do with $1 trillion? If you have huge inventory, if it is not supplied and reached to the consumer, what happens? Nothing can happen. So here we are going to discuss. Can I have the slide number 1, please? Who is managing this? Okay. technically there is always a lag. Exactly the same lag happens in the supply chain, and we all are habitual to it. So the important thing I've told all of you is supply chain is like breathing. And breath never says that I am most important. If breath is not there, I am not there. So kindly treat your supply chain partners when you will become the directors passionately, gratefully. Okay. So we are going to discuss the global supply chain and India's role. The very chapter is the theme is India's lead in building a resilient global supply chain. All these 4 words are very important. So in 70s when I started going to the school, there was a very famous story, that a European came to India to study the spiritual part of India. And he stayed here for, thanks. I'll just keep on telling you when to change, that time you can quietly. So he came here to study the spirituality. He didn't believe in God. And after 3 months, when I met him, he said, yes, God does exist. And I was impressed that, yes, India is able to communicate that God exists. He said, no. No one doing anything, but still the country runs. That means only God can do it. This was a famous story once upon a time. But today, after I think almost 50 years, things have changed. And first, let us see the good part of it. I am sure you've seen this since morning at least 10 times. But I just want to refresh you. I tried this. Nothing is happening. I said I tried this. Okay. So just before our session, we have seen the GDP has been increasing since 1960s. Okay. And today we are the 4th largest economy, just behind USA, China, and Germany. Germany, all of us are sure that we are going to surpass it in next maybe 1 year perhaps. We are lucky people, and kindly imbibe this in your hearts and minds. On one side we have Himalayas, on opposite side we have 3 oceans, we have 10 large rivers, we have 3 large deserts. And having said this, I remember US president making a statement about 30 years, 40 years ago that USA is richest not because it has US's road infrastructure is very good, not because US is richest. US is richest because US has got the largest road infrastructure. And today I'm proud to say that we are 2nd largest road infrastructure in the world after USA. This is majority of us are not aware of this fact. Okay. We are having maritime borders of 7,000 kilometers. The shipping expert is sitting here. I am sure he will explain this. 2.8 million square nautical miles shared with 12 neighboring countries. We are 3rd largest purchasing power parity. We are 4th largest economy by nominal GDP and top 10 countries in imports and exports. We are absolutely on the right track. And 600 people sitting here, young, dynamic, passionate faces, are going to have this opportunity in your hands. So my request to you is kindly have a very good attention. I promise you in turn, on behalf of the honorable panel members, you will have at least 3 things. I repeat, you will have at least 3 things at the end of this panel which are new to you. The 3 new concepts or 3 new codes, that's my promise. Okay, for that I'll need your attention. With this, I'll request Arpita to just say a few words, about 2 minutes, about yourself, about what you're going to say, and then I'll request all of you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kulkarni. Before I say anything about myself, I just want to check what is going on here. यार सबकी मतलब ये तो मतलब यार हमने अभी मैं कम से कम 4 महीने बाद, बिफोर आई इवन स्टार्ट और से एनीथिंग, मैं 4 महीने बाद इंडिया आई और आई स्टे नाउ। 4 महीने बाद मैं इंडिया आई हूँ और सबसे अच्छी बात है कि घुसते ही मुझे आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी में बप्पा के दर्शन हुए। बहुत अच्छे टाइम पर हम आए हैं। तो ऐसे टाइम पे आई थिंक पुणे के बच्चों में एनर्जी 200 गुना ज्यादा होनी चाहिए, है कि नहीं? और जोर से बोल दो गणपति बप्पा। बस यही एनर्जी चाहिए थी मुझे, ये जानना था। खाना वाना खाने के बाद जब हम लोगों को लग रहा है कि बस अब घर जाएं, सो जाएं, आराम कर ले, बट जैसा ने कहा कि इस सेशन के बाद वी आर प्रीटी श्योर कि आप अपने साथ कोई 3 ऐसी चीजें, 3 इंफॉर्मेशन लेके जाएंगे जो यहां से जाके आपको काफी हेल्प करेंगी। सो फर्स्टली क्लैप फॉर योरसेल्फ फॉर बीइंग हियर सिंस मॉर्निंग। बहुत ज्ञान, तो डेफिनेटली मैं इतनी ज्यादा ज्ञान की बात नहीं करूंगी। प्रीटी जो लोग बैठे हैं पैनल में ये ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस है मुझसे एंड दे, but definitely I would like to tell you all I started just where you guys are sitting from there. मैंने वहीं से चालू किया था और जैसे कि मेरे इंट्रो में बताया, मैं भी जितना भी am I audible now? तो आई थिंक काफी फॉर्मल टॉक्स हो चुकी है, तो मैंने सोचा थोड़ी सी इनफॉर्मल बात मैं कर लेती हूँ। जैसे आप लोग वहां पे बैठे हैं, मैं भी वैसे ही बैठी थी और कंफ्यूज थी, और काफी सारे पैनल डिस्कशंस मैंने भी अटेंड किए और यही सोचती रहती थी कि मैं क्या करूंगी, क्या बनूंगी, अब मुझसे जब सवाल पूछे जाएंगे तो क्या होगा। एंड बिलीव में यहाँ आने से पहले भी मैं जब बिकॉज मैं सुबह से ये सेशन अटेंड कर रही हूँ, मैं देख रही थी, बाय गॉड आई वॉज स्पीकिंग टू ऑल दी फैकल्टीज एंड मैं उन सबको बोल रही थी क्या बच्चे हैं आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी के, क्या क्वेश्चंस लेके आए हैं वो, कि हमको एज अ पैनल सोचना पड़ रहा है कि हमें प्रिपेयर करना पड़ेगा या हम आपस में चैट जीपीटी करें। बिकॉज आई एम रियली अमेज्ड विद द एनर्जी दैट यू गाइज हैव एंड द स्मार्टनेस दैट यू ब्रिंग, एंड आई थिंक वही एनर्जी अब हमें पास ऑन हो रही है। सो एनीवेज थोड़ा बहुत काम मैंने किया है बॉम्बे में एंड अब मैं दुबई में शिफ्ट हुई हूँ, विच हैज गिवन मी एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू डील विद बिग कंपनीज ग्लोबली, may it be GCC, may it be Europe. Sitting in Dubai, I manage clients all over the globe, and yeah, that's the only thing that I have been doing till now because of my communication skills. And जितने लोग अभी यहाँ आए हैं मुझसे पहले, दे हैव स्पोकन अबाउट सेल्स। मैं ऑपरेशन से आती हूँ, हार्डकोर ऑपरेशन से, तो उसके रिलेटेड कोई भी क्वेश्चन हो, इवेंट्स एंड एग्जीबिशन इंडस्ट्री में, आई वुड वांट कि पोस्ट दिस पैनल सेशन आप मुझसे पूछ सकते हैं, हम नीचे भी मिल सकते हैं बिकॉज आई नो टाइम की थोड़ी कमी है। या दैट्स जस्ट अबाउट मी, बट येस मैं वहाँ से यहाँ आई हूँ, तो आई एम प्रिटी श्योर कि नेक्स्ट पैनल डिस्कशन में क्या पता हमें श्री बालाजी यूनिवर्सिटी से काफी बच्चे यहाँ बैठे मिले। सो या इट्स गुड टू सी यू ऑल।
Hello everyone. How is the Josh? How is the Josh? Okay. सब लोग का ध्यान यहाँ पे रहने दीजिए, पैनल्स यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं। हम आपको नॉलेज शेयर करने वाले हैं, आपको काफी सारी चीजें, जैसे केतन सर ने बताया, अर्पिता जी ने बताया, काफी सारी इंफॉर्मेशन आपको मिलने वाली है आज, ठीक है। सो आई एम कमिंग फ्रॉम द शिपिंग बैकग्राउंड, लॉजिस्टिक्स बैकग्राउंड बेसिकली. So I have an industry expertise of 10 years in supply chain, procurement, logistics management, and I'm heading the sales now. So I have 3 different vertical expertise. ठीक है. So आपको अगर कोई questions है, आप मुझे मिल सकते हो, पूछ सकते हो, ठीक है, after this session. अभी हम questions के लिए आगे बढ़ेंगे, काफी टाइम अपने यहाँ पे हम लोग ये कर रहे हैं, तो मैं आगे पसंद कर देता हूँ, ठीक है।
Hello. Hi, good afternoon everyone. So how's the things going on here? I just asked this question because first of all I want to congratulate you all that you have been able to come and sit here and enjoy this amazing culture of Balaji University. because I also have tried it long back, but not able to make it. So congratulations on this heartful journey which you have been going through, and I'm sure that you're going to make it great ahead in your corporate culture ahead, moving forward. Secondly, things regarding what I do and what I can bring to the table right now is something called international business sales, which will automatically help us in supply chain, and why we need it to make a space for us in a global market. So if you have any doubt coming forward in your mind during the discussion, just please keep a note of it, and we can take it forward on dealing with the situations which we are currently experiencing in market, and how we can come over the same. So all the best everyone for future.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, the panel members, and thanks to you for I think the marketing has already started happening. Some new members we are getting. So all these figures you have seen since morning, and I'm not going to repeat, okay? Because all these are, I'm sure, in your minds deep below, right up to the FDI we have been having. The fact check says that this is actually more important. Apart from the GDP, apart from the economy, apart from the PPP, we are having on innovation, the India has secured 39th position in 133 countries, and we were at 81st position in 2015, which we have now come to 39th. And in July, Union Cabinet has approved 100,000 crores on research, development, innovation. I think these are the things which are going to make India the leading economy and leading supply chain. These are the initiatives. Sometime back you've seen these. So these are already initiated by the government of India. I'm not having any political conviction. I'm just telling you what impacts the business. Now, having said this, I wish to ask Arpita, you've been moving throughout the world. What changes are you seeing in, say, 10 years back in Middle East, in Southeast Asia, in Europe, or even in China? How they were treating Indians, and now what's the approach they are having?
ऑनेस्टली बोलूं सर तो अप्रोच तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा चेंज हुई है सबसे पहले तो व्हेन इनिशियली आई स्टार्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट द एक्सपीरियंस पर्सनली दैट आई हैव हैड तो जब मैंने मूव किया था दुबई में तो मैंने तो खुद ये सोचा था कि इट वुड बी टफ जॉब कि बिकॉज दुबई इज़ अ हब जहाँ पे ग्लोबली सारी कंट्रीज आती, सारी कंट्री की नेशनैलिटी आपको मिलेगी, नेटवर्किंग मिलेगी, विच इज़ अ गुड थिंग ऑल्सो. बट for somebody who is not moved from anywhere from भोपाल से मुंबई गई हूँ बस, और मुंबई से डायरेक्ट दुबई गई, तो उस टाइम पे मेरे लिए सोचना भी कि मैं ग्लोबली नेटवर्किंग कर पाऊंगी, बिजनेस कर पाऊंगी, टीम अप कर पाऊंगी लोगों के साथ, डिफरेंस था. तो क्योंकि आई थिंक, आई डोंट नो, मैं रेसिस्ट नहीं हूँ, लेकिन आई थिंक यहाँ बैठे सभी लोग इस बात से रिलेट कर पाएंगे. जब आप अपना देश, अपनी कंट्री छोड़ के बाहर जाते हो तो कहीं ना कहीं एक इन्फीरियर वाली फीलिंग आपको होती है, स्पेशली इन अ प्लेस वेयर हर कंट्री के दिग्गज जाके बैठे हुए हैं. तो ऐसी जगह पे जहाँ पे यूएसए, जापान, चाइना, सब जगह की नेशनैलिटीज है, मैं जाके इंडिया रिप्रेजेंट कर रही थी. एंड दैट इज व्हेन आई रियलाइज्ड कि धीरे धीरे जब बिजनेस बढ़ा, लोगों से कम्युनिकेशन बढ़ा, कॉन्फिडेंस में आई थिंक इंडियंस आर द बेस्ट. एंड जो कॉन्फिडेंस हमारी आज की जनरेशन लेकर जाती है व्हेन दे आर स्पीकिंग, व्हेन दे आर डीलिंग विद इंटरनेशनल पीपल एंड इंटरनेशनल क्लाइंट्स, due to that the sort of business we get, it is based on trust. So Indians पर जो भरोसा होता है बाकी nationalities का, वो इतनी जल्दी हो जाता है, maybe because we are good in talking and as I mentioned because of the communication skills, कि in comparison to any other country or any other nationality, they trust us with their work, with their job. And when I talk about GCC particularly, ऐसी कोई कंपनी नहीं देखी है मैंने वहां पे जो छोटी है या बड़ी है जहां पे एक इंडियन एम्प्लॉय नहीं हो हायर पोजीशन पे, एंड दे आर द वंस हु आर बीइंग गाइडिंग द अदर डिफरेंट नेशनैलिटीज, वेयर इन यही पिक्चर मैं कुछ टाइम पहले देखूं तो वी वर द वंस हु वर स्ट्रगलिंग विद इट. सो आई थिंक द वे इंडियंस हैव वर्कड on their communication skills and confidence. That is something, and obviously the technicalities, like people vouch for Indians when it comes to any technical problem. They know these guys are the problem solvers. ये जुगाड़ू है basically. तो कहीं ना कहीं से हम किसी भी problem का solution निकाल देंगे. That is when nothing happens, they just reach out to us. So yes, that is the biggest change that I have seen throughout past years.
Great. And the similar change also is there in approach of Indians with the business?
Yeah, definitely you can say, like पहले I was not expecting कि जैसे my background is events and exhibitions, and in Dubai especially all the companies, big companies from all the nationalities come exhibit, wherein now I see the number of Indian companies participating has increased in number. May it be a small company, big company, everybody is there with a jhanki. So I really like to tell you guys that I have been dealing with so many Indian clients, more than even international, because these days Indians are ready to, kharcha karne ke liye taiyar ho gaye finally. So yes, I have seen that change, that now people have started investing in branding and they are more interested in competing with the international markets on that basis. Yes.
So friends, please start imagining yourself sitting in such conferences, representing India in the business conclaves internationally. So having said this, I think let's come to now the actual supply chain, the perspective what supply chain gives us. The first and foremost for supply chain, you must have, for any business, you must have a consumer, be it service, be it product. There has to be first and foremost is the consumer, the customer has to be there. Okay. Once consumer is there, there has to be the availability of the service or production. And then there are 5 M's, all of us know. And there is of course logistics, be it national or international logistics, and of course the data analysis. Supply chain starts always with forecasting. You need to know, you must know that what is my market potential first and foremost. And if you do not know what the market potential is, you either land up in higher inventories or no inventory and hence loss of sale. So I would like to ask you, Akul, how do you work on the forecasting part? Do you use any software? How do you envisage what's going to happen in the market?
Yes, sir. So when it comes to forecasting, so as I belong from a tire industry, so forecasting is something which is very critical for our business, as it involves inventory management as well as sales loss, which we consider it. If we do not supply it on the time, we do not forecast it on time, we lose on the business. So this is something which is very important in a business, which we have to plan in advance. So currently we are using a software which is named as Blue Yonders. It is an AI-driven software which is based on statistical data and machine learning, which helps us in both the ways, for make to order as well as for make to stock. So it helps in make to stock for the running SKU sizes which are already in demand in the market, and it is running, we need to supply it anyhow. And order comes when there is a specific demand, which is from the end user or the OEM, which all comes in coordination, which helps us in forecasting. And after that only we will be able to supply and meet our regular demands what is required. So I totally agree with you on this. The forecasting is one of the most critical part of our business to get.
And how do you take care of the seasonality? Because I'm sure all of you are aware of MTO, MTS, made to order, made to stock, running SKUs, strangers, etc., etc. So the right material at right time,
yes,
in right quantity are the most important aspects of supply chain. You don't supply liquor in Diwali, right? And you don't supply the karanjis in Christmas. There has to be a proper time for proper place and proper item. So how do you take care of the seasonality?
So we predict on predictive analysis last trend of market, as well as regarding seasonality, it also depends upon the various factors, like in which country we are supplying, where is the demand, where is the season of agriculture. Now once the season of agriculture goes, countries start investing into construction businesses. So everything goes as per the plan, and we plan it in the entirety of the year. So we know that agriculture season in this country comes from February to April, then it comes from October to January. So we have to maintain our supply chain based on those seasonality, that the production should start in May, so it can be produced within like 4 to 6 weeks, get on the ship, reach the port, get to the end user so that he can use while it's in the on the farm when the season of harvesting comes. So this is a very tedious cycle, but it is somewhat very important also to understand and gain that business momentum, because in the countries where there are no manufacturing, I'm not talking about India because we are a very big country in support to manufacturing as a hub, but countries where we supply from India, like African nations, South Asian nations, they do not have manufacturing capacity. They always depend upon the imports which they make to earn the bread. So they also eagerly waiting for the tires to come. So they also have a planning in place, and everything goes as per those planning only.
Great. So, ladies and gentlemen, the data analysis in this forecasting is the most important part. And I'll tell you a couple of stories on this. You know, Sachin Tendulkar, the legendary batsman, and all of us know he is the best, but he's in that best, his offline offside batting was much better than onside. And if you observe, first 5 overs to 10 overs, Sachin Tendulkar always tried to play onside so that all the fielders shift to the onside and then he starts playing his strokes of offline. So this is the response to the market a matured supply chain gives. Another good example I'll give you, in Second World War, the aeroplanes which were coming back to USA from Germany, only 50% aircrafts came. And those 50% aircrafts had the bullets at their wings and at the tail portion. So immediately the scientists started acting upon, they studied it, and they decided that our aircrafts must have the stronger fins and stronger tail. And they started manufacturing that type of aircrafts. In the World War, the time is essence, and they still kept on failing. So that time, one scientist came and he said, our approach is wrong. And just imagine what he said. It is called survival bias. Kindly hear me out because you're going to use it in your life. He said only 50% aircrafts are coming back. And those aircrafts have got higher bullets at the wings and at the tail, which means the balance 50% aircrafts which are not coming back, their engines are damaged and that's why they're not coming back. So our engine portion is weak. Have you understood the gist of it? So the data analysis actually changed from World War II, and the concept of bias, the survival bias came into picture. So that's what the importance of data analysis is. You have, there is a very famous statement, God, we believe in, rest of all, please get the data. And this is the importance of data. We keep on doing a lot of course correction, as you mentioned, and also kindly do read a book called Freakonomics. In USA, in 1992, precisely in 92, the crime rate came down drastically. And the police started saying it's because of us. The government started saying it is because of us. Everybody started taking credit. And one gentleman came out saying, no, the crime rate has not come down because of you. The crime rate has come down because in 1972, USA took the decision to make the abortion legal. Till then, what was happening is the unrequired children were taking births, and all of them, or rather majority of them, were getting into crime. When 72, the abortion became legal, such births came down, and hence the crime rate came down. So understanding of the data is most important. Next comes the business skills. It has got both the hard skills as well as soft skills. Okay, and every time you have to keep on working on how you improve on your yesterday's skill set. I would like to ask Arpita you, how do you rate the skill sets in the business from Indian perspective and from the overseas perspective also?
See, I think I have partially answered this question in the last question that you asked me. But definitely, as I say, when you speak about hard skills, जैसे इंडिया में हम देखें तो हम जो सबसे अच्छी चीज मुझे लगती है जो मुझे अभी यूएई में नहीं मिलती विच इज यूपीआई तो यूपीआई और जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में मैं बोलूंगी इंडिया को एज हम वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस हैं विच आई ऑलवेज से टू एवरीबडी बैंकिंग के सेक्टर में अभी फिर भी इन जीसीसी हम थोड़े से बैकवर्ड्स हैं तो ऐसी बहुत सी चीजें जिसमें इंडिया का अभी कोई कंपटीशन नहीं है व्हेन इट कम्स टू एनी अदर कंट्रीज सो वी आर वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस सॉफ्ट स्किल एज आई मेंशन the confidence the sort of comfort and trust that we give to any other client that is thing India is acing here and globally. So yeah.
Great. So the most critical, crucial thing in the business processes is we call it as Kaizen, which is a continuous improvement. I'm sure if the name is known, you will be able to work further on this. The business process, any business process is actually, it looks like this. If you want to make one car, this is the process. And if you're able to identify the handoffs, I'll just give you an example. Indian Railways, one decision if you want to take, the file used to move to 600 tables. I repeat, one decision, if Indian Railways wanted to make, the file was moving to 600 different tables. When Gadkari saw this, the honorable minister, though he is not directly related to railways, but he brought it down to 250 tables. So empowerment to the employees, decision-making abilities, and reducing the handoffs. In Garware, what we have done is, what we always keep on doing is, you take one example, one component, and we take how many kilometers that item moves to finally get assembled on the vehicle, say, for example. And if that item is moving 8 kilometers, we work on how to bring it down to 4 kilometers. That is how the system keeps on improving ourselves. Production and distribution, of course, I would like you to say something, how the distribution models help you. Hub and spoke, it could be how nearest you are to the customers, how do you take care of that? Because this, the supply is depending on the time, at what time you are able to hand over the item to the consumer.
So, sir, regarding the strategic decisions which we have taken, and so I just want to start with saying that we totally depend upon the political scenario of the country as well as all the geopolitical decisions they are making into the entirety. So for example, for me itself, if US tariffs increase, it was good for me because my business is increasing. I am getting the things from the production. Earlier, because of the US, the production is always on the rise. So we are not able to getting what we are wanting to ask. But currently production is going good. So it's good for me. But when I ask you regarding how our decision changes on the political scenario, it depends upon various factors. Like let's start with environmental issue if we go forward. So for an environmental issue, there is a new regulation came in Europe, which said that all the EV cars have to use the tires which have a E marking on that. Now E marking is given to the tire which is produced in a green factory, you know, green plant, green revolution which has been taken. It's not related to that. It's green. How environment friendly is your plant is. So you have to get the certificate from an agency in Europe. Then you have to produce a tire. You have to put an E mark on it, and then you can sell it to Europe. Now understand a situation when there is production is at the full power. You have the order, but there is a certain government regulations come in, and now you have to stop the consignment, make a new tire again, and then supply it. So it always depends on how the things working at the last end, what I used to say.
Last leg.
So these are some of the criteria. Some criteria also faces import restrictions, like I supply tires. Tires come under regulatory act. So for countries where do not permit to import tires, they have to go for a licensing authority. They have to go for pre-approved authorization from the government that we are importing these many tons of rubber. So these all factors changes on supply and delays. But as a part of sales, as a part of business management, you guys have to look forward it, believe into it, and take a forward step, because these will always occur in the market and it keeps on changing. Only changes, you are the constant. Yeah, thank you, sir.
I just wanted to bring in the
Yes, sir.
shipping
The
person
logistics.
into it,
That's
because the
shipping-
regulation is something which the
next
shipping
slide-
industry is.
The next slide is logistics. So it's
So
coming.
maybe when he's answering, you could include the regulatory side to it also.
Yeah. Only, of course, most important is, ladies and gentlemen, please understand, the only one thing which is certain in the business is uncertainty. So you have to be always ready with something which is not expected and then respond to it. That's most important. So, sorry, this is taking time. Yes, as I said, logistics. Now in logistics, let me just tell you, in April, May, June, we had a severe congestion in Antwerp, in Rotterdam, in Hamburg. In Rotterdam, in the month of May 25, there was a strike, and then it had extremely bad weather. All the containers or all the vessels going to Europe or Americas had started getting the delay of at least 10 to 15 days. And this is not in your control. So we all started using the shipping lines which are going via, say, China or Shanghai mainly. And then Shanghai had started getting congested. So bottlenecks in logistics keep on shifting, and at times you feel that it's not in your control and still you're responsible for it. So I would like you to throw some light on this, please.
Yeah. So rightly said by Mr. Ketan and rightly said by Mr. Akul. Yeah. So political tensions are there because trade is the next future for the world. To exchange the products which are produced in the countries, they have their specialty in the products. Okay. So likewise, Mr. Atul said, Germany, the Hamburg port and other German area is impacted because of the severe congestion and the nature. You can say the spring, or you can
Weather conditions were bad.
Weather conditions, yeah. Weather condition impacted. So now the route is changed to via the Asian countries or via the Latin America. So now already the terminals have the other countries' load. Suppose I'll give you an example. If you are booking a bus ticket or booking a latest example, I'm giving it to you. You're booking a flight ticket. So from Pune to Ayodhya, or you have been the recent Prayagraj, Varanasi. So all the people were started booking on the same time, same flight, and same day and same date. So if I'm checking a ticket which is available from Pune to Prayagraj or Ayodhya, I'm not getting a ticket. So they have raised the flight ticket. Okay. So now the challenge is you will check the another route, whether I am getting a cheaper rate or flight connectivity from Mumbai, from Pune, from Aurangabad, from any other nearest airport. So the airports are full. Now the challenge is how you're going to get the ticket. You will check the prices, you will check the availability, date, time. Right? Similarly, when he raised a question, raised a query about the product like political and tariffs and availability of raw material. So it will affect the delivery timeline. Like you can consider if they don't have the raw material, it will directly impact on us because logistics has the planning that he's having something to be shipped from one place to another place by this date and this deadline. So now if the requirement is changed, that complete entire supply chain will be disrupted, right? To add any point?
I just wonder that will be additional cost to it.
That will be an additional cost, so it will impact
Sales perspective.
it will impact the inventory of the containers as well. It will impact on the cost because the demand will increase at the same time for all the industries. If Mr. Akul is dealing with Europe, Mr. Ketan sir's company is dealing with Europe, so demand is increased. At the same time, at the same vessel or the same ship, they want to ship their goods from this place to the destination. It will impact. It will like add the cost. It will add the delays of the shipping from India to the destination. Yeah.
Great. So thanks for that. And now the last is, of course, after logistics, I would talk of the AI. And Arpita, if you could throw some light on.
I would just say a very small example ki how AI has changed our life, and I think people who are fond of shopping here, किस को shopping करना पसंद है? अरे यार लड़कों के ज़्यादा हार्ट उठ रहे हैं, ये क्या हुआ लड़कियां? I think सबको ही shopping करना पसंद है नहीं? दो हाथ उठाए वहां पे. Great. So I think एक हाथ is for Amazon, एक is for Meesho. Great. So anyways, I think हम सब लोग इस बात से agree कर सकते हैं that most of us have switched from offline shopping to online shopping. Don't you guys think so? How many of you prefer online shopping more than offline shopping? चलो Zomato, Swiggy तो सब मंगाते ही होगे ना? तो ऐसा कितनी बार हुआ है कि हमारा ड्राइवर लेट पहुंचा हो, डिलीवरी लेट हुई हो हमारे खाने की और कंप्लेन करने के लिए हम लोगों ने बहुत मेहनत की है. डोंट यू गाइस थिंक कि अब वो चेंज हो चुका है? हाउ इज दैट पॉसिबल? अब अगर हम स्विगी जोमेटो यूज करते हैं बिकॉज ऑफ एआई, एक कस्टमर सर्विस का ऑप्शन जो हमें मिला है, तुरंत हम अपनी सारी प्रॉब्लम्स वहां पे सॉल्व करा सकते हैं मेंशन करके, एंड वी गेट क्विक रिस्पॉन्सेज. व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट 5 to 6 years later, तब ऐसा नहीं था. लाइक आई स्टिल रिमेंबर Amazon जब इनिशियल स्टार्ट पे आया ही था, एंड आई थिंक आई वाज इन माय स्कूल डेज, एंड आई रिमेंबर अगर पार्सल गलत आ जाता था तो वी हैड टू लाइक, पहली बात तो पार्सल आने में ही 15 to 20 days लग जाते थे, एंड वी हैड टू स्ट्रगल अ लॉट इन केस इट इज रॉन्ग. वी आर कॉलिंग हियर एंड देयर एंड ट्राइंग आवर लेवल बेस्ट टू गेट इट चेंज्ड, बट पैसा भी गया और पार्सल भी ठीक नहीं है. बट नाउ बिकॉज ऑफ एआई जो स्पीड हमें मिली है, क्योंकि ये कम्युनिकेशन इतना इजी हुआ है और जो ह्यूमन एरर्स हैं वो एआई के थ्रू काफी सारे ओमिट हो चुके हैं, through which it has helped platforms like Amazon and Swiggy, Zomato, etc. जहाँ पे this is a small example that I'm telling about AI, जहाँ पे customer service AI के through हमें काफी जल्दी help कर देता है. तो like this I think काफी सारे changes आए हैं. When it comes to event and exhibition industries, काफी सारे लोग robotics, AI robots में switch कर रहे हैं. Just to even learn the mechanism, and as I mentioned, human error जो है उसको omit करने के लिए I think AI has helped us a lot.
Great, thank you. So this is what I think you've been learning, that what are the do's and don'ts in the business. Very clear, very simple. Business is actually a common sense. If you use it, you will be successful. Next, please. Branding we have discussed, And basically it is availability, it is dependability, credibility, and finally the visibility. Legal, logical, ethical, and transparent organizations are always loved. Tata's, when you talk of everybody just will go with blind eyes. Most important is, friends, more you sweat in peace, the less you bleed in the war. So this is the time for you to think of your own business, your own strategies. Be ready with plan A, plan B, plan C, and then you will be able to get into a very successful future. 600 passionate, awake, attentive, handsome aspirants are sitting here, and they are going to make this difference, I am sure. So the country and industry is waiting for you, my dear friends. Best wishes and thank you for hearing us patiently. Many thanks. Any questions?
Sir, sir, there's a question here.
Yeah, please.
I had a question to all of you. Let me put it in a, how should I say, the word I used. I am a selfish man. So being a selfish person, let me ask you, in your domain, in international business, starting with communication, of course, my question for communication would be that, is it a chicken egg situation where the event comes first and the business follows, or the business comes first and the event follows? Maybe your comment on that, and then maybe on shipping, I had a question where we all know the Shanghai container city. A year or two back, we had a funny situation in India where exports were not happening because the containers were not available on time. So these kind of risk mitigation ideas on business, and the risk of handling geopolitics. So maybe starting with you, ma'am.
Am I audible? Yeah, so basically I would say ये correlated है. Business है तो events है, events है तो business है. Basically, if you see, अगर किसी company को कहीं जाके, for example, when we talk about events and exhibition, exhibit करना है. जब वो exhibit करती है एक छोटा सा booth लेके किसी बड़े show में, for example, Gulf Food, and when they see other companies exhibiting there, जब वो देखते हैं कि किस तरीके का प्रॉफिट उस एक एग्जीबिशन से उन्हें हो सकता है, देन इज व्हेन दे प्लान अ फुल ईयर इवेंट एंड काफी सारे ब्रांडिंग प्रमोशन उस एक एक्टिविटी से और बन जाते हैं. सो इट्स लाइक बेसिकली इवेंट्स डिपेंड ऑन दैट. और वहीं अगर इवेंट्स की बात करें तो हम लोग भी बिजनेस निकाल ही लेते हैं, जहां नहीं, जैसे उन्होंने बोला, एक तरह से ऑपरेशंस वाले भी सेल्स का पार्ट ही होते हैं, तो हम भी अपना इवेंट्स बेच ही देते हैं. सो यस, दैट्स जस्ट इट, दैट्स ऑल.
So just now he asked me a question about Shanghai container terminal is interrupted recently, and at the time of COVID also there was an interruption and shortage of the containers in the port. So when the COVID-19 when the COVID-19 is is in discussion कि COVID आने वाला है, कैसा रहेगा, क्या challenges रहेंगे, हम कैसे काम करेंगे, supply chain कैसा काम करेगा, deals कैसे होंगी, trade deals कैसे होगी, कि मुझे अगर कहीं से सामान भेजना है तो मैं कैसे भेजूंगा, ये सारे सबके साथ डिस्कशन चल रहा था, मतलब आपस में. सो कोविड आने के बाद सब लोगों ने इन्वेंट्री प्लानिंग करनी चालू कर दी कि नहीं, मैं 6 महीने का स्टॉक रख दूंगा मेरे पास. आई विल होल्ड अ 6 month स्टॉक, आई विल होल्ड अ 1 year स्टॉक, क्योंकि किसी को भी पता नहीं था कि कोविड कितने दिन चलेगा. सो दे हैव स्टार्टेड प्लानिंग देयर इन्वेंट्री फॉर द 6 months, 1 year, 2 year, like anything. उस रीजन के कारण टर्मिनल पे पूरा इम्पैक्ट आ गया। जिन जिन लोगों ने 6 महीने का ऑर्डर्स प्लेस कर रखा था वो सारे कंटेनर्स निकल गए। हजारों कंटेनर्स एक पोर्ट पे, जहां पे शंघाई ऑटोमेटेड टर्मिनल है, जहां पे देयर इज अ सिंगल मैन हु इज हु इज टेकिंग केयर ऑफ लोडिंग, और पूरा ऑटोमेशन है वहां पे, ठीक है। सो वहां पे कोई भी एक कंटेनर देखने के लिए नहीं बचा था कोविड में। सो उसके लिए ट्रेडर्स ने या फिर जो कंटेनर मैन्युफैक्चरर्स है उन्होंने उसके ऊपर एक सॉल्यूशन लाया कि हम लोग कंटेनर की इन्वेंट्री ऑल द टाइम हर एक पोर्ट पे अवेलेबल रखेंगे। सो उसको कैसे लाया? एनी गेस? आपके पास कोई गेस है कि कैसे ये इन्वेंट्री मैनेज किया होगा उन्होंने? सॉरी, माइक प्लीज। यस, यू कैन से एवरेज कंटेनर्स, लेकिन यहां पे उन्होंने क्या किया, एक प्लेटफॉर्म लाया। देयर इज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी to trade the containers or lease the containers to make it available at every time. It makes simple. If I am dealing with a port to port service activity, so अभी मुझे उसके ऊपर मतलब मुझे ज्यादा टेंशन लेने की जरूरत नहीं रही है। It is available. I can check what is the inventory available at this port, what is the type of container, ये पूरा अवेलेबल है। आई कैन गेट द इंफॉर्मेशन ऑन द प्लेटफॉर्म। सो नाउ इट इज एवरीथिंग लाइक फाइन, इजी एंड एवरी टाइम अवेलेबल। सो इसमें मुझे एक पॉइंट ऐड करना है, जैसे कि अगर कोई बुकिंग करता है, मतलब इट्स अ स्पेस एलोकेशन पार्ट। if we are somebody is booking a space with a shipping company or a logistics company, there are chances of getting cancelled because of the unavailability of the inventory. Because of, again, there are more chances not getting ready the shipment to load on that particular schedule of the vessel. There are n number of you can say challenges. One is inventory readiness, whatever the raw material or the final product, the trading item which is available to ship, it depending on the supplier and your like you can say communication and approvals, you can say. You can have
quite a complex.
So if you, I'll give you an example. So when I was dealing with a shipment, like again, it's from the Shanghai. So everything was like in the place. Client book us a shipment with us. We place a booking for them. And we coordinated with the supplier who is shipping the goods to them from Shanghai to India. All of a sudden, we release the space to ship the goods, and we came to know there is a challenge that the shipper made a mistake. So there are 4-5 parameters what is going to be taken care from the buyer. That is quality of the product, quantity of the product which is finalized with the supplier, and the packaging again, it's a additional part. When in terms of, if you are trading with the market directly, ready product you are trading in the market, so all these parameters got affected, that shipment. So we have to cancel.
It's not one mathematical solution to it.
Yes,
That's the thing. I think any questions from audience, please? Anybody? Anything? call it a day.
He has questions.
You ask
Sir,
what is required.
a
Mr.
round of
Akul.
word of advice to our students for your industry. What are the kind of skill sets that they should be looking at in
We
case they
conduct
want
the
to make a
interviews
career?
after 5:30. That's the thing. No, I think the aptitude, the attitude, and the passion to deliver the results. That's, I think, the most important part. That's what we look forward to. Thank you so much, all of you. Many thanks.
Now we request Dr. Sudeep Limesar to present mementos to the panelists as a mark of appreciation.
Now I invite Tech and Digital Club President Nidhi Karta to felicitate Dr. Sudeep Limesar.
also have the pleasure.
To officially conclude today's proceedings, may I now invite the Vice President of International Business Club, Pranjali Shinde, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Balaji Institute of International Business, Sri Balaji University Pune, I, Pranjali Shinde, International Business Club Vice President and the Organizing Committee member of the International Business Conclave 2025, stand before you to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks. Today's conclave on the theme Strategically Realignment in a Fragmented World Arena has been an enriching experience filled with deep insights, thought-provoking discussions and forward-looking perspectives. First and foremost, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our Honorable Chancellor, Professor B. Paramanandan Sir, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. G.K. Shirode Sir, our Senior Director SBUP, Director Corporate Relations, HOD, Operations and Supply Chain Management, Dr. Dimple Seni Ma'am, Senior Director SBUP, Director BIIB, IT and Admission, Dean Faculty of Commerce and Management, Dr. Bijuji Pillai Sir, and Deputy Director BIIB, Dr. Rashmi Mahajan Ma'am, for their inspiring leadership and providing us this valuable platform to learn and engage. A very special thanks to our distinguished inaugural guest, Mr. Nanda Kishore Vijay Sir, and our keynote speaker, Mr. Neeraj Kinwasra Sir, Mr. Sushil Pradhan Sir, and Mr. K. Kundan Krishna Sir, for sharing their expert perspectives and guiding us on the complex yet fascinating shifts in a global business and geopolitics. We are deeply thankful to our panel chairs and esteemed panelists across both sessions who brought immense clarity to the sub-themes ranging from India's age in multipolar trade arena to building resilient global supply chains. Your insights have not only broadened our horizons but also inspired us to think critically about the role of young managers in shaping tomorrow's world. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to the faculty mentors of the Balaji Institute of International Business for their unwavering guidance and constant support, to the student manager for their flawless execution, and to all the participants whose thoughtful question, reflection, and interaction made this conclave truly engaging and vibrant. I would like to thank our guests, alumni, and delegates for gracing this occasion with their presence and support. Finally, our thanks due to IT department and digital department for their unwavering support. As we conclude, let us carry forward the spirit of global collaboration and strategic foresight that this conclave has ignited. With renewed perspectives, may we continue to contribute meaningfully to the ever-evolving international business landscape. Thank you and wishing you all the wonderful evening ahead.
With this, we come to the close of the International Business Conclave 2025. Thank you everyone for being such an amazing audience. We look forward to seeing you all again next year.